C1453 Absorb the power of luck again. Listening to a series of system prompts ringing in his ears, and looking at the heaven-seizing talisman just taken off Annika's forehead, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little confused. The power of luck that had just been restored has been exhausted again due to the triggering of the 20-fold reward. Xiao Han didn't have much worry about this. After all, he still holds a heaven-seizing talisman in his hand. As long as he can absorb all the power of luck in the talisman, the 100-fold reward and 100-fold physical strength just closed can still be restored again. Even the degree of recovery is not just 50 or 60. Holding the heaven-seizing talisman, Xiao Han looked at the numbers on it. After being stunned for a while, he whispered, "It used to be 100 out of 100, but now it's 280/280. Does this mean that the power of luck on this talisman has been increased from 100 points to 280 points? If that's the case, evenly dividing the rewards, stamina, and critical hits can increase to 93 times, and it's not far away from 100 times." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han looked at the blood-colored talisman. In his hand, his eyes immediately showed a trace of impatience, and at the same time his fingers immediately clicked on the red dots that looked like two dragons meeting. At this time, the system prompts immediately rang in my ears. Ding! Absorb a little power of luck, and double the reward will be activated. Xiao Han had already heard such a sound a few minutes ago, so the expression on his face was quite calm, and he continued to wait patiently. Ding! Absorb a little power of luck and activate with twice the physical strength. Ding! Absorb a little bit of the power of luck and double the critical hit to activate. As time passed slowly, 100 points of luck power were absorbed into the body in the blink of an eye. Feeling nothing strange in his body, Xiao Han relaxed a little at this time. I thought that there was only one talent called 100-fold reward, so there should be an upper limit to the power of luck that could be absorbed. But now it seems that this worry is somewhat unnecessary. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes flashed slightly, and he couldn't help but whisper. After absorbing all these 280 points of luck power, it should be able to reach 93 times. The previous 20-fold reward took effect. Logically speaking, it should be able to increase the power of luck from 100 points to 2,000 points. But the power of luck in the body is only 40 points, so it has only increased by 1/10. Although I don't know how these 40 points can increase the power of 100 points of luck to 280 points, but what will happen if I can kill another chosen one? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han couldn't help but continue in a low voice. Based on the fact that 40 points can be increased to 180 points, can't those 280 points be increased to 1,200 points? Even if it is distributed evenly by then, wouldn't the 100-fold reward become a 400-fold reward? This crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Xiao Han's eyes couldn't help but brighten, and his eyes stared brightly at the heaven-seizing talisman in his hand. Bite! And the system prompts sounded in my ears every second. Absorb a little bit of luck, and the 41 reward will be increased to 42 times. Ding! Absorb a little bit of luck, and your stamina will increase from 41 times to 42 times. As time passed slowly, the power of luck in the heaven-seizing talisman gradually became less and less. When the 93 times reward turned into 94 times the reward, the bloody heaven-seizing talisman suddenly made a pop sound and turned into ashes on the fingertips. At this time, Xiao Han slowly raised his head excitedly. Although the 100-fold reward has not been fully restored, it is already very good to be able to restore it to 93 times. More importantly, now there are not only rewards but also physical strength and critical hits. 93 times the physical strength would not surprise him too much, but 93 times the critical hit was different. This already gave him the ability to kill the beasts of the abyss. Hey! Feeling his current state, Xiao Han couldn't help but grin, then looked at the frightened black man at his feet, raised his hand and stabbed him directly. -1156480. As a soft pop sound came, Annika was instantly killed without any surprise. Bite! The system prompt sounded in his ears, and all his equipment suddenly exploded, including 2 artifacts and 4 spiritual weapons. Picking up the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, "Finally, the spiritual equipment is gathered together. I can upgrade the fantasy heart mask to an immortal equipment later. I just don't know how many immortal weapons are needed to advance it again. But fortunately, most of the 100-fold reward has been restored. The fairy weapon is considered top-notch equipment for others, but it is not too difficult for me to obtain it." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han did not immediately swallow the several spiritual weapons and equipment in his hand to the fantasy heart mask, but looked towards the purple flame thunder dragon and the holy light unicorn. The strong black man was killed instantly. He thought that the dark dragon as a pet would disappear directly, but now it is still here. Roar! As the angry roar came, Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly, and he couldn't help but sneered in a low voice, "Hey Emperor-level boss! The 2 heaven-stealing talismans have just been used up and I just need some materials now. Since you met me today, maybe you should leave all your inner elixir and blood essence behind." As he said this, Xiao Han immediately moved, and in just one breath he rushed to the side of the holy light unicorn. At this time, the Emperor-level dark dragon was being beaten to the ground by 2 pets. Although the blood bar on its head seemed to be only a little less, it was suppressed without any resistance. "Hey!" Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but grin, and whispered excitedly, "Although it's only a 93-fold reward, after killing it, it should be possible to explode a holy weapon. If you can explode a pet embodiment talisman, it will be even more perfect." With such expectations, the spear in Xiao Han's hand immediately transformed into 5 afterimages which directly hit the dark dragon. -22657623357 -216535846 -225354687 As the spear fell heavily, more than 10 blood-colored damage values immediately appeared, and the damage caused to the dark dragon exceeded 20 billion in an instant. Even the blood bar above its head suddenly decreased a little. "Hey!" Seeing such damage, Xiao Han's spear shook slightly, and he smashed it with 3 consecutive slashes. #C1454A, different 100 times reward. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the Emperor-level dark dragon, with a HP of up to 1 trillion, still fell to the ground helplessly. Even though it kept trying to escape, it had no chance to escape from the siege of the purple flame thunder dragon of the same level and the more advanced holy light unicorn. And the system prompt sounded in my ears. "Ding, you killed a dark dragon, Emperor. Got 13 million experience points, triggered a 94-fold reward, and got 1.222 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 150. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a dark dragon, Emperor. Got 1,630 gold coins, triggered a 94-fold reward, and you got 153,220 gold coins. Ding, you killed a dark dragon, Emperor. Got the embodiment of the talisman. Medicine, immortal weapon. Triggered a 94-fold reward and you got 19. Embodiment of the talisman medicine. Artifact. Ding, you killed a dark dragon, Emperor. Got the spiritual weapon equipment. Black dragon helmet, triggered a 94-fold reward, and you got 21 artifact. Equipment dragon helmet. Ding, you killed a dark dragon, Emperor. Got. Just as the system prompt sounded, and then saw the pile of identical equipment on the ground, Xiao Han's face was a little confused. After being stunned for a long time, he whispered, with a 94-fold reward is there no way to upgrade the immortal equipment to a holy equipment? Is it possible that only a 100-fold reward can directly upgrade the equipment? By 2 grades. With this guess in mind, Xiao Han looked at the dragon corpse on the ground, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. If so, this Emperor-level Dark Dragon Inner Elixir can't be upgraded to a Beast-level Inner Elixir. And without Beast-level materials, there is no way to make the heaven-stealing talisman. The things that have exploded now, the embodiment talisman is relatively better, but what the hell are those 21 dragon helmets? These are all exactly the same things, even if they are taken back, few people can use them. With a depressed mood, Xiao Han reached out and picked up a helmet and took a look at it, then said with a depressed face, "Sure enough, it's really a level 210 equipment. If this is calculated according to strength, you have to have the strength of a level 10 evolver to be qualified to use this equipment."
No.
Holding the helmet, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said with shining eyes, "If you refine pills at this time, wouldn't you be able to get hundreds of pills in one furnace? Even if the pill grade can only be improved by 1 level, the number is huge." Thinking of this in his heart, he instantly became excited, and immediately wanted to go back to the city to refine pills. But when he turned around and looked around, his face suddenly became uglier. This time entering the abyss is completely different from the first time. Because I know that the light in the abyss is relatively dim, I deliberately left teleportation arrays along the way when I came in for the first time. But this time, because I was eager to track Felix and Annika, I didn't have time to leave teleportation arrays along the way. Looking around, almost everything looked the same, and I had no idea where I was coming from. Sword marks? How could I forget that there are sword marks here? Xiao Han was thinking anxiously, and suddenly remembered that there were many sword marks in the abyss, and couldn't help but whispered, "There are many sword marks near the passage. As long as you find the sword marks, you can go back." As he was talking, a pair of blood-colored wings immediately appeared behind him, and he flew hundreds of meters upwards. Being in the air, the vision became extremely wide at this time. It was just because of the battle just now that the nearby bloodgrass had shrunk back to the ground. However, a faint fluorescence could still be seen in the distance. But the sword marks that could be seen every kilometer when we came here could no longer be seen at this time. This made Xiao Han's face stiffen, and he frowned and whispered, "It seems that I really can't go back. If so, then I can only go back from the abyss. When I first entered the abyss, I saw the same sword marks there, which means that the abyss is connected. Since the abyss passage they came down from could no longer be found, Xiao Han did not force it, although they had only chased for more than an hour and it seemed that they were not too far away. Their speed was not slow at all. Without an accurate direction and a map, it was almost impossible to find the way back. And the abyss passage on the other side of Hanbing City left many teleportation arrays at that time. Although the 100-fold reward has not been fully restored now, the teleportation array built should be able to be upgraded by 1 level. Then the 6th level teleportation array can be built. As long as the distance between the 2 teleportation arrays can be shortened to within 15,000 kilometers, they can be teleported back directly. With this idea in mind, Xiao Han could not help but whispered, "It is just right that this period of time can also be used to find the spiritual source in the abyss. If we can get dozens of level 7 spiritual sources, Yanhua will be completely awesome. If we can be more lucky, we can dig out an 8th level spiritual source or even a 9th level spiritual source." Hey! Thinking of this, Xiao Han chuckled excitedly and couldn't help but continue. The current 100-fold reward has only been restored to 94 times. If you find a spiritual source, even if you can only improve the quality by 1 level, you can directly get 10 or 20 spiritual sources. Coming to such a conclusion, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help shouting softly, Fuck me. It seems that the 94 times reward is not bad. Although Yanhua's current strength is not weak, Xiao Han still hopes that he can be stronger. And the most important thing is that only with more master players, the increase that iron-blooded charge will give him will be greater. Perhaps after upgrading this skill to level 9, coupled with the existing 93 times critical hit, he could even directly kill beast level beings instantly. Hey! Xiao Han chuckled excitedly again, and quickly used an iron-blooded charge, once again increasing the amount by 94 points. At the same time, he also picked up all the talismans and equipment on the ground. Then he immediately took out the colorful holy dragon scales in his backpack, glanced at it, and whispered excitedly, "Hey, this is really good luck." Looking at the light spots on the scales of the colorful holy dragon, Xiao Han put the body of the dark dragon directly into the space ring, and without any hesitation, ran in the direction indicated by the light spots on the scales. C1455 low-profile version of the Devil's Armor 1. With the precise guidance of the 7-colored holy dragon scales, Xiao Han found the location of the spiritual vein in less than 3 minutes. This time he did not see the familiar cave. And this also means that this is a spiritual vein native to the abyss. If the spiritual vein is transplanted from the ground, the 100-fold reward will not be effective. Only this native spiritual vein can get a 100-fold reward increase. Although digging spiritual veins is very troublesome, Xiao Han is not impatient at all. Yang! The dragon's soul golden shovel hit the black rock heavily, making a dull sound, and a system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding, you get a dark magic stone, level 4. Triggering a 94-fold reward, you get 21 dark magic stones, level 5. Hearing this voice, although Xiao Han had expected it long ago, his eyes still lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Hey, I don't know what level of spiritual source is inside. Although it can only be upgraded by 1 grade, it should be possible to get 21 spiritual sources. If this spiritual vein is above level 4, then once I successfully return to Yanhua, won't I immediately have more than 20 level 4 evolvers?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's face was more joyful, and the movements of his hands instantly became 3 times faster. Yang! 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 Amidst the dull sound of impact, in just 3 to 5 minutes, a mine hole with a length of more than 100 meters was dug out. But this vein occupies a large area. Even though it has been dug more than 100 meters deep, it still has not dug up energy crystals. In this regard, although Xiao Han's face was a little ugly, he had no intention of giving up, and the speed of swinging the pickaxe in his hand became faster. Yang! 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 As time passed, the mine became deeper and deeper, and the dark magic stone slowly turned into an energy crystal. Xiao Han had excavated the ore vein more than once, so this situation had been expected long ago. Even if he couldn't dig it out, for a while he still waved the mineral in his hand without stopping. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours. Even with accurate positioning, it is not an easy task to dig out the native spiritual source. Fortunately, the system prompts that kept ringing in his ears made Xiao Han's face more and more happy. Ding, you get an energy crystal level 4. Triggering a 94-fold reward, you get 21 energy crystals, level 5. Then the distance to the spiritual source is getting closer and closer, and the level of the energy crystal is getting higher and higher. Although it is not known what level of spiritual source it is now, according to the experience of digging spiritual sources in the past, it will be at least a spiritual source of level 4 or above. There is even a possibility that it is a level 5 spiritual source. If it is a level 4 spiritual source, Jing'an will have more than 20 level 5 evolvers. But if the level 5 spiritual source is dug out, then he will be rich, and Jing'an will directly have more than 20 level 6 evolvers. And this also means that the level cap of these 20 people will be raised to level 130. Hey! Thinking with some excitement in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and at the same time he was more looking forward to it. Yang! 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 As the sound of collision continued to sound, Xiao Han was getting closer and closer to the spiritual source in the center of the spiritual vein. Ding! At this time, another system prompt sounded in his ears. You get an energy crystal, level 5, triggering a 94-fold reward. You get 21 energy crystals. Level 6. Listening to such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Fuck! It's really a level 5 spiritual source. What a pity if the 100-fold reward is fully restored, you can get a level 7 spiritual source." Xiao Han was actually very depressed that the 100-fold reward could not be fully restored, but there was nothing he could do. In reality, a level 7 evolver is much stronger than a level 6 evolver. Even if there are as many as 20 level 6 evolvers, their combat effectiveness is not at the same level as that of a level 7 evolver. However, if it were in the game, more than 20 level 130 warriors would be of greater help to him. Fortunately, at this moment he doesn't have to worry about this problem. Anyway, the multiple of the 100-fold reward has been fixed and he has no choice at all. Boom! 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 After taking a look at the white light spots on the colorful holy dragon scales, Xiao Han no longer dared to dig recklessly. The dull sound of impact had turned into a crisp knock. He was afraid that he would use too much force and smash the spiritual source inside. As time passed slowly, a round black sphere suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and the movements of his hands became lighter. After a few minutes, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding, you get a spiritual source, level 5, triggering a 95-fold reward. You get 22 spiritual sources, level 6. Getting 22 level 6 spiritual sources at once, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly showed a touch of ecstasy. But the next second, a look of doubt flashed across his face, and then he whispered in disbelief, "Just now, I should have heard it correctly. 95 times the reward. How can it be 95 times the reward? Could it be true, as Tan Yuntian said, that once this 100 times reward is reactivated, even if the power of luck is a little low, it can be slowly restored?" Although he was sure that he had heard correctly, Xiao Han still raised the pickaxe in his hand and smashed it heavily on the crystal wall beside him. Ding! Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded immediately. You get an energy crystal, level 5, triggering a 95-fold reward, and you get 22 energy crystals, level 6. When the voice sounded in his ears again, Xiao Han couldn't help but said, excitedly, "Hey, it can actually be restored. So, the 100 times of physical strength and the 100 times of critical strike have now been restored to 94 times. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look, and then immediately calculated his current physical strength and the multiple between his previous physical strength. And the next second, a touch of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Nasik's Twilight City. A man in camouflage uniform looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "General, Felix is dead. Before he died, he asked you to look at this." As he spoke, the man in camouflage uniform took out a mobile phone from his pocket and quickly swiped the screen a few times. After a while, a voice came from the phone. 100 times the physical strength, my 100 times the physical strength may have been plundered by a Yanhua person. Hashtag C1456 low-profile version of the Devil's Armor. 2. Cough, cough, cough. Bursts of coughing came from the phone. The figure on the screen covered his chest and shouted in pain, "Revenge for me. Revenge, you must avenge." Me. Go find cough, 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 go find O'Neill. Before he finished the two sentences, the eyes full of hatred on the screen suddenly lost all their spirits, and then collapsed on the white sheets. Seeing this scene, Zunet's face suddenly sank, and he asked solemnly, plundering 100 times of physical strength, can you explain to me what is going on? Didn't you tell him not to run around and to rest quietly? Ah! The middle-aged man in camouflage sighed heavily, and said in a depressed voice, who knew that this kind of thing would happen in the game? I went in twice before, but it just consumed some mental energy so that he couldn't stay in for a long time. So I didn't stop him this time, but who could have known that his 100 times of physical strength could be forcibly plundered by a special talisman? As he said, the camouflaged man swiped his phone a few more times, and in the video screen there was immediately a voice. In my opinion, even if you are a useless person, you have something very precious on you. Very precious things. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Hey, don't want to do anything. You have something I need very much. Since you are already a useless person, just give me this thing. As the video ended, the camouflaged man continued, I know this woman. Is she Yuji from Fuso? Yuji. Shu and I frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, but why does this woman speak Chinese instead of her native language? I don't know about that. The camouflaged man shook his head and guessed in a low voice. Before he died, Felix was very sure that this was a frame-up. He even thought that the guy who did it might be Xiao Han from Yanhua. Xiao Han. Shu and I repeated in a low voice, frowning and thinking, this possibility is not low, but I don't think it should be. First of all, the teleportation array. If Xiao Han wants to come here, it is estimated that even the 7th level teleportation array will not work. We are at least 20,000 kilometers away from Yanhua. It is estimated that if we want to teleport directly here, we need an 8th level teleportation array or transfer from Fuso. More importantly, Sunit paused for a moment and continued with a puzzled look on his face. I know Xiao Han has a mask that changes his appearance, but I've never heard that he can turn into a woman. Although the possibility of him taking action is not low, to be honest, the probability of Yulang and Yuing taking action is higher. Fuso people? The camouflage man showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then immediately said, this is impossible. Those bastards have the courage to do this. Hey, what are you afraid of? Sunit sneered, and continued with a cold face. Those guys have always been very submissive. But you seem to have forgotten that those guys are extremely brutal by nature. If we still have the strength to dominate the world, they really dare not have any thoughts, but we don't have that strength now, so we continue to make them submissive. More importantly, Sunit's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he continued in a deep voice, forcibly plundering 100 times the reward is not something that can be done with strength. Those guys from Fuso can not only teleport directly to us, and they seem to know more about many things in this game than we do, such as the black helmet. Yeah, that's true. The camouflage man agreed, and continued, the black helmet was not found outside Panama City last time. But they have never touched the helmet, so how do they know that the helmet can be turned into armor? They even know that the helmet needs an abyss monster to unlock it, and that the chosen person will no longer die within 10 minutes after using the helmet. But why did they tell us such secret information? Hey, why else? Zunet sneered and continued. They are afraid of the increasingly powerful Yanhua people. And now, only we have the ability to confront Yanhua head-on. Although we don't have any evidence, the black helmet is likely to have been snatched away by the Yanhua people. How is the factory going? How much of these materials, such as tungsten iron, stone, black gold, star source stone, and 1,000-year cold iron, are still missing? Tungsten iron stone and black gold are not in short supply now. The camouflaged man said in a deep voice, and immediately added, recently a lot of materialization talismans have exploded. So these two materials have also been materialized from the game. It's just that Star Source Stone and Thousand-Year Cold Iron are extremely rare even in the game, so only 18 sets of the demon armor with a level 7 combat power have been manufactured now. 18 sets. This is not enough. Zunet frowned and continued in a deep voice. Since there are armor manufacturing drawings in the black helmet, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be some in the white helmet as well. Now that the black helmet is gone, we must find a way to get the white helmet back. If we want to survive in this world full of mutant beasts, we must create more armor. Yes, I know. The camouflage man nodded and replied seriously. I have also asked people to collect these materials. In fact, if all the big cities in Yanhua were not connected by teleportation arrays with our current strength, it should be enough to capture Kyoto and Tianshui. You are right. Zunet flipped his hand and took out a set of black helmets, and reached out to touch the smooth and cold black metal. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, with our current strength we can indeed capture Tianshui and Kyoto. But we have only one chance to rob the white helmet, so we must be 100% sure. In Jing'an, it is said that Xiao Han has advanced again. It is not safe to rob the helmet without 50 sets of low-end demon god armor. Felix is dead. So he is dead. Now, you immediately go all out to find the man named Oni. Since Felix mentioned this person before he died, I think he should also be a chosen one. If you really can't find it, then even if you get the white helmet back, you can only cooperate with the Western Alliance. Hashtag C1457, the second layer of the Abyss. 1. Ding, you get 1 energy crystal, level 2, which triggers 96 times the reward, and you get 22 energy crystals, level 3. Hearing the system prompt again, Xiao Han quickly looked at the time and then whispered, it has been exactly 6 hours since the last time the reward was increased to 95 times. That means it will take 2 hours for the power of luck to recover a little? If you want to fully recover from the 100-fold reward, you still need 12 points of luck, which is exactly 24 hours, which is exactly 2 days. And if you want to fully recover 100 times the physical strength and 100 times the critical hit, it will take 4 more hours. I silently calculated in my mind that although the recovery speed of the power of luck is not too fast, it is actually not too slow either. In 1 day, you can still recover 6 o'clock. In another 48 hours, when the 100-fold reward is fully restored, the 7th level teleportation array can be constructed. Hey! Thinking of not needing to cross the most dangerous sea of death, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and slammed the Dragon Soul Midas golden shovel in his hand again. Ding, you get 1 energy crystal, level 2, which triggers 96 times the reward, and you get 22 energy crystals, level 3. As the system prompts sounded continuously in his ears, another black round sphere soon appeared in front of Xiao Han's eyes. Although this was only a 2nd-level spiritual source, he still had no intention of letting it go. After carefully cleaning the energy crystal around the spiritual source, Xiao Han immediately took it out slowly from the crystal wall. At this time, the system prompts immediately sounded in my ears. Ding, you get a spiritual source, level 2, trigger the Midas effect, and you get a spiritual source, level 3. Ding, you get 1 spiritual source, level 3, which triggers 96 times the reward, and you get 22 spiritual sources, level 4. 2 voices rang in his ears in succession, and Xiao Han exclaimed in a low voice full of surprise, oh, let me go. The Midas effect has been triggered. My luck is really incredible. More than 20 level 3 spiritual sources are actually not very useful. At least the evolved ones who have successfully awakened are no longer as fussy as before. Although there are not enough pills, the mutated beast meat is still enough. With enough energy, it is not difficult to break through to level 3. Therefore, the role of the third-level spiritual source is really not too great, and it is just a win-win. But once the third-level spiritual source becomes a fourth-level spiritual source, it will be completely different. Without the aid of elixirs, it would not be easy to break through and become a level 4 evolver. There is also a huge gap in strength between level 3 and level 4. Hey! Seeing that there were so many spiritual sources that he couldn't hold them in his hands, and all of them were rolling on the ground at his feet, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately put it into the space ring and picked up all the spiritual sources on the ground. As for the energy crystal, he was too lazy to pay attention to it, turned around and ran out of the mine. Then the thoughts in his heart moved, and the purple flame thunder dragon was immediately summoned, and Xiao Han flew onto its back in a flash. At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon also randomly chose a direction and galloped away into the distance. This time I entered the abyss and was completely lost. So which direction to fly is actually not that important. Anyway, there's nothing important in reality or in the game, so it's no problem if he's not around. Taking advantage of the relatively ample time, it is actually very good to search for spiritual sources in the abyss. And now, he not only has 100 times the physical strength but also has 100 times the critical hit. Even if he encounters a beast-level boss, he still has the ability to defeat him. The resources in the abyss are more than a little stronger than those on the ground. In fact, even if there is a chance now, I am not that eager to return to the ground. Turning his hand, he took out the 7-colored holy dragon scale again. Seeing that there was no light spot belonging to the spiritual veins on it, Xiao Han immediately took out the 10,000 pill codex and slowly flipped through the prescriptions on it. In the abyss, not only are there a lot of spiritual veins, but there are also a lot of medicinal materials that can be used to make elixirs. Now this 100-fold reward can only improve the medicinal materials by 1 level. You can collect 1 plant and get 22. Therefore, while on the road, it is necessary to continue to read the Wandan Dian carefully. Otherwise, even if you see some rare materials, you won't be able to recognize them. It would be a shame to miss them. Sand, sand, sand. As the fingers rubbed on the animal skin-like papers disappeared one by one. And every time a few of them disappeared, Xiao Han would look up at the scales in his hand. After all, compared to knowing more medicinal materials, finding more spiritual sources is actually the most important thing. If you know a spiritual source, you can directly improve your strength by 1 level in reality. Roar. Flying in the sky, the purple flame thunder dragon would occasionally let out a provocative roar, hoping to elicit a response from the Abyss Warcraft. And once a monster roars threateningly in order to protect its territory, it will at least be a boss above the Emperor. Before this, 3 Emperor bosses had been killed in this way. Even with great luck, I discovered that an Emperor-level boss occupies a dark attribute ley line. So after tasting the sweetness once, Xiao Han no longer objected to the purple flame thunder dragon's swagger. Anyway, with 100 times the critical strike and 100 times the physical strength, he was eager for the Emperor boss, or even the beast level boss to appear. Roar. As time passed slowly, there was finally another roar. Xiao Han quickly withdrew his sight from the 10,000 pills classic and looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon rushed over there without any instructions. But after 2 or 3 minutes, a toad with green pus all over its body and 3 eyes appeared in sight. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash, and then a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. 3-eyed toad, Emperor level? Health? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Amidst a series of question marks, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement. And then a thought came to his mind, and the holy light unicorn was immediately summoned. Then, without any hesitation, he killed it directly. At this time, even if the three-eyed toad was an emperor-level boss, it was no match for him at all. In just over 10 minutes, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding, you killed a three-eyed toad, Emperor, and gained 12.6 million experience points, triggering a 96-fold reward, and gained 1.209 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a three-eyed toad, Emperor, and gained #C1458, the second layer of the Abyss. 2. Ding, you get a Spirit Source level 3, triggering a 100x reward. You get a Spirit Source level 5. 2 days passed in a flash, and the 100x reward was fully restored. At this time, Xiao Han was actually a little depressed. Compared to a level 5 Spirit Source, he actually hoped to get 23 level 4 Spirit Sources. Level 5 evolvers are strong, although they are stronger than level 4 evolvers, but they can't withstand the siege of more than 20 level 4 evolvers. But he couldn't control the power of luck that was restored every 4 hours. Oh, forget it. Sighing a little depressed, Xiao Han continued softly. It is a good thing that the 100-fold reward can be fully restored after all. It is time to deal with the several Emperor-level corpses in the space ring, and at least 2 or 3 heaven-stealing talismans must be refined to avoid the situation 2 days ago. If I had 100 points of luck power at that time, I don't know how much luck power the second heaven-stealing talisman would have after the 100-fold reward. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han had no intention of leaving the mine, and raised his hand to take out the body of the dark dragon. Then a red knife immediately stabbed at its forehead. After a while, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you get a dark dragon's inner elixir, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a blood prison black dragon's inner elixir. Ding, you get a bottle of dark dragon's blood essence, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a bottle of blood prison black dragon's blood essence. In just a few minutes, the required materials were taken out. At this time, Xiao Han immediately collected the dark dragon's body and used a mining pick to knock out a stone table similar to a desk, and then nodded with satisfaction. Compared to alchemy, drawing talismans is much simpler. As long as there is a flat place and the materials needed to draw talismans, you can draw them anytime and anywhere. Click, click, click. After grinding the inner elixir into powder and mixing the powder with the blood essence, Xiao Han took a deep breath and immediately focused on drawing. Ding, drawing failed. However, even with 2 successful experiences, it is not an easy task to draw the heaven-stealing talisman again. Fortunately, Xiao Han had expected such a result, so he was not frustrated at all. While changing to a piece of animal skin, he picked up the pen and started drawing again. Ding, drawing failed. Ding, drawing failed. Ding, drawing failed. The system prompt sound of drawing failure continued to ring in his ears. But Xiao Han still looked focused. Anyway, there were a lot of materials and he could bear it even if he failed 100 times. And time passed slowly as Xiao Han was concentrating on drawing. I don't know how long it has been. Even though Xiao Han's face was full of fatigue, he still didn't put down the brush in his hand. Until a certain moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding, you successfully made a Tianju talisman, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a Tianju pearl. The animal skin spread on the stone table suddenly turned into a bead, which made Xiao Han involuntarily stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately picked up the blood-colored bead on the table and took a look at the properties of the bead. Duo Tianzu, sacred weapon, sees the luck of heaven and earth. Make up for the deficiency of oneself, can store luck 0/10,000. Oh my god! The upper limit is 10,000 points? Seeing the introduction of Duo Tianzu, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, and then immediately said, "With such a bead, don't you need to make other duotian talismans? No, one duotianzu is not enough. Although both are plundering the power of luck is also different. If you put all of them in one bead, the attributes you want to plunder may be gone. Compared to the power of luck, attributes are more important." Speaking of this, Xiao Han raised his hand and wanted to continue drawing. But he felt dizzy in his head and had to put down the brush in his hand. After the dizziness subsided, he whispered, "One heaven-grabbing bead should be enough for now. If I kill a fierce beast and use the materials from the Holy Spirit to draw, I wonder what I will get in the end." With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and his face immediately showed an impatient look. Then he didn't even care about going offline to rest, and rushed out of the mine. After the purple flame thunder dragon was summoned, he flashed over directly, but did not continue to read the 10,000 Pills Classic but closed his eyes and began to rest. With the strength of level 7, in fact, sleeping is completely unnecessary. Just close your eyes and rest for an hour or two, and your energy will soon be restored to its peak state. Roar! At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon also roared again, and at the same time it quickly galloped away. But just after closing his eyes, Xiao Han muttered softly, "It's probably not easy to find a fierce beast if you rely on luck like this. Since you want to find a fierce beast-level boss, wouldn't it be better to be more ostentatious?" As he said this, Xiao Han's mind moved, and he immediately summoned the holy light unicorn and then flashed again, sitting on its back. The purple flame thunder dragon seemed to have guessed something at this time, and its body began to shrink rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a small snake with the thickness of a finger, and with a whoosh sound, it wrapped around Xiao Han's shoulder. Chirp! At this time, understanding Xiao Han's meaning, the holy light unicorn immediately let out a high-pitched hiss, and then it was like a white lightning rushing away at a high speed. The light attribute is extremely conspicuous in the abyss. Even the bloodgrass could not withstand the light attribute energy of the holy light unicorn, and was burned to death in pieces. Then a black stripe was left from where it ran. Roar! After a while, the roar of the monsters continued to come from the abyss, but no monster dared to come over. But even if they didn't come, Xiao Han didn't intend to let them go. With the unparalleled speed of the holy light unicorn, as long as the abyss monsters were discovered, they would basically be hunted down. But sometimes, because 2 or even 3 monsters appeared at the same time, they could not be killed all of them, and some of them finally escaped. And a creature with light attribute appeared in the abyss, and it also spread. Roar! I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a violent roar suddenly came from the distant depths of darkness. #C1459, the second layer of the abyss. 3. The purpose of summoning the holy light unicorn is to bring out a ferocious beast-level boss. At this time, although he had not seen the roaring monster yet, Xiao Han had a strong hunch that it was a beast-level boss. "Hey, are you finally here?" With 100 times critical strike, it has become very easy to kill the Emperor-level boss. So now he is very eager to kill the ferocious beast-level boss. And then what level of heaven-seizing talisman can be made from the Holy Spirit level materials on it? Chirp! At this time, without Xiao Han's instructions at all, the holy light unicorn neighed and ran straight in the direction of the sound. Xiao Han did not stop such a move. Clatter! 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 After a while, there was a rush of footsteps in the distance, and they were approaching him at an extremely fast speed. The distance between the two sides has also shortened from more than 50 kilometers to less than 10 kilometers. That guy's speed is quite fast. Xiao Han murmured something in a low voice, and then he held the 9-nether demon-destroying gun in his hand. But he said in a depressed tone, "Unfortunately, the level is still too low. If I could equip myself with the nether poison sword exploded by the 3-eyed toad, my damage would be doubled." thinking about the level 210 piece of equipment and the 5 million poison attribute damage on it, he was really depressed. Although there are 2 level 5 condensed stones in the backpack, once they are successfully embedded in the equipment, the 100-fold reward should be able to reduce the requirement for use to level 70. But now, there is no condition to inlay gems on the equipment. But even so, with his current strength, it should be enough to deal with beast-level beings for the time being. Roar. At this time, another roar came from the distance, and the speed of the holy light unicorn beneath him suddenly increased by 30% again. The distance of more than 10 kilometers took less than 3 minutes. Then a creature with a black dragon head, holding 2 crab-like claws, and a body shape more like a scorpion appeared in front of him. At the same time, there are 9 black shadows on its tail, swaying in the air, like tails. Scorpion. A scorpion with 9 tails? Looking at the barbs reflecting the cold light on the tail, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured softly, and then his eyes flashed and a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes again. 9-tailed dragon scorpion boardman, ferocious beast level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? A series of question marks appeared in the corner of his eyes.
Xiao Han
frowned slightly and whispered with a thoughtful look on his face. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Roar. Before he could remember where he had heard this name, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion roared angrily, and at the same time, the 8 legs under it began to wave rapidly like a phantom. His figure just flashed and he rushed in front of him. Fortunately, the reaction of the holy light unicorn was not slow either. When he saw the 2 big black turtles approaching, he hurriedly dodged to the left. Boom! At this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, accurately hitting the 9-tailed dragon scorpion, but the unique paralysis effect of thunder and lightning did not appear. This made Xiao Han's face freeze, and at the same time as the thoughts in his heart moved, the energy in his body instantly poured into the body of the holy light unicorn. Chirp. With a high-pitched neighing sound, the holy light unicorn, which had just escaped from the big claw, suddenly raised its 2 front hooves and then fell hard again. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded, and a white light wave immediately spread to all directions, and even the ground under the feet of the holy light unicorn collapsed 4 to 5 meters. War Trample, which was already at level 8, was used instantly. Although the thunderous strike just now will definitely trigger the paralysis effect, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion is stronger, so the resistance will of course be very high. The Emperor level Xian Liaolong couldn't control him after all. But at this time, the holy light unicorn also had beast level strength, so the War Trample it used instantly formed a stun mark on the head of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Hey! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a flash appeared, landing directly on the back of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion. At the same time, he slapped his palm down hard, and a white word, ceiling, was left on the purple-black hard shell on the back of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Immediately, the word Feng seemed to come alive immediately and moved towards the dragon head. Roar. But at this moment, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion let out an angry roar, and then its whole body emitted a purple-black light. The extremely rich demonic energy immediately began to spread to the surroundings. The moving white word Feng on his back suddenly stopped at this moment and was surrounded by demonic energy. But in the blink of an eye, the white word Feng was completely dyed black. When the evil spirit dissipated, the word Feng also disappeared without a trace. At this time, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion shook his body and said with disdain, I didn't expect that. I actually met a magic sealer. But although this sealing technique is good, it has no effect on me. If those old guys from ancient times took action, I would still be a little bit afraid. As for you, little guy, as he said this, the 9 purple-black tails of the 9-tailed dragon Scorpion immediately emitted a piercing whistle and stabbed directly at Xiao Han. This made Xiao Han's face change suddenly, and he had no time to think about why the sealing technique was useless. Seeing that all 9 black shadows had stabbed at him, he didn't even have time to use the flash, so he quickly used a golden body. Yang! 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 Amid a series of collisions, 9 white immunities immediately appeared above his head. Only a second passed in the blink of an eye, and the scorpion tail that was bounced back by the golden body stabbed again like an arrow. Whoosh! 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 Amid the piercing whistle, Xiao Han quickly used another death immunity. Immune. -235486546. -24568433312. But even though his reaction speed was extremely fast, there was still a gap of a few tenths of a second between him and the golden body, and he was instantly stabbed by a scorpion tail. If it weren't for the Siming metal and the sudden increase in the size of the purple flame thunder dragon which helped him block the attack of the 2 scorpion tails, he might have become a corpse at this time. Roar! At this time a roar also came. The purple flame dragon, which was only more than 10 seconds long, expanded to 100 meters despite the bloody life points constantly appearing on its head. Hiding under the purple flame thunder dragon, Xiao Han was no longer in danger of life, but the claws of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion clamped hard, instantly, reducing the life points of the purple flame thunder dragon by more than 3 billion. Even with the 9 scorpion tails that kept falling, bloody life points continued to appear one after another, and the damage per second exceeded 20 billion. Even though the purple flame thunder dragon's HP is as high as 1 trillion, can't hold on for long in this situation. C1460, the second layer of the abyss. 4. I wanted to seal the 9-tailed dragon scorpion and kill it as quickly as possible. But Xiao Han never thought that the sealing technique, which had always been successful, had been failing during this period. So now this embarrassing situation has been caused. Seeing that the purple flame thunder dragon was protecting itself at all costs, the blood bar on its head was falling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! And screams of pain continued to come out of its mouth. Even the place hit by the scorpion's tail began to emit bloody health points, which were poisonous damage. Fuck! After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han did not dare to delay any longer. He flashed and landed on the back of the holy light unicorn, and shouted loudly, "Heal, treat it quickly. Chi!" At this time, the holy light unicorn also screamed immediately, and then a milky white light ball instantly shot out from its horn on the top of its head, and fell on the body of the purple flame thunder dragon. +65438219754. Just one skill, the health points just lost were all made up. But the 9-tailed dragon scorpion still didn't give up. Its 2 big claws clamped the purple flame thunder dragon tightly, and the 9 scorpion tails kept falling. Puff, 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 and every time the scorpion tail fell, it would take away more than 2 billion health points. If the 9-tailed dragon scorpion continued to attack like this, the purple flame dragon would not even last a minute. Even now, because its body was clamped by the scorpion claws, it couldn't shrink even if it wanted to, so it was almost impossible to escape. Seeing the holy light unicorn shoot another milky white light ball, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "It's not that easy to kill my dragon. Since you don't plan to let it go, I'll kill you first today." Although the purple flame thunder dragon's health points are as high as trillions, Xiao Han would not dare to say this without the treatment of the holy light unicorn, because the 9-tailed dragon scorpion has 9 tails, plus 2 scorpion claws. It can make at least 8 effective attacks per second, which is too abnormal. Even the holy light unicorn can't bear it. But now, with a powerful healing beast, there should be no problem in a short time. What he needs to do is to kill the 9-tailed dragon scorpion before it kills the purple flame thunder dragon. Damn. Let's see who has higher damage. With this in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately shouted to the holy light. Unicorn, holy light blessing. Give me a holy light blessing quickly. Chirp. The moment the voice fell, the holy light unicorn immediately cried out, and, at the same time, a milky white light circle immediately fell on him. At this time, even without looking at the attribute panel, Xiao Han knew that his physical attack had directly increased tenfold to more than 150 million. However, compared with physical attack, he actually valued the light attribute. Attack given by the holy light blessing more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing whistling sound continued to ring, and the nine-tailed dragon, Scorpion, was still attacking recklessly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and then a blue spiritual weapon. Spear appeared in his palm, and his body was like a long bow, slightly pulling back. Swish! The next second, a blue lightning shot out instantly, and with a dang sound, it pierced through the nine-tailed dragon scorpion's shell. At the same time, a blood-colored number of up to 600 billion suddenly floated into the air. Roar! This terrifying and shocking damage instantly made the nine-tailed dragon scorpion roar, but it still did not give up the purple flame thunder dragon. That was caught. Humph! I want to see how tough you are. Xiao Han was not surprised that such damage was dealt in one blow. In addition to increasing all attributes by 100%, the Holy Light Blessing also grants 200 million light attribute damage. This skill is slightly weaker than Holy Light Sacrifice, but at least it does not require sacrificing 100 years of life, just a slightly longer cooldown time. With the light attribute attack blessed by Holy Light, his combat power is completely different. A full strength attack that has long been upgraded to level 9 can cause 10 times the damage to the target. As long as it can hit the target, the damage can instantly exceed 2 billion. At the same time, its own critical strike probability has long been increased to 300%, and even the critical strike effect has been increased to 320%. And 100 times critical strike is a double increase in critical strike probability and critical strike effect. So even if the nine-tailed dragon scorpion has a high critical strike resistance with a critical strike probability of up to 30,000%, it still instantly hits critical strike damage. Counting the critical strike effect of 32,000%, the damage is directly doubled by 320 times, causing 600 billion damage, which is not so strange, seeing that the nine-tailed dragon scorpion is still madly attacking the purple flame thunder dragon. Xiao Han raised his hand and took out another spiritual weapon spear. Swish! The next second, the spear shot out again, and then a dang sounded, and the red spiritual weapon spear pierced into the body of the nine-tailed dragon scorpion again. -6462853872210. The blood-red damage value of up to 13 digits appeared again, and the fierce eyes of the nine-tailed dragon scorpion immediately looked over. But at this time, Xiao Han would not care about such a threat. While a sneer flashed across his face, his right hand also grabbed in the air, and another black spear of the fairy weapon level appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, the black spear was fired again. While causing hundreds of billions of damage, another purple spear was taken. Whoosh! 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 Seeing that the nine-tailed dragon scorpion was still tightly entangled with the purple flame thunder dragon, Xiao Han's movements were not polite at all. Almost at the speed of 1 shot per second, the spear was continuously fired at the nine-tailed dragon scorpion that could not dodge. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the nine-tailed dragon scorpion had lost more than 50 or 60 trillion health points, and the blood bar on its head was also reduced by half. As for the purple flame thunder dragon that had been beaten by it, it was still alive and well because of the treatment of the holy light unicorn. At this time, the nine-tailed dragon scorpion finally realized that this could not be done. Roar! He let out an angry roar, and then immediately rushed towards the holy light unicorn and even spit out a mouthful of purple-black dragon breath from his mouth. But before it got close, the holy light unicorn quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! At this time, another spear was shot out, but it failed to hit the target, causing Xiao Han to frown slightly. Swish! 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 After no longer insisting on killing the purple flame thunder dragon, the nine-tailed dragon scorpion had regained its freedom, and it was no longer so easy to continue shooting it. But Xiao Han started a frenzy attack and shot out 3 spears in an instant. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded, and the nine-tailed scorpion tail behind the nine-tailed dragon scorpion suddenly stood up high. C1461, the second layer of the abyss. 5. Not good. Seeing the scorpion tail standing high, Xiao Han immediately had a bad feeling. In his heart, and without any hesitation, he put the nightmare necklace around his neck. Whoosh! 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 The 9 scorpion tails trembled slightly, and 9 purple-black scorpion tail needles shot out in a whistling manner. Even though the holy light unicorn dodged aside immediately, the 9 scorpion tail needles almost sealed all the space, so 2 of them still hit his body. Immunity! Immunity! Seeing 2 white Chinese characters appear, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand and fired 3 spears. The same is true and false, blocking the movement of the nine-tailed dragon and scorpion, and the sound of dang also sounded, and another damage value of more than 600 billion appeared. Roar! At this time, the nine-tailed dragon scorpion let out an angry roar again, and its 8 legs waved like phantoms. But even though its speed is very fast, it is still slightly inferior to the holy light unicorn, which is good at speed. Even if the speed is increased to the extreme, it is still impossible to catch. Call out! Call out! Call out! Riding on the back of the holy light unicorn, Xiao Han continued to shoot with the spear in his hand. Even though most of the spears will be dodged, there will still be 1 or 2 that hit the target from time to time. However, each attack requires more than 3 spears. In just 3 to 5 minutes, most of the spears stored in the space ring was shot out, which made Xiao Han's face suddenly darken. Roar! At this time, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion roared again, and then the 9 scorpion tails stood up high again. And the next second, 9 more scorpion tails shot towards him. Even though the holy light unicorn is very fast, there is no way to dodge all the large-scale covering attacks. What kind of skill is this? Does it cool down so quickly? Seeing that this skill was used again in just a few minutes, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured softly. He is still wearing the nightmare necklace, so he is not afraid of such attacks. But in another 5 minutes, this sacred necklace will no longer be worn. But at that time, the 9 scorpion tails attacked simultaneously, and with his current HP of less than 2 billion, he couldn't even withstand it once. What to do? Seeing the 9 scorpion tails flying towards this side, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured softly, but the movement in his hand did not stop, and another spear was taken out. Roar! And in the midst of this sharp roar, the purple flame thunder dragon wrapped around his arm suddenly expanded in size. Not only did it interrupt the spear that Xiao Han was about to shoot, but it also entangled it. Puff! 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 The next second, 3 spears shot at the purple flame thunder dragon. But Xiao Han did not suffer any damage. Roar! Xiao Han didn't even have time to be happy. The 9-tailed dragon scorpion 100 meters away was instantly irritated. When Ong Tian roared, the tails of the 9-tailed scorpion behind him also got entangled. At the same time, a pair of bat-like dragon wings appeared on its back. When this scene appeared in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Damn it! Are you going to use a big move? Whoosh! 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 As his voice fell, the 9 entwined scorpion tails suddenly exploded, and then an overwhelming amount of scorpion tail needles shot out. The total number of scorpion tail needles was no less than 1,000. Chirp! At this moment, the holy light unicorn immediately flapped its wings fiercely, and the purple light on the horn above its head flashed. At the critical moment, A milky white shield with a purple halo appeared in front of it. Snap! 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 Countless scorpion tail needles shot on it, making one or two series of sounds. After only holding on for a second, the shield shattered. Fortunately, although the shield was broken, it still blocked 90% of the scorpion tail needles. Although the remaining dozens of scorpion tail needles were shot at the purple flame thunder dragon, they failed to kill it. Instantly, just the blood bar on his head was reduced to an almost invisible trace of blood skin in an instant. Xiao Han, who was protected in the middle, did not suffer any harm. Chirp! At this time, the holy light unicorn neighed again, and then a milky white ball of light fell, instantly restoring more than half of its health bar, which was left with only blood skin. Even the holy light unicorn himself had replenished most of his lost health points. Hey! This made Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle excitedly. And then the energy in his body instantly poured into the body of the holy light unicorn. At this moment, the holy light unicorn's front hooves were raised high. Boom! The next moment, a circle of milky white light waves spread rapidly in all directions. The body of the nine-tailed dragon scorpion that was affected by the light wave couldn't help but stiffen again, and the spear in Xiao Han's hand also shot out one after another. Call out! Call out! Call out! Under full force shooting, 6 spears were shot out in just 2 seconds, and 6 damage values exceeding 600 billion appeared on the head of the nine-tailed dragon scorpion. At this time, the health bar on the head of the nine-tailed dragon and scorpion was not even 1/3. Seeing that it couldn't even kill an emperor-level guy, a look of shame and anger flashed in its eyes. Even now, the guy whose attack was so perverted was completely protected. It is completely impossible to kill him now. Damn, we have to call Redwin over as well. Bodman muttered to himself. Only if we work together can we have a chance to kill that dragon. And once we kill that dragon, that damn human won't be a problem anymore. As he spoke, he looked at the figure on the back of the holy light unicorn, with a fierce look on his face, then flapped his wings behind him fiercely, and turned around and ran without any hesitation. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but complain, "Fuck this beast boss is too cowardly." Seeing the figure flying farther and farther away, Xiao Han, even though he was very unhappy, still let the holy light unicorn chase it at the fastest speed. At the same time, the spear in his hand kept shooting at the nine-tailed dragon scorpion, but the hit rate was less than 10%. But even so, Xiao Han still didn't want to let that guy go. As long as the war trample was cooled down, he would immediately rush out and then throw his hand and shoot a few more spears. Whoosh! 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 As time passed, the health bar on the nine-tailed dragon scorpion continued to drop even though it was running at full speed. 30%, 20%, 10%. Seeing its health decreasing, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a look of expectation in his eyes. Roar! At this time, the nine-tailed dragon scorpion suddenly stopped, then looked back provocatively, and then flapped its wings fiercely, and disappeared underground in an instant. Even the sound of its flapping wings could no longer be heard at this time. This made Xiao Han stunned, and the holy light unicorn had already run to the place where the nine-tailed dragon scorpion disappeared. In front of him, a dark passage leading to the depths of the underground appeared without any warning. #C1462 101 times the reward. Seeing such a dark hole appear in front of him, Xiao Han's face flashed a hint of hesitation. Abyss passage. This should lead to the second layer of the abyss. At this time, the holy light unicorn whispered, and then immediately said, "What should we do now? Should we continue to chase? We have no idea what the second layer of the abyss is like. I think we can go down and take a look." Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and then he said in a deep voice, "If this abyss passage is very long, we can kill the nine-tailed dragon scorpion in the passage. If it only takes a few minutes to reach the second layer of the abyss through This abyss passage, we may have to let this guy go. And more importantly, I think the spiritual source of the second layer of the abyss should be more than the spiritual source of the first layer of the abyss, and there is also the one called Don't You Also Need the Things of the Dust of Time? That. The holy light unicorn shook his head and said indifferently, I want that thing to seal the abyss passage. But the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness have already fled back. Doesn't really matter whether the passage is sealed or not. However, rashly entering the second layer of the abyss, although the risk is a little greater, the gains should be considerable. Even the Emperor level abyss demons should be able to find a lot. Since you want to go down, let's go down and try. As he said, the wings of the holy light unicorn suddenly flapped, and he plunged into the abyss passage. At the same time, purple stars flashed on his wings, and then the flying speed became faster and faster. In just a few minutes, he caught up with the dragon scorpion with 9 tails. Woo! 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 Because the speed was too fast, the whistling sound of the wind kept ringing in his ears, but Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a long spear appeared in his hand. Swish! The next second, the spear in his hand flashed again, and flew over like lightning. At this time, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion had already sensed something and hurriedly dodged to avoid it, but the diameter of the abyss passage was only about 10 meters and it had no room to dodge. With a crisp sound of dang, more than 4 billion health points immediately appeared on its head. At this time, an hour had already passed. It was extremely difficult to kill the 9-tailed dragon scorpion when it was running away at full speed, and the state blessed by the holy light blessing could only last for 1 hour. Otherwise this beast-level boss would have been killed long ago. But fortunately, its speed was not as fast as the holy light unicorn, and it was constantly consumed by the spear, and its health points were not much at this time. Now, after escaping into the abyss passage, it couldn't even dodge the spear. Xiao Han certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Whoosh! 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 The spear in his hand kept shooting out, and blood-colored damage values kept coming out of the head of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Even though the health bar dropped slowly, the 9-tailed dragon scorpion lost more than 4 billion health points per second, and the health recovery speed of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion could not keep up. 3%, 2%, 1%. As time passed slowly, even though the 9-tailed dragon scorpion kept roaring angrily, trying to speed up and fly out of the abyss channel. But its speed was still a little slower than that of the holy light unicorn. Now it was impossible to fight and escape. Swish! 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 As the spear kept shooting out, a long-awaited system prompt finally rang in my ears again. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, ferocious beast, and gained 65 million experience points, triggering a 101-fold reward, and you gained 6.565 billion experience points. Ding! Your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, ferocious beast, and gained 7,630 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 767,600 gold coins. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, ferocious beast, and gained the artifact equipment dragon scorpion armor, triggering a 101-fold reward. You gained the artifact equipment dragon scorpion armor and gained the artifact equipment 9 dragon heart armor. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, ferocious beast, and gained the artifact equipment dragon scorpion blade, triggering a 99-fold reward, and you gained 25 pieces of holy equipment netherworld dragon scorpion blade. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, ferocious beast, obtained the embodiment of the talisman medicine artifact, triggered a 99 times reward, and you obtained the embodiment of the talisman medicine holy weapon. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Ferocious beast. Obtained. The embodiment of the talisman, instrument, artifact, triggered a 99 times reward, and you obtained the embodiment of the talisman. Instrument, holy weapon. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Ferocious beast. Obtained. The skill phantom splitting body method, earth level, triggered a 99 times reward, and you obtained 25 books of flowing light phantom body. Method, heaven level. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Ferocious beast. Obtained. The cultivation skill earth evil demon suppression skill, earth level, triggered a 99 times reward, and you obtained 25 books of heaven evil demon suppression skill, heaven level. Ding! You killed a 9-tailed dragon scorpion. Ferocious beast. Obtained. In a series of system prompts, Xiao Han's face suddenly showed a touch of ecstasy. At this time, he had no intention of paying attention to what was bursting out, but whispered with disbelief in his eyes. 101 times the reward. It's actually 101 times the reward. I shouldn't have heard it wrong, but how could it be 101 times the reward? The 100 times reward broke through the 100 times limit. Xiao Han was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he quickly opened the system prompt and took a look, and then said with shock on his face, "Fuck! It's really 101 times." After absorbing 100 times the physical strength and 100 times the critical strike, is 100 times no longer the upper limit. It can't be a 200 times, or even a 300 times reward. No, 100 times the physical strength only absorbed 40 points. This 100 times reward should probably be able to increase to 240 times. With such a guess in his mind, Xiao Han even wanted to shout out in excitement. He didn't expect that, after using the heaven-stealing talisman, it would actually have such an effect. Originally, according to the plan, at most he would plunder another 100 times the strength and 100 times the agility. As for the 100 times intelligence and energy from the Western Alliance, they are not very useful to him anyway, so he doesn't plan to plunder them. But now this idea has to change. If plundering one can really increase the upper limit by 100 times, then, except for Zhan Tian, the luck power of others must not be spared. And now there is the heaven-stealing pearl, which is completely different from the heaven-stealing talisman, and even Zhan Tian's 100 times damage can be plundered. If there are 10,000 points of luck power in the heaven-stealing pearl, he must not be able to absorb it alone. At worst, at that time, plunder the 100 damage first and then let Zhan Tian absorb back 100 or 200 points, and even the 100 times intelligence, 100 times physical strength, and 100 times strength can be shared with Zhan Tian. At that time, it will not be just him who is awesome. Hey! With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han couldn't help laughing, and immediately wanted to try it out impatiently. However, this idea is definitely impossible to implement in the abyss, so we can only look at the corpse of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion and the equipment it exploded. #C1463 Flowing Light and Phantom Body Skills. Although the equipment was falling quickly, it was far slower than the speed of the Holy Light Unicorn. So in just 2 or 3 minutes, the equipment, skills, and manifestation symbols were all put into the backpack. At this time, Xiao Han looked at the purple-black armor in his hand, but frowned and whispered, "Heavenly artifact, how can this thing be a heavenly artifact? It can only be used at level 230, which is indeed a bit difficult. But as long as I dig up a level 6 condensing light stone, and then after 100 times the reward, I can still use this equipment. Could it be that, after equipping it, it will give people godlike power?" As he said this, Xiao Han immediately opened the game forum, clicked into his own folder, and quickly flipped through the ancient books that were translated by Kyoto and sent back again. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that he whispered, "Yes, those 2 helmets are indeed divine artifacts. But if they are really divine artifacts, what about this 9-dragon heart? Armor in my hand. Does it have to be materialized in reality, and then wear this equipment so that I can have godlike power? After carefully looking at the armor in his hand, Xiao Han didn't think that this armor could have the power of the black and white helmets. But the translated ancient books did say that the 2 helmets were divine artifacts. This made Xiao Han a little confused, and he couldn't help but whispered, could it be that the experts in Kyoto translated it wrong? Or some of the information recorded in that ancient book was wrong? Unable to figure out why this was the case, Xiao Han instinctively felt that this 9-dragon heart armor and the 2 black and white helmets should not be of the same level. And more importantly, the appearance of this divine artifact was too simple. Although in order to upgrade the artifact to a heavenly artifact, his luck power has been reduced by at least 3 points. But this price is not too high. If its function is similar to that of the black and white helmet, it would have directly sucked him dry just now, and it would not have consumed only a few points of luck power. Strange, is the information recorded in the ancient books really not accurate? Xiao Han muttered softly, and became more curious about the 2 helmets. But he was still confused about what they were. I thought that after translating the contents of the ancient book, I had a general understanding of the 2 helmets. But now, I am even more confused. Putting the 9-dragon heart mirror into the space ring with his backhand, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What the hell? What is this? The information recorded in the ancient books can be false. As he said this, his eyes looking at the space ring became tangled. Originally thought that after killing the beast, I could get the materials of the Holy Spirit level. But when a divine weapon exploded, the power of luck was reduced by 3 points. How much power of luck would be lost by taking away the inner elixir, fur, and blood essence of the 9-tailed dragon scorpion? And more importantly, once the materials of the Holy Spirit level are used, the heavenly God-level heaven-grabbing beads will definitely be obtained. After all this trouble, how much will the power of luck be reduced in the end? Forget it. Let's continue to use the materials of the fierce beast level. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but sighed. It seems that getting a set of equipment above the heavenly God level is not an easy thing. This power of luck can't be consumed for the time being. Let's take advantage of this time to see if the new 100-fold reward can be increased to 240 times. Fortunately, equipment below the heavenly artifact does not consume the power of luck. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Saying this, Xiao Han completely put it behind his mind for things he couldn't figure out and took out a skill book with his backhand. Sha, sha, sha. The cover of the skill book was gently opened, and he carefully looked at the text and pictures inside. After a while, the skill book disappeared in his hand. Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look at the introduction of the flowing light phantom body skill. Then a flash of excitement flashed across his face, and then he couldn't help whispering, the body skill that increases the movement speed can actually summon a phantom clone. He was quite satisfied with this skill. The first level of flowing light phantom can increase the movement speed by 300%. Although the increase is not too high, it is only the first level. The more important thing is that this skill can summon a phantom clone with 30% of the original body's attributes. And this clone will always exist as long as it is no more than 100 meters away from the original body without time limit. This made Xiao Han's eyes move, and the skill he had just learned was immediately used. At the same time, a phantom clone immediately appeared beside him. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you use the skill flowing light phantom body technique. Gain 1 skill. Proficiency point, trigger the 99-fold reward, and gain 99 skill proficiency points. The power of luck was consumed a few points, and it failed to get a 100-fold increase, so it failed to gain 100 points of proficiency. And this skill, in order to upgrade to level 2, requires a full 1000 points of proficiency. Although Xiao Han was a little depressed about this, he didn't say much, even if he is eager to know how the level 2 flowing light phantom body technique will be improved. He can only wait patiently. Fortunately, the cooldown time of this skill is not long, only 10 minutes. Woo! 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 The howling of the wind was still ringing in my ears, and the holy light unicorn was still galloping towards the second level of the abyss at full speed. Whenever the skill has just cooled down, Xiao Han will immediately use the flowing phantom movement technique. Bite! As the system prompt sounded again and again, the end of the abyss passage slowly appeared in front of you. This place is a little different from the first floor. Although there are patches of grass growing on the first layer of the ground, this is not the red bloodgrass, but a grass that emits green fluorescence. Even above the leaves, there seems to be a faint smoke lingering, making this second layer a little hazy. What's this? Xiao Han whispered something in his mouth, then took out a mining pick and dug on the ground, and a green grass was dug out immediately. At the same time, a voice rang in my ears. Ding, you got a green fly weed, triggering a 99 times reward, and you got 25 poisonous plague weeds. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed, and he said with a serious face, "It turns out to be poisonous weeds, and they are everywhere. Isn't this hazy green smoke poisonous?" As the words fell, he immediately took a look at his attribute panel and felt a little relieved when he saw that there was no loss of health. However, with his current strength, he is completely immune to this level of poison. At this time, the cooling time of the flowing light phantom movement technique has expired. Xiao Han put the poisonous grass into the space ring with his backhand and immediately used the skill again. The system prompt sounded again immediately. Ding! You use the skill. Streaming phantom body technique to gain 1 skill proficiency point, trigger the 99 times reward, and gain 99 skill proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao. Your proficiency in the streaming phantom movement has been reached and has been upgraded to LV2. Wish you a happy game. As the system prompt for skill level improvement sounded, Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of joy, and he immediately opened the attribute panel and looked at the introduction of the flowing light phantom movement. Flowing light phantom skill, LV2, 89/3000. When using the skill, the movement speed is increased by 500%. At the same time, 2 phantom clones with a strength of 30% of the main body can be summoned. The clones can exist forever if they are no more than 300 meters away from the main body. When killed, the clone disappears. At the same time, the main body and the clone can be freely converted, consuming 1 million energy points, consuming 100,000 energy points per second, and cooling down for 10 minutes. Hashtag C1464, Ancient Teleportation Array, 1. The 2-level flowing light phantom body skill can actually summon 2 clones. Looking at the skill introduction, Xiao Han said something quite unexpected, and then immediately said, "Could it be possible to summon 9 clones when the skill is upgraded to level 9? This situation was something he had not expected. I thought that after the skill was upgraded to level 2, the strength of the clone would also increase accordingly, at least more than 30%. After reaching level 9, even if it cannot have 100% of the strength of the original body, it should still have 70% or 80%. Unexpectedly, the strength of the clone did not increase, but the number of summons increased by 1. Hey! But this seems to be pretty good." After whispering with a little excitement, Xiao Han squinted his eyes and continued, "Even if it is only 30% of the strength, it is actually not weak. More importantly, this skill can also switch positions with the clone. Once 9 clones are summoned at the same time, it is equivalent to the effect of 9 siming, and the cooling time is only 10 minutes, which is too awesome. It seems that there are still many benefits to killing the beast boss." Roar! As he was thinking this, he heard roars from afar. Xiao Han's ears moved. slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but whispered, "This second floor is much more lively than the first floor," because there was a holy light unicorn next to him that looked like a light bulb. There were at least 100 roars within a radius of 50 kilometers. Compared to the uninhabited area of the first floor, the density of demons in the second floor was much greater. At this moment, Xiao Han really wanted to thank the nine-tailed dragon, Scorpion. If it hadn't led the way, how could he have found the entrance to the second floor of the abyss? However, although there were many abyss monsters nearby, he couldn't kill them. Now, at least before the teleportation array was set up. In fact, if the nine-tailed dragon Scorpion really escaped into the second floor, even if the guy's health was only 1%, he would not continue to chase him. After all, if he didn't leave the teleportation array here, he would get lost in the abyss just like he did on the first floor. Since there are quite a few abyss demons on the second floor, there is no need to rush to hunt them. Looking around, Xiao Han immediately said to the holy light unicorn on his body, "This is the second floor of the abyss, and there are quite a lot of abyss demons. Although I am not afraid of them, your attributes are too ostentatious, so you should stay in my pet space for a while." Yes. The holy light unicorn did not refuse, and nodded in response. "If you need it, you can continue to call me. Of course, your holy light blessing is very useful," Xiao Han said with a smile, and while throwing a bottle of elixir, his thoughts also moved, and the holy light unicorn disappeared in front of him. Instantly. Roar. At this time, there were still roars in the distance, and even a few footsteps were slowly approaching this side. When the holy light unicorn was still there, they did not have this courage. But when the momentum of the holy light unicorn disappeared, the natives in the abyss were no longer so afraid. Xiao Han was not surprised by this. After all, not all the abyss demons were brainless idiots. However, he still had some guesses about the explosive growth of the number of abyss demons just after entering the second floor. Could it be that all the demons on the first floor were driven to the second floor? Thinking of the sword marks on the ground on the first floor, Xiao Han frowned and whispered, and then immediately said, "Forget it, I guess there is no answer to how the sword marks came about. Now, let's hurry up and build the teleportation array. Only by leaving a way out can we kill all the abyss demons nearby and get more and better equipment and manifestation talismans." As he said this, Xiao Han's figure gradually became illusory, and then he observed the surrounding situation and quickly walked to the 6 stone pillars, not far away. Then he just raised his legs slightly and jumped onto one of the stone pillars. The second floor of the abyss is the same as the first floor of the abyss, with small grass emitting faint light growing on the ground. Even if he was invisible, his feet on the green flygrass would still block the faint light emitted by the grass. Only the 6 stone pillars had no green flygrass attached to them, so only by standing on the 6 stone pillars could he completely hide his body. Da, da, da. The footsteps in the distance were still rushing towards this side. Since he wanted to leave the teleportation array as a retreat, he had to hide it completely, so he was not in a hurry to build the teleportation array now. Thinking that it might take a few minutes for the abyss demons to come over, he couldn't help but look at the stone pillars under his feet. When he first came here, because the light was relatively dim, Xiao Han didn't pay special attention to these stone pillars. However, after such a rough look, he found that the 6 stone pillars were full of complex lines, and the distance between the stone pillars seemed to be exactly the same. In addition to the complex lines, they also formed a circle. These lines seem familiar. Seeing that there was a stone plate without green flygrass growing in the middle of the 6 stone pillars, Xiao Han murmured softly and slowly flew towards the stone plate, and on this stone plate with a diameter of more than 2 meters, there were also extremely complex lines. There was even a black sky-breaking stone in the center of the stone plate. "Oh my God! Could this be a teleportation array?" Xiao Han whispered, his eyes full of surprise, and he reached out to take the sky-breaking stone. But in the end, he shook his head and whispered, "This sky-breaking stone is of a high level, but it's better not to move it for the time being. If the teleportation array I left behind is discovered, I can also teleport to this teleportation array at that time. It's just that the teleportation array I built is not the same system as this teleportation array. I don't know if the two teleportation arrays can teleport to each other after the coordinates here are engraved." Xiao Han was actually very unsure about this, so he could only lie on the stone plate and carefully study the principle of this teleportation array. Da. As time passed, the heavy footsteps came closer and closer. In just a few minutes, a purple-black centipede, a headless bone knight, and a worm-like earth dragon appeared nearby. After searching carefully for a while near the abyss passage, nothing was found, so they could only leave reluctantly. Xiao Han seemed to have no idea of their arrival. He was still lying on the stone plate, carefully studying the teleportation array in the abyss. He didn't know how long it had passed, and a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. "Ding, you have comprehended the incomplete ancient teleportation array, triggering a 100-fold reward. #C 1465 Ancient Teleportation Array 2. Ancient Teleportation Array?" Listening to the system prompt sounding in his ears, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In fact, he didn't understand the marks on the stone plate in the past few hours. It just feels that the construction method of the teleportation array he mastered should be a simplified version compared to the teleportation array under his feet, and logically speaking, without a complete blueprint, he should not be able to comprehend the construction method of this teleportation array. But because of the 100-fold reward, he actually succeeded in comprehending it, which he had never expected. Somewhat excitedly opening the attribute panel, Xiao Han immediately looked at the introduction of the ancient teleportation array. Level 7? Muttering something in his mouth, Xiao Han said something in a low voice with some surprise and then immediately said, "This level 7 ancient teleportation array, the maximum teleportation distance is actually 60,000 kilometers. Oh my god! I must be right. The level 7 teleportation array in Yunxiao City, I remember the maximum teleportation distance seems to be only 20,000 kilometers. The teleportation distance of the ancient teleportation array is actually 3 times that of the ordinary teleportation array, which made Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim, and immediately looked at the introduction of the teleportation array. But after a few minutes, he finally understood the reason. Although the teleportation array in the ancient times would have a longer teleportation distance, it also has a limit, and it will not exceed 30,000 kilometers at most. And the most important thing to double the teleportation distance is the 6 stone pillars. To be precise, it is something called a cracking column. Its biggest function is to assist the cracking stone to open up space. The higher the grade of the cracking column, the greater the assistance to the cracking stone. If there are 6 level 7 sky-splitting pillars, even if they are only used to assist the level 1 teleportation array, the teleportation distance of 200 kilometers can be directly increased to 2,000 kilometers. And assisting the level 7 teleportation array, although not as exaggerated as 10 times, can also increase from 20,000 kilometers to 60,000. Sky-splitting pillar. This is really a treasure. Looking at the 6 stone pillars around him, Xiao Han originally did not intend to touch them, but now he could not help it. With a detailed map, it is not difficult to build an ancient teleportation array. It's just that the materials used to build the ancient teleportation array are still somewhat different from the materials used to build the current teleportation array, and he only has a few of them now. So this teleportation array will definitely not be built for the time being. But he has several sets of ordinary level 5 teleportation array materials, plus the 100-fold reward increase. Then it can become a level 7 teleportation array. And the sky-splitting pillar is actually not a must-have for the teleportation array. To be precise, these are two different things. If the teleportation array is likened to a person, then the sky-splitting pillar is a knife held in the hand of a person. Even if someone else holds the knife, its auxiliary ability may be reduced, but it will not be reduced too much. If an ordinary level 7 teleportation array can be equipped with a set of sky-breaking pillars, once he returns to the first floor he can probably teleport directly to Yanhua. So there is no reason to miss such things. After listening carefully to the movements around him, he felt that there were no abyss monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately took out the pickaxe and dug carefully. Ding, you get a sky-breaking stone pillar. After a while, a system prompt sounded in his ears, but this sky-breaking stone pillar was originally a man-made thing, so the 100-fold reward did not take effect. Xiao Han had expected it, so he put it into the space ring and continued to dig, because he was worried that the dragon soul Midas touch would touch the stone pillar and scratch the complex carvings on it. The digging time was inevitably longer. Fortunately, there were no abyss demons nearby, so everything went relatively smoothly. After all 6 stone pillars were put into the backpack, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and then took down the sky-splitting stone on the ancient teleportation array. Then he moved in space and teleported directly to the place he had set his eyes on before. After taking down the grass with green flygrass, he continued to dig deep underground. After digging only 20 to 30 meters, a third-level teleportation array was left. After covering the grass again, 5 more third-level teleportation arrays were left in the same way, and a 5th-level teleportation array was left 100 meters underground. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, and then whispered, "Since we have left a way out, we can kill now." With just a slight movement of his ears, Xiao Han could hear several beast roars coming from a distance. However, at this time he was not in a hurry to take action, but took out a piece of scale with colorful light. After all, compared to the equipment that he could not use, he still valued the spiritual source more, especially the level 6 spiritual source. Once it is upgraded by 100 times the reward, it can become the level 8 spiritual source, and he can also become a level 8 beast with such a spiritual source. Seeing that there was a light spot flashing on the colorful holy dragon scales, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he looked in the direction indicated by the light spot and couldn't help but whispered, "There seems to be a powerful demon beast over there." It seems that the spiritual veins in the abyss are also occupied by the powerful abyss demons. But even an emperor-level demon can only last for about 10 minutes in my hands, and the stronger the demon, the higher the quality of the spiritual vein it occupies. Thinking so in his heart, even though he heard that there was more than one demon over there, Xiao Han still rushed over quickly. Roar! As the roars of beasts continued to come, it only took a few minutes for Xiao Han to see a group of triceratops eating green flygrass, and a gleam of light immediately flashed in his eyes, looking at the strongest Triceratops King. Crypt Triceratops King? Emperor level? Health? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Amid a series of question marks, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then a pair of blood-colored wings behind him suddenly opened. Whoosh! 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 The next second, thousands of blood-colored raindrops immediately shot over. There were about 200 triceratops lying on the ground eating grass, and Xiao Han didn't want to kill them one by one. He used the group attack skill directly, and those triceratops with only emperor strength could be killed in a few seconds. Roar! As the blood rain began to ravage within a radius of 10,000 meters, no triceratops could be spared, and blood-colored damage values immediately appeared. And the strongest Triceratops King also roared at this time. Heh! Xiao Han sneered, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and the spear in his hand flew over like lightning in an instant. Puff! The next second, a blood-colored damage value of more than 4 billion appeared, and the blood bar of the Triceratops King, which was only at the Emperor level, instantly lost a section, and the other Triceratops have begun to die in large numbers. As the system prompts continued to sound, in just a dozen seconds there was no living creature within a radius of 10,000 meters, including the Triceratops King. Xiao Han roughly packed up the equipment, skills, and manifestation talismans on the ground and flew directly to the mountain where the spiritual source was. #C1466 Japanese flavored Chinese. 1. Ding, you have successfully built a level 3 teleportation array triggering a 130-fold reward, and you have successfully built a level 5 teleportation array. Half a month passed in a flash, and the 100-fold reward has been increased to 130 times. However, even with the increase of the 100-fold reward, there is no additional gain from the extra 30-fold reward, but the maximum teleportation distance of the teleportation array has increased by 30%. Looking at the newly built level 5 teleportation array under his feet, Xiao Han took another look at the level 3 dark attribute spiritual source not far ahead, turned around and walked out along the mine. In the past half-month, he has discovered a total of 28 spiritual sources, and he can find 2 spiritual veins almost every day. However, among these 28 spiritual sources, 15 were transferred from other places. Even with a 100-fold reward, there is no way to improve the grade of this kind of spiritual source. So this kind of spiritual source has been collected by Xiao Han in the space ring, and the remaining 13 native dark attribute spiritual sources, one of which has even reached the 6th level. However, in order to maximize the benefits, Xiao Han has not touched that spiritual source for the time being. There was only a level 5 teleportation array left beside the spiritual source. When the 100-fold reward is increased to 240 times, he will start to pick the level 6 spiritual source. But this time may be a little long. Thinking that it will take 2 months for the 100-fold reward to recover to 240 times, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This recovery speed is really damn slow. It can only recover 1 point in 4 hours, and evenly distributed to rewards, physical strength, and critical strikes. It can only recover 2 points a day. If I meet another chosen child in this abyss, it would be great. Now I have 390 points of luck power. If I calculate it, based on 40 points, I will eventually get 280 points, which is about 2,700 points. With so much luck power, rewards, physical strength, and critical strikes can be fully restored in an instant. Although he said this, Xiao Han actually knew clearly in his heart that this was completely impossible. After all, even Zhan Tian, who has 100 times the damage, doesn't dare to go wild in the abyss now, let alone Turgenev of Ross and Klaus, who is even weaker in the Western Alliance. I can only wait slowly. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han walked out of the mine while filling the mine he had just dug. Anyway, a teleportation array has been reserved, so it won't be difficult to go in later. If the cave entrance is left open here without any care, the spiritual source in this spiritual vein may have been transferred to other places when you come next time. Although there is only a 3rd-level spiritual source inside, after the 100-fold reward, you can get a 5th-level spiritual source. If you come again in 2 months, you can get 2 5th-level spiritual sources and several 4th-level spiritual sources. This may not be a big deal for him, but since it has taken several hours to dig through almost half of the mountain, of course you have to protect the results of these few hours. Bang! 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 As the space ring soil and gravel were thrown out, the mine was filled up more than 10 times faster than when they came. After covering the grass, Xiao Han's ears moved immediately. There were still some abyss monsters dozens of kilometers away, but their strength was not too strong, and Xiao Han was too lazy to kill them. He gently patted the purple flame thunder dragon wrapped around his shoulder, and after its body expanded to about 5 meters, he turned over and flew on his back. Roar! With a roar, Xiao Han didn't care about the direction the purple flame dragon flew to and took out the Wandandian and read it. During this period, the Wandandian was constantly read, and its thickness was less than a finger. The more the pill recipes were, the more abnormal the materials needed. He even felt that the pills recorded on them were impossible to refine. For example, now, the pill recipe recorded a kind of god-level pill. This elixir is called Hongmeng Wanshou pill. Just take one pill and you will be immortal and live as long as the heaven and earth. But the materials needed to refine this elixir are things he has never heard of. There are Hunyuan Qinglian, Netherworld blood, 9-leaf bianhua, Wanshou, Wujiang fruit and other medicinal materials that seem to not exist at all. In addition to Hongmeng Wanshou pill, there is also Zhizhuan Huanhuan pill that can revive the dead, and Juqiao Jindan that can allow the Holy Spirit to break through the realm. But these elixirs can only be thought of. Fortunately, the recipes in the Wandandian are not all useless. At least, there is a elixir called Zishuan Jianji pill that can eliminate the hidden dangers brought about by the rapid improvement of strength. Although the medicinal materials needed to refine this elixir are rare, they are not completely out of reach like Wanshou Wujiang fruit. At least now he has collected 2. The remaining Tianyuan fruit, 5 elements wood, purple mistgrass and 3-color nether lotus, can only be found after going out. Woo! 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 The whistling sound of the wind continued to ring in my ears, and 2 hours passed in a flash and the Wandandian, which was less than the thickness of a finger, finally disappeared completely. I finally finished reading it. It has been a long time since I got the Wandandian, and it was only now that I finally finished reading it completely. Xiao Han couldn't help but say this, with a face full of emotion. However, he immediately opened the forum and looked at the ancient books, translated from Kyoto. Although the translated content may not be so accurate, and there may be some wrong information in it, it is still necessary to understand it. Hey, how is this possible? Looking at the content recorded on the picture, Xiao Han couldn't help but frown and said, how could Su Chongfeng have such an idea? Those abyss demon lords were released by the holy beasts on their own initiative. This is completely nonsense. While saying this, Xiao Han suddenly paused, thinking of the Lord of Nothingness at the beginning, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. In theory, the Lord of Nothingness is only the master of the 3rd layer of the abyss. Although his strength is not the weakest among the 9 demon lords, it is definitely ranked in the last 3. After being sealed for nearly 10,000 years, he is extremely weak. In this state, how could the Lord of Nothingness break free from the hands of Qinglong in his prime? Fuck you. After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han said in disbelief, could it be that the Abyss Demon Lords were really released by the holy beasts? Although he thought this was impossible, for some reason he felt that Su Chongfeng was not talking nonsense. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Xiao Han couldn't help but said, in a deep voice, after returning this time I have to go to Qianxi Island to take a look. The spiritual source over there has been upgraded by 2 levels. If the demon Lord still breaks through the seal, I think the news Su Chongfeng said may be true. As he said this, Xiao Han's face immediately became solemn. After hesitating for a moment, he gently patted the purple flame thunder dragon under him and said in a deep voice, we should go back, this abyss. But before he finished speaking, he heard a slightly awkward Chinese voice, with a Japanese accent from a distance. Lord Sirius's, Lord Cashier asked me to tell you. #C, 1467 Japanese style Chinese. 2. Lord Bodman has been killed, and he needs you to find the murderer. Hearing the voice coming from afar, Xiao Han's face suddenly turned ugly, frowning and whispering, this voice seems a little familiar. And this accent, why does it feel a bit like a Japanese? With such a guess in mind, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and then quickly ran in the direction of the voice. At this time, the voice in the distance continued. Lord Redwin has come, but he is worried that he may not be a match, so he wants to act with you. Act together, he probably wants to drag me to die together. Lord Sirioses is overthinking. The murderer who killed Lord Bodman is not Felix, who killed through the first layer of the abyss. And this is Lord Cashier's order. Whether you are willing or not, you must help capture the murderer. Felix. Listening to the voice coming from afar, Xiao Han showed an incredible look on his face and then whispered, the guy who chopped the ground with sword. Marks. Could it be Felix of Nassix? That's right, only he has this ability. Thinking of Felix wearing a black helmet, Xiao Han's face flashed a look of realization and then immediately said, but who is that cashier? Is he the Lord of the Abyss? In fact, he has some impression of two of these names. First of all, Bodman, who was already dead, was the nine-tailed dragon, scorpion that he killed. He was somewhat familiar with this name when he saw it at first, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it in a hurry. But after killing it, he finally remembered where he had heard it. When fighting with the Lord of Greed, a wave of demon reinforcements appeared in the Abyss Channel, and the Lord of Greed mentioned this name at that time. In addition to this, there is also a man called Redwin. So even though he hasn't seen the guy called Sirioses yet, Xiao Han can guess that it is also a beast-level existence. Ferocious beast boss. Should we kill it? Xiao Han muttered in a low voice and actually had some ideas, but thinking of the possible drop of luck power, he shook his head gently. Although it is very cool to kill the murderer boss, it is completely unnecessary to explode a useless artifact and then drop 3 or 5 points of luck power. Even this time, it may not only drop 3 or 5 points. If 2 artifacts are exploded, then with the 100-fold reward increase too, heavenly artifacts will definitely be obtained. In this way, the consumed luck power will be doubled instantly. If it is just like this, it is actually okay. At that time, I am worried that the embodiment of the talisman will also be upgraded to the level of heavenly artifacts, which will be troublesome. Maybe it only takes 1 time, and the 100-fold reward will drop to 99 times again. Forget it, you are lucky this time, he said in a low voice with some depression. At this time, Xiao Han's mood to plunder another chosen son has become more anxious. But before going back, he wants to see who the guy who speaks Chinese but has a Japanese accent is. Lord Redwin is over there in the Abyss Channel. At this time, the voice over there sounded again. It's just that the teleportation array has been destroyed. You can only fly over by yourself. Now, hearing such a voice, Xiao Han pondered for a while and estimated the distance between the two sides. Less than 2 kilometers, there is no risk of being discovered. But if he continued to go straight over like this, the risk of being discovered would be greatly increased. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, his body immediately became illusory, and then completely disappeared without a trace, and his speed also decreased a lot. At this time, Sirioses on the other side continued to say, the teleportation array has been destroyed, which is quite troublesome. But did you find anything about the guy who did it? No, nothing has been found for the time being, but it is said that the one who did it may be a human, and there is a high probability that it may be a chosen one. The chosen one? As the two talked casually, Xiao Han finally sneaked to the vicinity, and a huge monster made of white bones appeared in his sight. There are 2 pairs of bone wings behind it. Although it looks a bit like a human, its height is more than 10 meters, and every joint is covered with sharp bone spurs. Even on the white bones, you can vaguely see tiny black lines, and it seems that there is black blood flowing in them. In addition, the most conspicuous thing is the blood-red sword on its back. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash, and a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Abyss Sword Demon Sirioses, Ferocious Beast Level, HP, Physical, Attack, Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? A series of question marks flashed before his eyes, and Xiao Han's face immediately showed a look of, as expected. This is a ferocious beast, he had already guessed it, so there was no surprise at all. Then he immediately looked at the little guy in front of the abyss sword. Demon. But the guy had his back to him, and he couldn't see his face clearly for the time being, so Xiao Han could only carefully go around to the other side. But before he could get around, the figure tilted his head, allowing Xiao Han to see his face clearly. Hey! This guy seems familiar. Looking at the familiar face, Xiao Han immediately frowned and pondered, and muttered in his heart. It feels very familiar, I must have seen him somewhere, and I should have seen him in the last 2 or 3 months. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han slowly walked around to the opposite side of him, staring at the familiar face. It was not until several minutes later that his eyes suddenly stopped and he said to himself in disbelief, Yu Ming. This guy is Yu Ming from Fusong. But what's going on now? How did he get involved with the Abyss Demon Clan? Could it be that he, like Annika, betrayed the human camp and became a vassal of the Demon Clan? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han felt that this possibility was really high, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, if he surrendered to the Demon Clan, then what about the Shadow, the Ghost, and the Ghost Wolf? Could it be that the entire Fusong has become a vassal of the Demon Clan? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han's face instantly became solemn, and his eyes became murderous. C1468 took away the loneliness. 1. Thinking of the netherworld and the demons getting together, Xiao Han immediately wanted to take action. But then his eyes condensed and he frowned and muttered, could it be that the nether wolf is also in this abyss? With this thought in mind, Xiao Han immediately put away the black spear in his hand. Because of the holy light unicorn, he came into contact with the heaven-stealing talisman, and if he wants to restore the exhausted power of destiny, he can only find a way from other chosen sons. So Kyoto has already been doing its best to help him find the chosen son. But except for Felix, whether it is Turgenev of Ross or Langdon and Klaus of the Western Alliance, they can only occasionally hear some gossips circulating among players. Accurate information can't be found at all. What's more outrageous is that there is no gossip among players on the Fuso side, as if this person has completely disappeared. In fact, among all the hundredfold talents, the one he wants to plunder the most is the hundredfold agility. The fight in Winter City is still fresh in his memory. That guy's dodge was too abnormal. If he didn't have a large-scale group attack skill, he would not be able to kill Yu Lang. So after knowing the heaven-stealing talisman, he specially asked Kyoto to pay attention to Yulong's news. But that guy seemed to have disappeared completely. But now seeing Yu Ming appear here, Xiao Han immediately thought of a possibility. Maybe the Yu Lang he wanted to find was also receiving special training from the Abyss Demon Lord like Annika. And when he appears again, it is estimated that he will have the strength of a war god like Zhantian. Phantom Wolf. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han looked at the netherworld not far away. With a gleam in his eyes, he couldn't help but think, I wonder if this guy knows the whereabouts of Phantom Wolf. If I follow him, it would be great if I can find Phantom Wolf. In that case, I don't have to wait for 2 months and the 100-fold reward can be increased to 240 times. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's murderous intent disappeared without a trace. And he continued to look at the figure who was still talking to the Abyss Sword Demon. At this time, Phantom Wolf continued to say, My lord, my speed is relatively slow, so I won't go with you. I still have to notify Lord Komodo. Okay, as long as he doesn't die, I will personally cut off the murderer's head and send it to Lord Kassir. As the Abyss Sword Demon said, he slapped the bone wings behind him and rushed towards the Abyss Passage like lightning. Netherworld looked at the Abyss Sword Demon's departing figure, was silent for a long time, raised his hand to summon a black warhorse, and galloped in another direction. Seeing this, Xiao Han hurriedly followed. The speed of the black warhorse was not slow, but it still took 5 or 6 hours to see a giant lizard in a green lake. And this giant lizard only showed its head, like an island in the lake. The blood-red eyeball with a diameter of more than 1 meter slowly opened, and Xiao Han immediately saw Netherworld standing by the lake stiffen. But he still stuttered and said Cahill's request. Then he did not stay here for long, turned around and ran a distance, and immediately summoned the black warhorse again, galloping into the depths of the dark abyss. At this time, Xiao Han also quickly chased after it. Although he didn't know if he could find the ghost wolf by following Netherworld, he still wanted to give it a try. If he could really take the 100 times agility for himself, it would not be as difficult as before to kill the beast boss. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. As long as he is fast enough, a mere beast boss is nothing. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han did not dare to get too close and always kept a distance of more than 20 kilometers from the Netherworld. And at this distance, even the Abyss Demon Lord could not find it. Da, da, da. The sound of horse hooves stepped on the ground, making a regular sound, and time passed slowly every minute and every second. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. In the abyss, there is no distinction between day and night. If Xiao Han had not checked the time on the forum from time to time, he would not even feel the passage of time. And the figure in front of him who was on the road did not stop until a passage to the first layer of the abyss appeared. He plunged into it.
Xiao Han frov ned slightly.
Although he did not want to leave the second layer of the abyss yet, he still chased after it for the 100 times agility of the nether wolf. He chased like this for 3 whole days without rest. When another abyss passage leading upward appeared in front of him again, Yuming plunged into it without hesitation. This made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it and also chased into the abyss passage. However, at this time, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, frowning and thinking, another abyss passage, it won't be Ross or the Western Alliance. After going up, originally, he had been wandering aimlessly in the second level of the abyss for half a month. If he could have an accurate map, this half month would be enough for him to go to any corner of the world. And now, if he could appear in Ross or the Western Alliance, it would actually be very good. At least here, he will have the opportunity to continue to plunder the power of luck. Hey! Thinking with some excitement, he did not dare to fly too fast in the abyss passage in case he was discovered by the netherworld in front. However, even if he suppressed his speed, he appeared in a cave 7 hours later. At this time, the sound of horse hooves could no longer be heard around. This made Xiao Han's face change, but he immediately saw a third level teleportation array in the corner of the cave. Thinking that the netherworld might have left through the teleportation array, he immediately walked over quickly and checked the sky-splitting stone on the teleportation array. Seeing that there was only one coordinate engraved on the sky-splitting stone, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After marking the coordinates, he immediately used Yunin and waited until his figure completely disappeared before activating the teleportation array under his feet. With a flash of light, he also disappeared. When he appeared again, Xiao Han found himself in a stone room with no one within 100 meters. But farther away, someone was speaking German and someone was speaking English. He could even distinguish French and Latin from the noisy sounds, although these languages sounded like heavenly books to him. The mixture of multiple languages instantly made him guess where this place was. But at this time, he didn't have time to get excited because he had been chasing Yuming for several days and now he had lost him. Feeling that Yuming should still be nearby, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. As the energy in his body quickly poured into his ears, more sounds immediately entered his mind. But whether it was German, French, or English, he quickly blocked them and only paid attention to Japanese and Chinese. A few dozen seconds later, the familiar Japanese-flavored Chinese also entered. His ears again. On the second level of the abyss, a chosen son actually appeared. That guy is really brave. Unfortunately, I have already found out where Klaus is, and I definitely don't have time to go back recently. Hashtag C1469 took away the loneliness. 2. Klaus. Hearing the voice from 1,000 meters away, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and a touch of excitement immediately appeared on his face. He was very familiar with this name. The owner of 100 times energy is also an extremely rare chosen one. Although this talent sounds awesome, it does not improve strength as much as 100 times agility, 100 times strength, or even 100 times physical strength. The higher the energy limit, the higher the magic defense. And magic monsters are rare, so his ability is even more useless. 100 times physical strength can at least increase the upper limit of health. And this 100 times energy is completely a tasteless and a pity to throw away. If it were before, Xiao Han would not have any idea about this guy. But now it is different. The recovery speed of the power of luck is too slow, and he can't wait to increase it to 240 times. And more importantly, for every additional talent, the upper limit of the 100 times reward can be increased by 100 times. This was an irresistible temptation for him. But Xiao Han couldn't figure out why Netherworld was looking for the chosen one and who was the guy who was talking to him. Could it be that he wanted to seduce Klaus to become a member of the Abyss Demon Clan? With such doubts in his mind, Xiao Han only thought about it for a while, then walked out of the stone chamber. At this time, voices from 1,000 meters away were still coming. The chosen one in the abyss is very powerful, and Bodman has died in his hands. It is estimated that it will not be easy to catch him. So there is no need to rush back here. I rushed here so quickly because I actually have something to tell you. Another thing? Well, I don't know what happened. Annika of Namei was killed by Lord Cashier. Annika was killed. Are you kidding? How is this possible? How can I say such a thing casually? But he was really killed by Lord Cashier himself, and he kept scolding him as a waste. I still don't understand what happened. That guy, Lord Cashier, valued him very much. How could he be killed for no reason? In the voice full of doubts, Xiao Han just walked out of the stone chamber, looked in the direction of the voice, and directly moved in space and landed at the door of a bar. As he stepped in, the person who was talking to Yuming also appeared in his sight. Yuming, this guy actually came to the Western Alliance. Seeing that everything around him was in Western style, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter softly and said with some surprise, "This guy can really make trouble." The first national war in Perfect World was caused by Yuming, so he had a very deep impression of this person. At this time, the two were sitting in the corner of the Lion Bar, and Yuming was shaking a high-heeled glass with 1/3 of red wine in his hand. Because it was daytime, there were few people here and he could be seen clearly at a glance. The shadow gently sipped the red wine in the glass and continued to ask softly, "Since Annika was killed, what happened to Felix he brought back?" "Hey, he came back alone." The nether beside him chuckled excitedly, and then immediately said, "It is probably because of this matter that he angered Lord Cashier. But what I can't understand is that Annika is the chosen son. Even if the task assigned to him is not completed, Lord Cashier will not kill him personally. There must be other reasons." The shadow frowned and pondered for a while, and also couldn't figure out what the reason was. Although Annika, the guy, didn't enter this world completely like the nether, there is no way to revive again once he dies. But if he is killed by Cashier himself, his body in reality will also die. That is a chosen son. It only takes 3 to 5 months at most to have the same fighting power as the Demon Lord. How can Lord Cashier be willing to kill him? Unable to figure out why this was the case, the shadow slowly fell silent. After a long while he said in a deep voice, "Let him die anyway, that guy is not on the same page with us." It's just that 100 times critical strike. It's a pity. Yeah. Yuming agreed and immediately said, this kind of talent should be the strongest. Even Zhantian's 100 times damage will not be stronger than it. Now it's gone. It's really unexpected. Hey, what's the point of saying this now? Yuying sighed with a depressed face and continued in a deep voice. Fortunately, there is news about Klaus. Here. Although he hid very deeply, we still found some clues and Yulang will find him soon. Yulang, listening to the two people talking, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a depressed look flashed across his face. Originally, seeing that Yulang was not here, he was still very disappointed. And there were actually some guesses about this result. But then he heard the news from Klaus, which offset the disappointment. At least now it was not a wasted trip. But at this moment, even though he knew that Yulang was also on the side of the Western Alliance, he still couldn't be happy. Two more. Xiao Han whispered in his heart. But I only have one of this Tianzhu now. Although there are many materials at the level of fierce beasts after entering the second layer of the abyss, he has been looking for spiritual sources, so he forgot about refining the Tianzhu talisman. I thought that if I met two chosen sons at once, it must be a smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. Otherwise, how could he encounter such a small probability? And even if he and Zhan Tian were together, they were rarely together. But he still didn't expect that this was not a smoke coming out of the ancestral grave, but a direct fire. Now he is not prepared at all, and he is going to meet two chosen sons again. No, I have to make another one right away. Thinking this way, Xiao Han immediately walked out of the bar, took a quick look at the surrounding buildings, and immediately walked into a medicine shop. After renting a medicine room, he began to draw the heaven-stealing talisman. While monitoring Netherworld and Shadow, #C1470 took away the loneliness. 3 days passed by in a flash. Xiao Han held the brush in his hand with 3 fingers, dipped it in the blood-colored liquid on the side, and then gently dropped it on the black animal skin on the table in front of him. Sand, sand, sand. The tip of the pen brushed across the animal skin, leaving a complex bloody trail. But less than 10 seconds later, the system prompt sounded in my ears again. Ding, drawing failed. Click. Hearing this irritating sound again, Xiao Han couldn't help but force his fingers hard, and while breaking the brush, he gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Fuck. I have stepped on the horse more than 2,000 times. It's obvious that there's nothing wrong with the drawing, so why does it fail? Every time. Sweeping the animal skin on the table aside, Xiao Han took out another piece of animal skin and a writing brush at the same time, gently dipped in the thick blood-colored liquid in the inkstone and wanted to continue drawing, but sighed helplessly. Why? In the past 3 days he actually knew why he kept failing. Because I have to monitor Netherworld and Shadow at all times. I can't concentrate at all when drawing the heaven-seizing talisman. And failure is not surprising. Seeing that the bloody liquid on the tip of the pen had fallen on the fur, Xiao Han whispered with a depressed face. Forget it. Let's leave it like this. For now. There's no way to calm down anyway. Continuing is just a waste of materials. After all, the heaven-seizing pearl is 1 level higher than the heaven-seizing talisman. Presumably, after plundering the power of luck, there is no need to absorb it immediately. The worst-case scenario is to plunder the 100x agility first and then track Klaus. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged and began to close his eyes to rest, but he still did not relax at all about the Shadow's monitoring. At this time, the extremely obscene laughter of the two people kept reaching his ears. The Lion Bar has special services. So in the past 3 days, those two guys have hardly been idle for a moment. Listening to the obscene words coming from over there, Xiao Han deliberately wanted to block their voices, but he was worried about missing important information, so he could only endure it. I don't know how much time passed, but Shadow's voice suddenly sounded, You sure Klaus went to Ghost Swamp? Okay. Help me keep an eye on him. I'll go over now. As the words fell, 2 footsteps immediately came from the lion bar, and Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, Ghost Swamp. It seems like there should be a lot of legal monsters in this place. Hey, it's really not easy. I finally got you out. After today, will the 100-fold reward be increased to 4,400-fold? He whispered a few words excitedly. In fact, Xiao Han was very unfamiliar with the name Ghost Swamp. But that doesn't matter, just change into a Westerner's face and be transported together. He stood up and pushed open the wooden door of the medicine refining room. As Xiao Han walked out of the medicine shop quickly, he casually made rubbings of the faces and body shapes of 2 Westerners. By the time he appeared near the teleportation hall, he had completely transformed into a Westerner. Because there are not many players in this city, there is no need to queue for teleportation. Seeing Yuying and Yuming walking into the teleportation array one after another, Xiao Han immediately followed and stood on the same teleportation array as them. With a flash of light on the teleportation array, the 3 people disappeared. When he appeared again, Xiao Han didn't know which city he was in, and he didn't even know the name of the city just now. At this time, in order not to arouse the suspicion of Yingying and Netherworld, he raised his feet and walked out. But before he could walk out, the 2 people behind him rushed out of the teleportation hall like a whirlwind. Seeing the 2 people quickly disappearing from sight, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to chase them. Anyway, as long as they are within 50 kilometers, it is impossible for Netherworld and Shadow to escape from his grasp. Bang! 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 Amidst the rapid footsteps, the 2 of them also quickly ran towards the east of the city. After leaving the city, the sound immediately turned into a da-da-da sound, and they obviously summoned their own mounts and ran towards the east at high speed. But even so, Xiao Han was still not in a hurry. After they ran more than 20 kilometers, he slowly came to the outside of the city, and then he didn't summon the purple flame thunder dragon and just started running like this. The speed of Netherworld and Shadow should be considered extremely fast for ordinary players. But compared with him, the gap is too big. Therefore, Xiao Han can also control the speed, and the distance between him and them is always maintained at about 20 kilometers. After running like this for half an hour, the speed of the 2 people in front finally slowed down. Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, Ghost Swamp, are we already here? Saying this, he changed his appearance again, and then immediately started to speed up. After the distance was close to 1,000 meters, he stayed far behind. After a few minutes, a swamp full of black miasma appeared in sight. After Yingying and Ghost took the antidote pill, they immediately walked towards the depths of the swamp. At this time, Xiao Han's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately raised his hearing to the extreme and began to monitor all sounds within a 50-mile radius. And just at this moment, Yuying whispered, I'm already here, please report the coordinates again. 325, 158449, 548793. Hearing someone report a coordinate more than 30 kilometers away, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a pair of blood-red wings suddenly appeared. Behind him, the surroundings were full of black miasma, so the visibility was less than 10 meters. In addition, there were no other players nearby, so Xiao Han didn't have to worry about anything. Now that he knew the exact location of the ghost wolf, his speed instantly increased to the extreme. It only took a few minutes to travel a distance of more than 30 kilometers. When the distance to the ghost wolf was less than a kilometer, Xiao Han immediately folded the wings behind him, hid his figure, and approached carefully. After a while, he found a familiar figure, and about 20 to 30 meters in front of him, 5 people were besieging an Emperor-level boss together. Because the battle was very fierce, all the black miasma around was dispersed. so you can vaguely see two knights trying their best to hold the hatred of a black python, and there is also a priest behind them. At this time, he kept throwing out light balls to heal the two knights, rapidly falling health. In addition to the knights and priests, there was also an archer who kept shooting arrows and a wizard holding a red staff. Watching the magic flying out from the top of the red staff, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he laughed softly. "Hey Klaus, I didn't expect you to be here. But now I have to deal with that guy first." In another bush dozens of meters away, there was a guy wearing black leather armor, lying quietly in a pond, with only his head exposed. If it weren't for his extremely sharp hearing, Xiao Han would never have been able to find him. 100 times agility not only has extremely fast speed but also has extremely high dodge. When he was in Winter City, if the equipment of the ghost wolf had not been up yet, and his equipment had an overwhelming advantage, it would not be easy to defeat it. So this time, only by surprise can it be possible to capture this guy alive. As for Klaus, there is no need to worry too much. Thinking of this in his heart, the word seal immediately appeared in Xiao Han's palm, and then he flashed directly and landed accurately above the ghost wolf. As he slapped it with his palm, he also reached out and grabbed it with great ease. C1471 took away the loneliness. 4. Oh my God! He caught it already? Even though he had held the phantom wolf in his hand, Xiao Han still looked unbelievable, and then he immediately looked at his face carefully, until he found out that this man was indeed the phantom wolf. The joy on his face was revealed involuntarily. He originally thought that this guy was the most difficult to deal with, not to mention the dodge ability given by the 100-fold agility. After the agility is increased by 100 times, his movement speed will also reach an extremely abnormal level. When he was in Winter City, his agility would definitely not exceed 10,000 points. After the 100-fold increase, it is estimated that it is less than a few 100,000. If it were not for the blood rain with an attack range of 10,000 meters, it would not be so easy to kill him. Now, his agility has reached more than 100,000, so even if the agility of the phantom wolf is lower, it will be at least more than 30,000 points. What kind of speed will an agility of 3 million have? Even if you have never seen it, you can imagine it. If he has 1 or 2 passive invincible skills like Siming, he is almost an inkillable existence. But now he actually grabbed it in his hand. Despite the unexpected reason, Xiao Han still felt that this was too simple. Could it be that this ghost wolf is a fake? With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han felt that the body in his hand was struggling violently. While his eyes were fixed, he took out the heaven-grabbing bead with his backhand. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the ghost wolf. But the expected system prompt did not appear, and the heaven-grabbing bead, which was highly expected, was also taken away at this time. This made Xiao Han's face sank, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Why is there no response? Is this person really fake?" Thinking of this possibility, his brows frowned deeply, but he felt something was wrong. If this person also had a mask that could change his appearance like him, Xiao Han would not feel strange. After all, although such equipment is extremely rare, it is not difficult to find it as long as the price is enough. During this period, Langdon and Turgenev seemed to have disappeared. Although there were reasons for their deliberate concealment, it was also related to the mask. But this phantom wolf is different. If the guy in his hand is a fake, how can he explain the conversation with Phantom a few minutes ago? Could it be that they knew I was coming? Xiao Han muttered to himself, and he felt it was impossible. Then he looked at the heaven-stealing pearl in his hand and whispered, "Could it be that it was because of the heaven-stealing pearl? This is different from the heaven-stealing talisman after all. Did I use it wrong?" Looking at the heaven-stealing pearl, which still had no reaction, Xiao Han instinctively felt that this should not be possible. But if the guy in his hand is not a fake by someone else, then only this explanation can make sense logically. This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and Xiao Han instantly looked at Klaus. If you want to know whether the inability to plunder luck is caused by the heaven-stealing pearl, it is actually very simple. Find another chosen son to test it and you will know. And there was one right in front of him. No, someone came to rob the boss. At this time, the people who were besieging the Python boss also looked over. Here with caution. The archers and Klaus, who were the main output, no longer continued to attack the Python, but slowly retreated to the depths of the swamp. Heh! Xiao Han sneered, raised his hand to take out a spear, and threw the spear, without even looking at the attributes of the Python boss. Swish! With a piercing scream, the spear was like lightning, instantly piercing the body of the black python. And on the python's forehead, a blood-red damage value of more than 2 billion immediately appeared. Oh, my God! Am I dazzled? What's the harm of stepping on a horse? What is this explosion rate? Are we killing the Emperor boss? God! There are more than 10 pieces of equipment. Was the python really the Emperor boss just now? A burst of exclamations, accompanied by more than 10 pieces of equipment, more than 10 manifestation talismans, and more than 10 skill books, fell to the ground together. The people who besieged the python all widened their eyes involuntarily. The two knights who happened to be next to the python's corpse also immediately bent down with shining eyes to pick up the equipment on the ground. Heh! Xiao Han grinned and sneered, and at the same time he stretched out his hand to grab the void. Another spear appeared in his palm, and then he threw it out, again without any hesitation. Whoosh! The next second, the knight who had just picked up a piece of equipment, before he even had time to be happy, the spear instantly pierced his chest and killed him instantly. Not only did he explode the equipment he had just picked up, but even all the equipment on his body exploded. Such a scene made the other knight stunned for a moment, and then he immediately threw away the materialization talisman he had just picked up. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the figure holding the spear with horror. At this time, the priest who was rushing towards the equipment on the ground, and the fastest archer also stopped. If they were killed, only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment would explode. Even if they risked their lives, they would still grab 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. But once they died, all the equipment on their body would explode. Even the ones they had just picked up would explode together. Those equipment on the ground were not worth touching again. Even if they did so, they might still be killed, but now this was all they could do. Looking at the figure holding the spear in his hand did not shoot again, and several people breathed a sigh of relief. However, the figure pointed at Lawrence and then gently hooked his finger. The remaining people understood the meaning of this gesture and immediately turned their heads to look over. At this time, Lawrence's face turned completely ugly. He didn't know what the man wanted to do by calling him over. But now it seems that there is no other choice. If they refuse, the remaining people may all be killed, and even the equipment they have accumulated with great difficulty will be destroyed without a single piece left. So even though they were reluctant, they still walked over slowly. At this time, in order not to expose his identity, Xiao Han did not intend to speak at all. He grabbed the ghost wolf in one hand and Klaus in the other, and quickly ran to the depths of the ghost swamp. #C1472 400 times reward and trade. 1. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a ghost face spider, Emperor, triggering a 136-fold reward, and you get a soul-eating ghost face spider, Emperor. With the ghost wolf and Klaus, Xiao Han soon found another Emperor level spider in the depths of the ghost swamp. Because of the power of the Beast King, it was easy to successfully enslave. Spider web binding. Looking at the skill introduction of the soul-eating ghost face spider on the attribute panel, Xiao Han muttered in his heart, and immediately let it bind the ghost wolf and then carried Klaus to the other side. Although he had captured 2 chosen sons, he still couldn't be sure whether it was a problem with the sky bead or the ghost wolf. If it was really a problem with the sky bead, it might be a bit troublesome. After all, once these two guys noticed something was wrong, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill themselves. The reason why Klaus is still obedient now is just because if he was killed by him, the loss would be too great, so he should still be in the hesitation stage at this time. If he knew that if he stayed, the 100 times of energy in his body would be taken away, he might not be like this now. 100 times of energy. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han carried Klaus, and only after he was sure that Yulang would not hear him anymore did he raise his hand to take out the heaven-stealing pearl. Before Klaus could react, he pressed it directly on his forehead. At this time, his body immediately froze, and even his eyes became dull. It's not the problem of the heaven-stealing pearl. Seeing that the heaven-stealing pearl had the same effect as the heaven-stealing talisman, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, but his face sank instantly. Since the heaven-stealing pearl can work on Klaus, the problem must be Yulang. But just now, after thinking carefully, he was almost certain that Yuling could not know his existence. Regardless of whether Yulang was real or fake, this was at least not a trap. For him, if it was really a trap, then the price they paid was too high. Not only did they lose a chosen son, but they also indirectly helped him plunder 100 times of energy. So this ghost wolf is most likely real. But the heaven-stealing pearl, which is more effective than the heaven-stealing talisman, failed to plunder 100 times of agility from the ghost wolf. This is something Xiao Han couldn't figure out. What's going on? This doesn't make sense. Frowning and thinking, Xiao Han is really confused now. He has no idea what caused the current situation. Looking at the blood-red light on the heaven-stealing pearl becoming brighter and brighter, he couldn't help but whispered, "Could it be because the dwarf king, the Abyss Demon Lord, has found a way to lock the luck? But this is not right. If the luck can really be locked, then it should not be plundered when plundering Annika." As time passed, Xiao Han even scratched his hair bald, and still couldn't figure out why. At this time, the light on the heaven-stealing bead finally disappeared. After waking up from the stiffness, Klaus immediately shouted in horror. "What did you do? What did you do to me? What about my 100-fold energy? Why is my 100-fold energy gone?" Xiao Han rarely paid attention to this bird language that he couldn't understand, and stretched out his hand to take down the blood-colored round bead. Ding, you get a heaven-stealing bead 100/10,000. Triggering 136 times reward. You get a ding. The power of luck is insufficient. Ding, the power of luck is about to run out. The 136 times reward is temporarily closed. The 136 times physical strength is temporarily closed, and the 135 times critical strike is temporarily closed. Please replenish the power of luck in time. Ding, you get a heaven-stealing bead, 2849/10,000. Amid a series of system prompts, Xiao Han was so excited that he almost wanted to shout out, but holding the heaven-stealing bead in his hand, he had no time to express his feelings. 2,849 points of luck power are enough for his 100-fold reward, which is increased to 340 times. At the same time, the 100-fold physical strength and the 100-fold critical strike will also be increased to 340 times. Thinking of encountering the beast boss again, one shot can cause more than 10 billion damage to the target. Xiao Han is so excited that he can't help himself. If the Holy Light Unicorn blesses him with the Holy Light Blessing again, the damage he can cause will soar to 2 trillion. Hey! With a somewhat excited laugh, Xiao Han can even feel the power of luck flowing into his body while holding the Tianzhu. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, and 100 times the bonus is exciting. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, and 1 times the physical strength is activated. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, and 1 times the critical strike is activated. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, and 1 times the energy is activated. Amid the system prompts, Xiao Han's face became more and more excited. But Klaus on the side was shouting, "Who are you? Who are you? How can your learned talent be taken away? You damn robber." Annoyed by the noise, Xiao Han glanced at Klaus in the revealer, and an unreliable idea immediately came to his mind. Now that he has the heaven-stealing pearl, he must have an idea for Jean Tian's 100-fold reward. But the premise is that Jean Tian cannot be harmed. So before Jean Tian, it is better to test it with other people, and the person in front of him seems to be a good choice. Now that his luck power has been completely plundered anyway, he probably can't absorb all the nearly 3,000 points of luck power in the heaven-stealing pearl. It seems to be a good choice to take out 100 points to test it at that time. If successful, this method can be used on Jean Tian. And at that time he will not only have 100 times crit, but also 100 times damage. Just thinking about it makes him very excited. Seeing that Klaus was still revealing something, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Shut up, wait here, quietly. Since you are still cooperative, I can return the 100 times energy to you later. If you continue to make so much noise, fuck. I forgot that you are British, and you can't understand Chinese, which is a bit troublesome. Yanhua. You are actually from Yanhua. Hashtag C1473, 400 times reward and trade, 2. Oh, a British man who can speak Chinese," Xiao Han said with some surprise while absorbing the power of luck. He continued with a smile. "Since you can understand me, then be quiet. If you cooperate well, I can give you a few immortal weapons after the matter is over." Immortal weapons. Klaus' eyes were stunned, and he said with some disbelief, but he immediately thought of the black water Shenin python that this guy killed in seconds, and the equipment that exploded all over the ground. With such a terrifying explosion rate, perhaps a few immortal weapons are really nothing to him. Even the equipment and materialization talismans that exploded before, he gave up without any hesitation. Thinking of this in his heart, Klaus immediately quieted down. Anyway, now the 100 times energy is gone, and the person in front of him must look down on these garbage equipment on him, so the result of staying will definitely not be worse than now. Looking at the blood-colored sphere that was tightly held, Klaus couldn't help but whispered, "What on earth is this thing? Can even plunder my 100 times energy. And the person in front of me, although he has a Western face, he should not be from the Western Alliance." Klaus actually knew about the props that can change appearance, and he even bought this kind of equipment at a high price. But unfortunately, he couldn't afford it with his wealth. So although there were some guesses in his heart, there was no way to be sure, and no one could answer the doubts in his heart. He could only wait quietly on the side, waiting for the person in front of him to return his 100 times energy. At this time, Xiao Han's whole mind was on the Tianju in his hand, and he had no time to pay attention to Klaus. As time passed by, the power of luck in the Tianju was still decreasing bit by bit, and the system prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. Ding, absorb a little luck power, 340 times the reward will be increased to 341 times the reward. When Xiao Han heard the 341 times prompt sound in his ears, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't know why, he certainly wanted this result. And the system prompt sound continued to sound in his ears. Ding, absorb a little luck power, 340 times the physical strength will be increased to 341 times the physical strength. Ding, absorb a little luck power, 399 times the critical strike will be increased to 400 times the critical strike. Ding, absorb a little luck power, 399 times the energy will be increased to 400 times the energy. Until the luck power of the Tianju was consumed by 1,600 points, the system prompt sound finally disappeared in his ears. As for the remaining 1,249 points, there was no way to continue absorbing. 400 times. It's increased to 400 times. Muttering in disbelief, Xiao Han didn't understand what was going on. He had only absorbed 40 points of Felix's luck. But he didn't think too deeply about things he couldn't figure out. As his thoughts surged, he soon thought of the dozen or so spiritual sources in the abyss, especially the 6th-level spiritual source. Now, as long as he dug it out, he would immediately get 4 8th-level spiritual sources. Of course, maybe it's not an 8th-level spiritual source, but a 9th-level spiritual source. After all, the 100-fold reward has now been increased to 400 times. When taking the 6th-level spiritual source from the mine, it is also possible to directly increase it by 3 grades. But that's a matter for the future. There is a more important thing in front of him that needs to be solved immediately. Looking at Lawrence, who had not left yet, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible gleam, and then he immediately said, "Show me your attribute panel." Attribute panel? Lawrence repeated in a low voice, even though he still didn't understand what the man in front of him wanted to do, but he still obediently showed the attribute panel. But this attribute panel was really a bit shabby. Oh my god. There are only more than 20,000 energy points. How did you get by? Even though he knew that 100 times the energy would not help his strength much, Xiao Han still didn't expect that Klaus would get by so badly. More than 20,000 energy points looked quite a lot, but in fact it was only the value of 2 spiritual weapons of level 60 or 70. If converted into treasures, it would be about 3. And Xiao Han never thought that the garbage he threw away casually, this guy, didn't even have a complete set. Hey, so miserable. At this moment, Xiao Han even felt that this chosen son should be the one who got by the worst. But this has little to do with him. The most important thing now is to test whether his 100-fold energy can be restored after absorbing the power of luck. If it can be restored, he will go to find Zhan Tian after returning. He can even increase his 100-fold damage to 200 times. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately handed over the Tianju in his hand, saying, "Hold this thing in your hand, and your 100-fold energy can be restored." What is this? Klaus' eyes flashed. He knew it was this bead, the thing that absorbed his 100-fold energy. I just didn't expect that what the guy in front of me said before was actually true. Although the 100 times energy didn't help him much, it was a talent after all. If possible, it would be better to recover it. Reaching out to take the bloody ball, Klaus didn't even have time to continue talking, and a voice rang in his ear. Ding! Absorb a little luck power and 1 times the energy is activated. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, 1 times the energy is increased to 2 times the energy. Listening to the system prompts that kept ringing in his ears, and the 100 times the energy that kept increasing, Klaus' eyes were full of doubts. After a long while, he muttered in a confused voice, "The power of luck? What is this?" As he said, he looked at the figure in front of him, hoping that he could answer his doubts. But after all, he thought too much, so he could only continue to hold the bloody ball in his hand and listen to the system prompts that kept ringing in his ears. About an incense stick later, the 100 times the energy was finally fully restored. Although he wanted to keep the blood-colored bead by force, he could only return the bead in his hand when he thought of the terrifying explosion rate after being killed by the person in front of him. At this time, Xiao Han took the Tianju and asked, "Your 100-fold energy should be fully restored." "Yeah," Lawrence responded, and then consciously displayed the attribute panel and said with a smile, "Look, my energy value has directly increased by 100 times. I see, it's good to recover." Looking at the energy that has become more than 2 million points, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Then, in Lawrence's confused eyes, he slapped the Tianju on his forehead. Again, #C1474, 400 times reward and trade. 3. The Sky Seizing Pearl, which can store 10,000 points of luck power. currently, only has 1,149 points in it. So seeing Lawrence, Xiao Han immediately had a new idea in his heart. It should be possible to gain unlimited luck. Seeing Lawrence freeze in place again, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, squinted his eyes and continued. Now I already have 1,200 points of luck in my body. If this bug is feasible and the 1,200 points of luck power are exhausted, we should be able to get 8,400 points. Even if you add in the original 1,149 points in the Heaven Seizing Pearl, there are only 9,549 points. There is no need to worry about the Heaven Seizing Pearl being exploded. And once you have nearly 10,000 points of luck power, wouldn't it be possible to hunt beast-level bosses unscrupulously? No matter how many divine weapons are exploded, you don't have to worry about the power of luck being exhausted. And even if it is exhausted, you can still find Lawrence again. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes became even more excited, and he even looked at Lawrence a little differently. And time is also waiting to pass slowly, minute by minute. It wasn't until the bright light on the Heaven Seizing Pearl completely disappeared that Xiao Han reached out with excitement and took down the Heaven Seizing Pearl. Ding! You got a sky bead. 1249/10,000. Listening to the system prompts, Xiao Han's excited face suddenly darkened, and he couldn't help but said with a wry smile, "It seems that I have overthought it. There is no such a good thing in the world. If I can increase my luck infinitely, wouldn't I be able to enslave the Emperor boss infinitely? Even bosses at the level of mythical beasts can be infinitely upgraded to holy spirits, so the 9 demon lords in the abyss are nothing. Although there are already 1,200 points of luck in the body now, there are even more than 1,000 points in the Heaven Seizing Pearl. But Xiao Han still didn't dare to enslave the Emperor-level boss at will. After all, if this Heaven Seizing Pearl is not lucky enough, it will just stop and not continue to improve. However, it is mandatory to upgrade the divine beast, and it may continue to devour the vitality. If you have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points, you can try again. For now, forget it. Although plundering again did not trigger the 100-fold reward, there was still Langdon on the Western Alliance side, the owner of 100-fold intelligence. If he can be found, then this time he comes to the Western League by mistake. The ending will be truly perfect. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han also saw the confused look on Lawrence's face, obviously completely confused by what he had just done. In this regard, Xiao Han didn't want to explain anything, and just handed over the Heaven Seizing Pearl again. Seeing him absorbing the power of luck inside again, he asked directly, "Langdon, you should know him. What do you want to do?" Lawrence's face trembled involuntarily, and he said quickly, "You can rob 100 times of energy. Is it possible that you also need to rob him of 100 times of intelligence?" "Oh, isn't it possible?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued unabashedly, "I also want 100 times his intelligence. If you are robbed by me once, you will actually lose nothing. How about you help me pull the strings? After the matter is completed, I will give you a divine weapon, and at the same time I will help you get a set of equipment that is higher than a spiritual weapon." "Pull a connection?" Lawrence whispered, then shook his head and said, "I do. No, Langdon. But I actually have nothing to do with him. Even if you want to help, you can't do anything. Even his contact information is not something someone like me can get, so I really can't help with this matter." "No, you can help." Xiao Han waved his hand gently and continued with an affirmative look on his face. "Don't refuse in a hurry. It won't hurt you to help me find Langdon." After saying that, he pointed in the direction of the soul-eating ghost-faced spider and said with a smile, "I just enslaved an Emperor-level pet. You must have seen it. As long as you help me find Langdon, the soul-eating ghost-faced spider will be yours." "Soul-eating ghost-faced spider?" Lawrence's eyes widened, and a flash of emotion immediately flashed on his face. But he asked with doubts on his face. I remember that, at the beginning, it was just an Emperor-level ghost-faced spider. Why did you turn into an Emperor-level soul-eating ghost-faced spider after being enslaved by you? Oh, you don't need to know this. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. He had no intention of explaining Lawrence's doubts, but continued, You just need to tell me if you can help me find Langdon. Currently, the only known chosen sons are Langdon, Spirit Wolf, and Turgenev, who have not been plundered. As for Jean Tian, it was just a matter of words. If you want to find Langdon, who is hiding somewhere, Lawrence, as a Western League player, will obviously have a higher chance of finding him than him. The reason why I haven't agreed yet is because the price paid is not enough. With this thought in mind, and seeing the hesitation on Lawrence's face, Xiao Han continued, I won't hide it from you. The purpose of coming here this time is to find you and Langdon. It's just a little bit of his 100-fold intelligence. I'll give it back after you take it away. Actually, there is no loss for him. Even after it's over, I can bring out a divine weapon as a reward. Artifact. Lawrence's eyes flickered, and a look of entanglement flashed across his face. After a long silence, he asked in a deep voice, You can ask me for help, but I want to know who you are. You don't need to know this. Xiao Han smiled and shook his head, and continued in a deep voice, You'd better not ask about things you shouldn't know. It's not good for you. Even if you don't want to help, I can find him myself. It may take a little longer, but if you miss this opportunity to cooperate with me, the loss will be too great. So great that it can change your life. What do you mean? Lawrence's face flashed with doubt, and he said in a deep voice, It's just a game. How can it change my life? Is it really just a game? Xiao Han chuckled and continued, You are too weak, so you don't know many things. But even if you haven't exploded the materialization talisman, you should have heard of it. It can materialize the elixirs, equipment, and skills in the game. How can it be just a game? As long as you cooperate with me, you will change your view of the world. As he said, Xiao Han threw out more than a dozen treasures and equipment above level 110, and continued, Your 100 times energy is actually a very useless thing. If you can help me find Langdon, I can transfer his 100 times intelligence to you. At that time, you should know what it means. 100 times intelligence transferred to me? Lawrence stared with his eyes, and said in disbelief. He didn't believe the words of the person in front of him at all. But in an instant, he thought of everything that had just happened to him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. C1475 in one hand, stick in the other. As the owner of 100 times more energy, Lawrence was actually extremely bitter in his heart. This talent sounds and feels very high-end, but in fact only after you have it will you know that this thing is actually useless. Perhaps it also has some effect. Langdon's random fireball can cause tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of damage to the target. But the same fireball fell on him, and it couldn't even break through his defense. Even high explosion skills such as meteors, fire showers, and extreme ice kills were unable to cause damage to him. But this 100 times energy can only do so much. Cannot help you kill the boss, nor can it help you resist physical damage from warriors. If he didn't know that he had a talent like 100 times intelligence, he could still treat it with a normal heart. After all, others don't even have talent. But after knowing that Langdon had 100 times the intelligence, there was no way to remain calm. That guy killed the Emperor boss, just like killing a chicken. Even killing an Emperor-level boss wouldn't be too difficult. And because of this ability, he not only easily obtained a set of equipment that was more than a treasure, but even the senior leaders of the Western Alliance offered him as a treasure, because the boss above the Emperor has a high probability of exploding the
Manifestation talisman.
The equipment, elixirs, and cultivation techniques in the game are irresistible to everyone. Even in reality, his treatment has increased several times. Not only can mutated beast meat and animal cores be supplied in unlimited quantities, but even the women who were once unattainable to him are now demanding from him, and that kind of life was beyond his imagination. 100 times more intelligent. After muttering something in his mouth, Lawrence's initially hesitant eyes became firm in an instant, and he asked in a deep voice, "Can 100-fold intelligence really be transferred to me?" "Of course." Xiao Han chuckled and said with great certainty, "But I have no way to prove this to you. But I happen to have a heaven-level cultivation technique in my hand. If you agree to help find Langdon, this skill can be given to you now, and I will also give you a manifestation talisman that embodies this skill. I will pay it to you first as a deposit. As for the heaven-level cultivation method in reality, you should know what it means."
Xiao Han.
Lawrence's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said with excitement, "It is said that Xiao Han of Yanhua has practiced heaven-level skills. The martial artist and the evolved practitioner are just like the dual practitioners of magic and martial arts in the novel, so he can have the ability to fight beyond levels." "Ha! It's good that you know," Xiao Han said with a smile, and at the same time turned over his hands and took out a book of Tiansha demonic suppression technique and a god-level manifestation talisman. In order to find Langdon, it is necessary to pay some price. Although this Tiansha demonic suppressing technique is a heaven-level technique, he still has 24 copies in his space ring, so it doesn't matter if he gives one away. If he could find Langdon with this, he would be willing to part with 10 or 20 copies, let alone a book of cultivation techniques. Over in Kyoto, although they have been helping to search, but after such a long time, there was still no news, and he could only think of a solution on his own. Anyway, there is 100 times reward, and now it has even been increased to 400 times. For him, he only needs to kill a few bosses casually. Seeing Lawrence staring at the book he took out with bright eyes, Xiao Han said with a smile, "How about it? Have you thought about it clearly?" "Well, I've thought about it carefully," Lawrence said with excitement, and then immediately wanted to reach out and grab the black book of Tiansha demon suppression technique. But soon, a look of fear flashed across his face. After hesitating for a while, he pointed at the Tiansha demon suppressing technique and said, "This heaven-level cultivation technique can really be given to me as a deposit." "Oh, this can still be false." Xiao Han chuckled lightly, and seeing Lawrence impatiently, he immediately reached out and handed over the technique and the manifestation talisman. After he grabbed it in his hand, he said in a deep voice, "But my things are not that easy to get. Since you have taken advantage of me, you must find Langdon for me. Don't think about taking things but not doing anything. Even if you are hiding in Shiming, I can still make you experience the feeling of life being worse than death." With that said, he took out another book of Tiansha demon suppressing art and
A matching de manifestation talisman.
he chuckled and said, "If I use this thing to issue a reward, how many people do you think will do something to you? You actually have more than one heaven-level technique?" Lawrence's eyes widened and he spoke in disbelief, then whispered bitterly, "Everyone, probably all evolvers above level 5, will choose to take action against me." Then, he took a look at the Tiansha demon suppressing technique and the god-level skill manifestation talisman in his hand. "I wanted to get the things first, but whether I could find them or not was another matter. But now, it feels like these two things are so hot." Yanhua's Xiao Han, with the strength of a 6th-level evolver, was able to defeat 4 7th-level evolvers head-on, and even defeated an 8th-level beast shifter. Therefore, all evolvers now have a crazy obsession with high-level cultivation technique. If the man in front of him really threw these two things, he knew what would happen to him. But it was not easy to find Langdon. What to do? Looking at the Tiansha Jinma Gong in his hand, which had not yet materialized, Lawrence knew what it meant to him. Once he became a level 6 evolver, he would also have the combat power of a level 7 evolver. And at that time, in this world full of mutant beasts, he would truly have the capital to settle down. So he was really reluctant to return this Tianshajian Magong. Frowning and thinking for a long time, Lawrence suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "I will do my best to help you find Landon. But it is not so easy to find him in a short time with my own strength. So I wonder if you can give me some extra startup funds so that I can recruit more people." "Extra startup funds?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and then flipped his palm, and 3 local level cultivation techniques and 3 immortal level materialization talismans appeared in his hand. At the same time, he flicked his other hand slightly, and nearly 100 pieces of equipment were thrown out immediately. In Lawrence's shocked eyes, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "It should be enough to recruit people with these things. With these 3 skill books, you can also make a big pie to recruit some strong people. You can even use it to bribe the people around Langdon. They just need to provide accurate coordinates. I will do the arrest myself." "Oh my God! There are so many," Lawrence said with emotion, and quickly promised, "With these things, I will definitely find Langdon for you." #C1476 Kill the Ghost Wolf again. Treasure weapons, spiritual weapons, fairy weapons, my God, there isn't even a piece of legendary equipment. With excitement, Lawrence picked up all the equipment on the ground and at the same time put the 3 local level cultivation techniques into his arms. With a solemn expression. Only then did he make up his mind to hug the thigh in front of him. After all, if you have such strength in the game, your strength in reality will not be weak. Now the Western Alliance is not very safe. If possible, he actually wanted to go to Jing'an in Yanhua. The tide of beasts on the other side of the Sahara Desert will move northward at some point, and the Western Alliance alone cannot stop it with its own strength. Even with the support of Yanhua, it will not be easy to repel the beast tide. South of the Sahara, there is the African savanna covering an area of tens of millions of kilometers. There are more mutant beasts there, and they are also more terrifying. Even the North and South Poles are not as scary as the prairie. And once the mutated beasts on the prairie begin to move north, no force will be able to stop the terrifying tide of beasts. So now it's time to find a way out. After considering these issues clearly in his mind, Lawrence was silent for a while and then immediately asked in a deep voice, "How should I contact you? If I find news about Langdon, how can I contact you?" Xiao Han whispered that he had never thought about this issue, and he could not stay in Shiming for a long time. Once you leave, there is no way to contact you directly in the game. However, it is not too difficult to arrange for someone to contact Lawrence. It just requires some coordination from Kyoto. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said directly, "Let's add a friend first, and then I will leave a dedicated person to contact you. Once you discover Langdon's whereabouts, you can just inform him directly." After saying that, Xiao Han also immediately sent a friend request. After seeing Lawrence pass, he immediately said, "That Fuso man over there, go down and help me kill him in a moment. After you kill him, the soul-eating ghost-face spider will be given to you." "Okay." Lawrence glanced at the ghost-face spider, nodded without any hesitation, and then asked with confusion on his face, "Fuso man, what is he doing here?" "Have no idea." Xiao Han shook his head slightly and continued, "Anyway, he is targeting you. I followed that guy and I was lucky enough to find you. So you have to be careful in the future and don't let them find you again." With that said, Xiao Han quickly walked towards the soul-eating ghost-faced spider and continued to say as he walked, "With your current strength, even with the equipment I gave you, you cannot be their opponent. So don't do stupid things. Just help me find Langdon." "Yes, I know," Lawrence responded. Although he said so, his expression was a little indifferent. After a while, the two of them stood beside the ghost wolf, one on the left and the other on the right. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and placed the heaven-seizing pearl on the forehead of the ghost wolf again. Seeing that there was still no reaction, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Fuck! Where did his 100 times agility go? Then he raised his hand with a depressed expression and continued. This guy is useless. Help me kill him. At this time, a look of shock flashed across Lawrence's eyes, and he couldn't help but secretly thought, 100 times more agile. I must have heard it right just now. I didn't expect this guy to have such a special talent. Then this guy who can give away divine weapons, heaven-level cultivation techniques, and emperor-level boss at will must also have some kind of 100-fold talent. I just don't know what talent he has. Although he was thinking this in his mind, Lawrence did not hesitate in the movement of his hand. With a slight wave of the staff, a bursting fireball shot out. Boom! With a dull explosion, when the fireball hit the ghost wolf, it immediately exposed a damage value of more than 100,000. But the blood bar on the head of the ghost wolf has almost not disappeared. This made Lawrence's eyes twitch involuntarily, and he shouted in disbelief. Omega! What kind of equipment does this guy have on him? The health bar has not even decreased. The health value must be several million. Haha. Are you surprised? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. I once saw a player whose health points even exceeded 100 million. Over 100 million? Lawrence said with a face full of shock, and then immediately said, You are talking about Felix from Nassix, right? Is it possible that you also robbed his power of luck once? You are overthinking. Xiao Han did not admit it. He intercepted the attributes of the 9 Dragons' heart armor and showed it, saying, Look at this piece of equipment. The health value alone has been increased by 80 million. The physical strength has also been increased by 40 million, and the upper limit of health has also been increased by 100%. This piece of equipment alone can add about 300 million health points to the user. Your strength is too weak. There are many things in this game that you have never been exposed to. What the hell? A divine weapon? Lawrence glanced at the attributes on the picture, and his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. It was only then that he was convinced that his knowledge of this game was really pitiful. I thought that the divine weapon was already the most powerful equipment, but I didn't expect that on top of the divine weapon, there would be a stronger divine weapon. Lawrence was even more certain that he would hold on to this thigh. He would hold on tightly and not let go. Boom! Since he had made up his mind, the magic in his hand would not stop. Flame, blast, chain fireballs, flaming missiles, and other skills continued to fall on Phantom Wolf. Although the damage was not too high, Phantom Wolf had no ability to resist at this time, so the health bar above his head was slowly decreasing bit by bit. More than a minute later, a system prompt finally sounded in his ears. You killed the ghost wolf and obtained the artifact equipment Shadow Wind Ring and the fairy equipment Spirit Wind Necklace. Listening to the system prompt in his ears, Lawrence couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said with disbelief, Artifact, this ghost wolf exploded an artifact. Heh, what's so strange about this? Xiao Han chuckled and continued with a smile. I have just said that this guy is very strong. Killing foreign players will also have a higher explosion rate than usual. This ghost wolf should have more than one artifact. Isn't it normal to explode one or two of them? More than one? Lawrence muttered to himself, and his doubts in his heart became more. He didn't understand why the man in front of him didn't kill the ghost wolf himself. If he took action, he might be able to explode all the equipment on the ghost wolf. At that time, maybe he could get one or two more. Even if he didn't get the artifact, giving one or two spiritual equipment would be fine. Okay, I should go now. At this moment, the voice in his ear continued. Since you killed the man, you should keep these 2 pieces of equipment. Take this soul-eating ghost face spider. I will have someone contact you Later. Please help me find Langdon as soon as possible. As he spoke, a trading box appeared in front of him, and the soul-eating ghost face spider was already on it. He clicked the confirmation button with excitement on his face. Before Lawrence could thank him, the figure in front of him disappeared instantly, as if he had never existed. #C 1477 Torture 1. Xiao Han moved away directly because he heard the shadow's voice. Although it has become an established fact that he failed to plunder 100 times agility, he is still very unwilling to do so. So I want to continue to monitor them for a while to see if there are any new discoveries. And for this reason, he did not kill the ghost wolf himself. Even when he instantly killed Klaus' teammates before, he pressed the spirit wolf's head into the swamp so that he didn't know what was happening there. He even gave up all the spirit wolf's equipment for this purpose. Lawrence killed him and only exploded 2 of them, so it would not be so easy for the ghost wolf to guess his identity. Come on! The spirit wolf has been killed. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from more than 10 kilometers away, and then 2 footsteps turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Hearing the sound of quickly leaving, Xiao Han did not rush to catch up, but just stayed behind at a distance. The 2 people in front ran wildly for more than 10 minutes and finally saw the resurrected ghost wolf outside the city of Thebes. At this time, few people said anything. It wasn't until he returned to the small courtyard before that Yuing asked, in a deep voice, "What's going on? How come you were killed so well?" "I don't know either," Ghost Wolf said with an ugly expression, and continued. "At that time I was lying in the swamp monitoring Lawrence. I didn't even know what was going on, but I was already controlled. I didn't know who killed me until I was killed." "I wonder who killed you?" Yuing had a look of disbelief on his face, and then immediately frowned and asked, "How is this possible? Even if you didn't see him, there was a system prompt after he was killed." "The system prompts that I was killed by Lawrence," Spirit Wolf explained and said with a palpitating face. "Fortunately, my body did not come in, otherwise there would be no chance of resurrection. I don't even know who did it, so we're going to be in trouble now." Yuing frowned and pondered for a while, then continued with an ugly face. "With your current strength, even if you are not the strongest in the Western League, you are still enough to be ranked among the top 10. Logically speaking, there aren't many people who can kill you. Even if he stands still, it will take several minutes to kill Lawrence. Today I unexpectedly met a master who not only killed you, but didn't even know who did it. It seems I can't stay here for the time being. Can't you stay here?" Yu Lang frowned and repeated with a frightened look on his face. "We finally found Lawrence. We can't go back like this. If you really go back like this, what will Master Yaki say?" "Hey, don't we all go back?" Yuing sighed with a depressed face, and continued in a deep voice. "Both of our bodies have not come in, so even if we are killed, it doesn't matter. Netherworld, you go back to the abyss first. Things over there are also very important. Your true body has already come in, so don't get involved in the muddy water. Here, no matter how powerful that person is, you are still safe in the abyss." Even though they were more than 10 kilometers apart, Xiao Han heard the 3 people's voices clearly, but the doubts in his heart deepened. The main body has not come in. What does this mean? Hearing that the 3 of them divided into 3 directions, one left the city, one stayed, and one ran towards the teleportation array, Xiao Han suddenly didn't know who to chase. If analyzed according to the current situation, Shadow should stay and wait for news. Ghost Wolf continued to look for news about Langdon and Lawrence, while Ghost Wolf most likely went to the Abyss Passage through the teleportation array. With this judgment in his mind, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper. From the information revealed in their words, the Ghost Wolf should not be disguised by others. But since it's not someone else who's pretending, then why is his 100 times agility gone? Is it possible that the Abyss Demon Lord in the Abyss can also plunder the power of fate? But if this is the case, why was Annika's hundredfold critical strike not taken away? Not understanding why, Xiao Han frowned deeply. After thinking for a while, he continued to whisper, "The main body comes in. This game can actually allow the main body to come in. And once the main body comes in and is killed, there is no chance of resurrection again. If the danger is so great, why would Netherworld let the main body in? This doesn't make sense logically. And what is going on in the Abyss that makes Netherworld willing to take such a big risk and let the main body in?" No one could answer the many doubts in his heart. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but whispered, "Since Yu Ming is killed, he will die completely. In this case, maybe we can find a breakthrough from him. As for the Ghost Wolf and Shadow, they already have 6 level 7 sky-splitting pillars, and they can come back at any time." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed, and then he ran towards the teleportation hall without any hesitation. In less than a minute, he returned to the Abyss passage he had left before. At this time, Yu Ming had disappeared, and he had obviously obeyed Yuing's instructions and returned directly to the Abyss. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han immediately wanted to chase after him, but he couldn't help but pause, frowning and whispering, "No, we can't leave like this. I have to leave an informant behind, otherwise Lawrence won't be able to contact me." As he spoke, Xiao Han immediately looked at the Abyss passage and continued to whisper, "This Abyss passage is also quite long. Takes at least 5 or 6 hours to fly back to the Abyss. My speed is much faster than Yu Ming. Even if I delay for a few minutes, I can catch up with him soon. I'd better go offline and contact Kyoto first and then find out what conspiracy these Fusang bastards are doing in the Abyss." As he said this, Xiao Han also chose to go offline immediately. After his consciousness was separated from the game, he didn't even push open the lid of the Xuanyu ice coffin or take off the game helmet. Instead, he took out his mobile phone directly from the space ring and called Han Feng, who was far away in Kyoto. Beep, beep, beep. As the ringtone rang rapidly, the call was quickly connected. Xiao Han said directly, "I need a trustworthy spy. A spy in the Western Alliance. Don't ask me why, this matter is very urgent. Give me a name within a minute, and I can make you an 8th level evolver. Within half a month." "Okay, wait a moment." Han Feng didn't say anything nonsense and immediately dialed another number to ask about the Western Alliance spy. In just over 10 seconds, he said in a deep voice, "Polant, you can contact him now, and you can directly tell him to do anything. #C 1478 Track 1. After getting the name he wanted, Xiao Han went online again without any hesitation. At this time, he was not too far away from Lawrence, so he immediately edited the name he had just got into a message and sent it over. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed directly into the Abyss channel. In the full-speed flight, in just over 10 minutes, he saw the Netherworld who had left first. Thinking that his body had also entered the perfect world, Xiao Han couldn't wait to know what the reason was and also wanted to know how he did it. And more importantly, since the real body can enter the game, then can the body in the game get out? Now, his body has 100 times reward, 100 times physical strength, 100 times critical strike, and 100 times energy. If the body in the game can also go out, will his abilities still exist? If it still exists, combined with the beast transformation in reality, how much will his strength be improved? Even a level 9 mutant beast can be crushed to death at will. With this in mind, Xiao Han immediately wanted to catch Yu Ming and force him to tell him how he let his real body enter the game. With this idea, his speed also soared instantly. Woo! The whistling sound of the wind sounded in his ears.
Xiao Han just
accelerated, but shook his head gently, muttering in his heart, "No, we can't catch him now. Although he entered the game with his real body, he will die completely after being killed. But if this guy is a hard bone who is not afraid of death, it will not be easy to force any information from him. At that time, even if we go back to catch Yulang and Yuming, we still can't get anything out. Their real bodies haven't come in. Even if we kill them 10 or 100 times, it will be useless. Thinking this way in his heart, Xiao Han's speed immediately slowed down again, and at the same time said softly, "And this guy has some things to do in the abyss. If you want to know what they are planning in the abyss, you can only follow him secretly to find out what they want to do. My main body can enter this world, but I always feel something is wrong. I have to find out what they want to do first, and then I can capture Yuming alive and interrogate them about their purpose in the abyss." Repressing the desire to act immediately, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, looking at the figure who was still running wildly, and then his body began to slowly become illusory. After a while, he completely disappeared in the abyss passage. At this time, Xiao Han, who had already become invisible, suddenly began to soar in speed. Even though his speed was reduced by 80% in the invisible state, he still caught up with Yuming quickly. Then he directly moved in space, past the figure riding on the black war horse, and continued to run wildly into the depths of the abyss passage. 3 hours later, he entered the first level of the abyss before Yuming. After a brief observation of the surrounding situation, he immediately dug out a cave more than 10 meters deep, a kilometer away from the abyss channel, and then immediately began to build a teleportation array. Soon, a first-level teleportation array was built. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you successfully built a first-level teleportation array, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully built a third-level teleportation array." Hearing this sound, Xiao Han's brows could not help but frown slightly, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. "I thought that the 100-fold reward was increased to 400 times, which could directly increase the item by 3 grades, but I didn't expect that. I still thought too much." However, although he was very disappointed, his hands did not stop at all and quickly filled up the cave he had just dug. Then he built 3 more in a row before finally stopping. Although you want to directly build a 7th-level teleportation array, it is not an easy task to find a space node. And the first-level teleportation array does not require a space node because the transmission distance is limited. Although this teleportation array cannot teleport him back to Yanhua, the teleportation array on Yanhua's side can teleport him here as long as the teleportation distance is sufficient. Since the Western Alliance has left a hidden player like Lawrence, of course a teleportation array must be left. Only in this way, once Langdon is found, he can teleport here in the shortest time. Ha! After hiding the 3 teleportation arrays, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that it would take more than an hour for Yuming to come, and his ears trembled slightly. At this time, several roars came from a radius of 50 kilometers. Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a coldness in the corner of his eyes, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme. After a while, a black shadow with 2 heads appeared in his sight, and a black spear immediately appeared in his hand, and then he didn't even look at the attributes of the black shadow, and the spear was thrown out directly. Whoosh! As the piercing sound rang out, the black spear hit the figure like lightning. The next second, a damage value of more than 10 billion immediately appeared above his head. The body of the black figure also froze instantly, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ding! At this time, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Han's ears. "Ding, you killed a 2-headed ogre, emperor, gained 1.6 million experience points, triggered a 400-fold reward, and you got." Listening to such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but show a touch of excitement in his eyes, and then quickly spread across his face. This time, he did not bless any status skills, but the Emperor-level boss was killed in 1 hit. The 400-fold crit also directly increased his attack by 4 times. Looking at the equipment and embodiment talismans that exploded on the ground, Xiao Han just cleaned them up a little and quickly killed in another direction. After a while, the area of 50 kilometers was swept away. At this time, a slight hissing sound came from the abyss channel, and then a da-da-da sound came from there immediately. Feeling that Yuming had left, Xiao Han immediately chased after him even though he didn't know where he was going. This guy has many secrets that he doesn't know. Now he must find a way to dig these secrets out of this guy, otherwise he will have trouble sleeping and eating. #C 1479 Track 2. The 4th level of the Abyss. 5 days passed in a flash. Xiao Han used the same method to build several Level 3 teleportation arrays in a row before Yuming. In the Abyss, he had no sense of direction, so he had to leave several Level 3 teleportation arrays near each Abyss passage to ensure that he could find his way back. Ding! When the system prompt sounded in his ears, Xiao Han did not continue to sweep the Abyss monsters, but took out the colorful holy dragon scales from his backpack. After taking a look at the 2 white light spots above, he couldn't help but whispered, "What a pity! There are so many spiritual veins here. There is no time now, otherwise maybe even the 7th level spiritual source can be found. But what does Yuming want to do? This is already the 4th level. Is he going to the 9th level of the Abyss?" With this in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately began to fill the deep pit he had just dug, completely hiding the teleportation array below. At the same time, he also followed the direction indicated by the holy dragon scale and soon found a spiritual vein several kilometers away. However, when he found the spirit vein, he also saw a blood-colored bone dragon. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a series of question marks appeared in the corners of his eyes. Blood Hell Bone Dragon, Emperor level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Looking at such data, Xiao Han gently grasped the spear in his hand, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He said excitedly, "Hey, it's actually an Emperor boss. Now the critical strike has been increased to 400 times. It should be enough to kill it in 10 minutes. An Emperor-level boss can at least explode more than 4 holy artifacts, and maybe even explode a pet embodiment talisman. At the speed of the netherworld, it will take at least more than an hour for him to enter the 4th layer of the Abyss." Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately raised the spear in his hand, but then shook his head and said, "No, we can't do it now. If I kill this blood prison bone dragon now, won't it expose my existence? Compared to a few holy artifacts and a few embodiment talismans, it is still most important to figure out what the netherworld wants to do." Resisting the urge to act immediately, Xiao Han slowly left here, found an inconspicuous hill, and sat down and waited quietly. Da, da, da. About an hour later, a sound of horse hooves came from the abyss passage, and he slowly opened his eyes. As the sound of horse hooves continued to run away, Xiao Han couldn't help but frown slightly. It had been 5 days, and Yuming had done nothing but kept on rushing. During this period of time, he even wanted to capture that guy several times and force him to tell his purpose. But he had already chased to the 4th level of the Abyss. If he gave up halfway now, everything he had done in the past 5 days would be in vain. So he could only grit his teeth and continue to follow Yuming from a distance. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Half a day passed in a flash, and the sound of horse hooves in front suddenly stopped. Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Could it be that we have reached the abyss passage leading to the 5th time?" After muttering this, Xiao Han immediately started to speed up. But at this time, the voice of the underworld did not disappear, but shouted loudly, "Respected Lord Kashir, I have conveyed your instructions. It's just that the murderer is extremely cunning, and his whereabouts have Not been found yet. Humph, what a bunch of trash. They can't even handle such a small matter. What's the point of them living? What are they doing? Why don't you get in? Quickly. Listening to the voices more than 20 kilometers away, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, squinting his eyes and whispered, "Kashir," he ran, to see Kashir. From the tone of its voice, it seems to be a demon lord-level existence. I thought that there was a passage leading to the 5th layer of the abyss, so his speed immediately increased to the extreme. But obviously his guess was wrong. But if there is a demon lord-level existence over there, you can't go there. Like this, although his current strength has increased by more than several times because of the 100 times critical strike and 100 times physical strength, there should still be a certain gap with the demon lord. After all, there is no helper here, and he has no way to use the iron blood. Charge again. And that time, even though the Lord of Greed had been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years, he still failed to keep him. If this cashier is really a demon lord, he must at least make some necessary preparations before trying to contact him. If he can kill him, it would be the best. But if he is not its opponent, he must leave a way out for himself and cannot die here. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately took out a crystal ball and began to look for the space nodes nearby that are suitable for building a 3rd-level teleportation array. At the same time, his ears were still monitoring the movements more than 20 kilometers away. At this time, Yuming also spoke again. That is just a human who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Why should you be angry with him? When you are fully recovered, you can crush him to death with your hands, right? Several other adults have also broken free from the seal. As long as the 9 dragons devouring heaven formation is deployed, not only will all the adults be able to return to their peak state, but the 10th level of the abyss will also appear. That ignorant human being can't change this general trend. Oh, you can talk. Cahill chuckled and continued. You actually came up with this way to remind me in a subtle way. But if you have anything, you can tell me directly. There is no need to go to such trouble to remind me. I have already sent out the materials for setting up the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation. Nothing is more important than this right now. Hey! The sage is no more than an adult. Yu Ming smiled flatteringly and said with some hesitation. It's just that there is no way to materialize those materials. But I haven't had time to tell you where to send the materials. Ha! You don't need to tell me this. Cahill laughed and continued. Didn't your adults tell you that this is not the first time this kind of thing has been done? You don't have to worry about the materials. The second batch will be sent out soon. Go back and give your adults a message. Those 2 helmets are very important. Whether they are black or white, you must find one of them. #C1480 Lord of the Dead. Ding, you successfully built a 3rd-level teleportation array triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully built a 5th-level teleportation array. Listening to the voice over there, Xiao Han finally built the teleportation array, but he looked in the direction of the voice and frowned deeply. After a while, he said in a deep voice, 9 dragons swallowing the sky. Array, is this an array to be arranged in reality? Also, this world and the real world are connected by a passage. What is the 10th layer of the abyss? Could it be that the world I live in will be pulled into the abyss and become the 10th layer of the abyss? All kinds of thoughts kept popping up in his mind, and Xiao Han suddenly thought of the ancient book that Tan Yuntian lent him to read, as well as the content translated from the ancient book. In the more distant ancient times, the abyss was not actually 9 layers. At that time, the abyss might have only 8 layers, 7 layers, or even fewer 6 layers. Although the content of that ancient book cannot be completely believed, there are actually some contents that can be found in other ancient books. Therefore, the translated contents contain both fictional information and some credible content. When he first saw the information about the abyss, his first reaction was that It was fake news. After all, this is not building a house. You can build as many floors as you want. One layer of the abyss is almost equivalent to a world, so if you can add a layer out of thin air, you can have an extra layer on the original basis. Later, a heavenly artifact exploded from the nine-tailed dragon scorpion, and, combined with the black and white helmet recorded in ancient books, it was also an item of heavenly artifact level. Xiao Han was almost certain that this was a false news. But now, the abyss can actually have a 10th floor, and it can even be connected to the real world, which even makes his worldview collapse a little. How can such a thing happen? Is the world I live in also fake? With such a crazy thought in his mind, Xiao Han instantly felt a surge of fear in his heart. In the game, killing monsters and exploding equipment is a very normal thing. But now this game actually has a connection channel with reality, so how can we explain such incredible things as killing monsters and getting equipment? And if the game and reality are both fake, then why do they exist? The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Just like when he was a child watching those movies about interstellar wars, he would involuntarily think, if one day all human beings disappeared, even the universe is annihilated, what will the future look like? Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but shudder, then shook his head vigorously, threw this thought out of his mind, and then said in a deep voice, "Don't think about it. Don't think about it too much. No matter what the future looks like, living well in the present is the most important thing. Even if reality is also a fake world, I will treat it as real. If I am strong enough, I may be able to uncover the heavy fog in front of me. And no matter what Yuming wants to do, he will try to stop it." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes became firm in an instant, and he walked slowly over there while continuing to monitor the voices over there. "Sir, those materials are extremely important. There is a human being who is ignorant of the world in the abyss. Nothing should happen, right? Don't worry about that. I wanted that guy to rob them. Well, I want to be relieved, but he has killed Lord Bodman after all. Whether these materials can be delivered is related to whether the Lord can recover completely. Don't you believe me? I dare not. I just want to be safe. After all, my master has been preparing for this for nearly 10,000 years. He can't fail at the last moment because of some materials." The voice is still going on, but there is no useful information. As for the materials that are going to be delivered, Xiao Han certainly wants to intercept them, but the route for transporting the array materials must be forced out from Yoming's mouth. At the same time, he also wants to try to see if it is possible to completely kill Cashier with 400 times the critical damage. After all, judging from the conversation between the two just now, Cashier's condition should not be very good at this time. In this case, he may not have no possibility of killing him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han began to approach that place cautiously, and then a white mountain range appeared in his sight. But when he slowly approached the mountain range, he found that it was completely made up of countless bones. And on each peak of this mountain range, there was a huge skull of bones. Even under his feet, there were some completely weathered bone powder. There are so many bones. Who is the guy inside? Xiao Han muttered softly, and he didn't dare to step on the bones to go up the mountain. After all, if he stepped on the bones on the mountain, there would be a risk of being discovered. However, he was more curious about the two guys on the other side of the mountain range, and then he stepped into the air and flew directly. Although the mountain range was 1,000 meters high, Xiao Han crossed the mountain range in just 2 or 3 minutes. At this time, in the basin in the middle of the mountain range, it was already clear that there was a white behemoth lying on the ground. Even when he was lying down, his height was more than 20 meters. At the same time, on his body made entirely of bones, there was an extremely large head. In his pupils, which were larger than basketballs, 2 balls of dark green flames were slowly jumping. This made Xiao Han's eyes focus, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, A set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Lord of the Dead Kasir, Demon Lord level? Health? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? A series of question marks appeared in the corners of his eyes, and a solemn look flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Then he whispered, "The Lord of the Dead has also escaped. According to what they said just now, the other lords of the abyss have also escaped now. And the Lord of the Netherworld, who was suppressed under Chenchi Island, has also escaped from the hands of the Xuanwu Holy Beast." Thinking that these demon lords might have been released by the four holy beasts, Xiao Han's face was full of doubts, and he couldn't help but secretly said, "When things here are over, I must go to Chenchi Island to take a look." As he said, he looked at the figure in front of Cashier, who had a wretched face. Roar. But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, and the Lord of the Dead, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head, looking at him with a fierce look in his eyes. #C1481 Pleasure S. Feeling the sudden gaze, Xiao Han was not afraid at all, but he had some doubts in his heart. At this time, he still maintained his invisibility and did not even touch the bone mountain below. But even so, he was still discovered by the Lord of the Dead. Seeing that Yuming also looked over here, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "Hey, a demon lord level boss, it seems that it is really not simple." Before deciding to come over, he had actually guessed that such a situation might occur. And even if he was not discovered by the Lord of the Dead, this level of existence could not be killed instantly by sneak attacks. As for how he was discovered, it is not important now. After 2 failed lessons, he would no longer use the sealing technique on this level of existence, which is no different from seeking death. Roar. At this time, a low roar sounded again, and at the same time he said with a confident smile, "Oh, I really didn't expect that someone would dare to come here. If I'm not mistaken, you are the guy who killed Bodman. Since I have been discovered, don't hide it like this. Let me see what you are capable of. You dare to come to my kingdom of the dead." "Oh, the kingdom of the dead?" Xiao Han chuckled, slowly revealed his figure in the air and continued with a smile. "This is not a dangerous place. What is there to be afraid of? Not only am I here today, I will kill you completely."
Ah, kill me.
The Lord of the Dead laughed as if he had heard something incredible. After a long while, he continued with great joy, "Yes, the guy who can kill Bodman is indeed very arrogant. I just don't know if your strength can match what you said. You should know that in tens of thousands of years, at least 10 people have said this to me, but now they can't even find their bones." "No less than 10 people, really?" Xiao Han said softly, and continued with a sneer, "It seems that I will be the last person to say this to you. You are quite confident. Then I want to see what kind of ability you have." As he said, the Lord of the Dead still looked calm, and at the same time, the huge skull with a diameter of more than 1 meter slowly opened and blew a breath to the bone mountain in front of him. Ha! 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 And at this moment, the bones on the bone mountain suddenly shook. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the bones on the bone mountain gathered together to form a humanoid warrior with a height of more than 10 meters. At the same time, this warrior also held a white bone knife with a length of more than 5 meters in his hand. Ha! As the roar sounded, a pair of white bone wings quickly grew out from behind the white bone warrior. Then the bone wings just flapped lightly and quickly flew into the air. Heh! Seeing the white bone warrior flying towards him quickly, Xiao Han showed a disdainful smile on his face, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. And a gleam of light flashed in his eyes immediately. White bone warrior, Emperor level, HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? The familiar question mark appeared in the corner of his eyes again.
Xiao Han
took out a spear with his backhand and laughed in a low voice. "Just this, you Want to test my strength? As he said, he casually swung the spear in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, the spear immediately shot straight at the white-bone warrior, who had just condensed like a flash of lightning. Then, a crisp bang sound came, and a damage value of 10 billion immediately appeared on the head of the skeleton general, which instantly emptied the blood bar on his head. At the same time, the bones that made up the skeleton general were all turned into powder. Fuck! How is this possible? The death of the skeleton general, as the caster of the spell, seemed not to be noticed by the Lord of the Dead, and raised his hand to summon 2 more. But the nether beside him was stunned, and shouted in disbelief. One shot of 10 billion damage value, even if you have a set of divine weapons, you can't do it. Ha! 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 It was just his exclamation, and no one paid attention. The 2 skeleton generals who had just been summoned had already flapped their wings and flew towards the figure in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! But at this time, 2 more spears were shot out, and the skeleton general who had just flown was shot dead again. Even though they had made evasive moves in the air, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed instantly. This made the Lord of the Dead flash a touch of surprise on his face. And then, he said in a deep voice, "Yes, there is still some strength." Bodman died, without complaint. But just like this, there is no way to kill me. As he said, a black light flashed in the eyes of the Lord of the Dead. And then he took a deep breath, and suddenly spit a mouthful of black magic energy at the bone mountain in front of him that was more than 1,000 meters. Hi! Ha! 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 As the magic energy came into contact with the bone mountain, the entire mountain seemed to come alive in an instant, and the white bone warriors who were more than 10 meters tall climbed up from the bone mountain. At the same time, among the countless white bone warriors, there were also some white-bone Tyrannosaurus Rex scattered around. They flapped their white-bone wings and flew up from the mountain. At this time, the Lord of the Dead slowly stood up and said, "Welcome to my Kingdom of the Dead. I think you will like this gift." Ha! 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 As the words fell, the white-bone warriors in the sky flew up at high speed and surrounded Xiao Han in midair. The more powerful white-bone Tyrannosaurus was also mixed in among the white-bone warriors, spewing out groups of dark dragon breath. At this time, the Lord of the Dead laughed loudly and said, "Since you have come to my kingdom, become a part of them. Believe me, you will not feel any pain, but only the joy of eternal life." Hee, JJ is gone, and there is no joy. Xiao Han sneered with disdain, and suddenly opened a pair of blood-colored wings behind him, saying with murderous intent, "That's it. It's not enough for me to fill my teeth." As he said, the blood-colored wings also shook rapidly, and the next second the blood feathers that were shaken off immediately turned into blood-colored raindrops like bullets shooting at the white-bone warriors and white-bone Tyrannosaurus in the sky. Swish! 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 Amid the piercing sound, damage values exceeding 10 billion appeared in large numbers. The Emperor-level bone warriors could not even withstand a drop of blood rain, and were killed instantly. The bone Tyrannosaurus, which had reached the Emperor-level strength, also could not resist for too long. When the blood bar on its head was emptied, its entire body quickly turned into white bone powder. "Xiao Han, you are Xiao Han from Jing'an." At this time, a terrified shout came from the ground, and continued to shout, anxiously, "Help, Lord Cashier, help, that blood rain will kill me." Instantly. #C1482 Rampant Behemoth King. Xiao Han was not surprised that Yu Ming could guess his identity. After all, this guy had died in the bloody rain in Winter City, and even his entire body of equipment was exposed. If Yuing or Yulang were here, he would still have some concerns about using this skill. But for Yu Ming, there would be no such concerns. Anyway, his body has already come in. As long as he is controlled in his hands, the news will not be leaked. So even if his identity is exposed, there is no need to worry about other people knowing. As for the Lord of the Dead, he will try his best to kill him. Even if there is no way to do this today, as long as he goes back and embeds the condensed light stone on the holy weapon or even the heavenly weapon, he will have the confidence to do this. Maybe he can also call Zhantien, and the two of them will work together to surround and kill this demon lord level boss. And now, facing thousands of white-bone warriors using the blood rain stunt is the best choice. Swish, swish, swish. As the blood-colored raindrops continued to fall, patches of blood-colored damage values continued to emerge from countless white skeletons. The Emperor-level white-bone warriors were killed in seconds, and even the Emperor-level white-bone Tyrannosaurus was no exception. The terrified Yuming had already hidden under the body of the Lord of the Dead and finally escaped this disaster by luck. And in just a few breaths there was no flying skeleton in the sky, and even the area within a radius of 10,000 meters turned into a vast expanse of white. The bone powder in the sky had already fallen to the ground. The mountain that was thousands of meters high before was now less than 500 meters. This made the Lord of the Dead, who was originally full of confidence, flash a gloomy look in his eyes, and then said coldly, "Boy, you angered me. Heh, so much nonsense." Being in the abyss since he had decided to kill the Lord of the Dead, Xiao Han didn't want to say any more nonsense. As he reached out to take out another spear, he used all his status skills, such as Roar, Rage, Blood Rage, etc. instantly. The next second, the spears in his hand were thrown out like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp whistle sounded, and the spears thrown out were not just one, but instantly turned into several streams of light, shooting towards the Lord of the Dead. Roar! The enraged Lord of the Dead let out an angry roar, and a pair of white bone wings with a wingspan of more than 100 meters instantly appeared behind him. As the bone wings slapped hard, a strong wind immediately whistled up, and the bone powder in the sky also rushed around in this strong wind, and even the bone powder on the ground flew away. At this time, the Lord of the Dead seemed to have appeared beside Xiao Han. Roar! As the roar sounded again, its white bone claws suddenly stretched forward, whistling and grabbing Xiao Han. And Xiao Han certainly didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. Although his health value was as high as 1 billion, he couldn't even withstand the attack of the beast, so how could he withstand the attack of the demon Lord? So as soon as the claws stretched out, he had already dodged more than 100 meters to the side. At the same time, his figure also shook slightly. The next second, 7 identical figures separated from his body, and at the same time raised their spears and shot again. Swish! 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 7 piercing screams sounded, and instantly 7 blood-colored damage values appeared on the head of the Lord of the Dead. 6 damage values of more than 300 million, mixed with a damage value of more than 30 billion were so conspicuous. Xiao Han looked at this scene and couldn't help but whispered, "It's a pity that the 7th level clone can exert 100% of its strength, but the 100x critical strike cannot be triggered." But this is also true. After all, the clone has no luck, so how can it trigger a 100x critical strike? If the clone can also trigger a 100x critical strike, then killing this undead lord is not a matter of minutes. Thinking so in his heart, although Xiao Han did not dare to rush up to fight. In close combat, he controlled one of the clones to move over. Roar! At this time, the roar sounded again, and a white tail swept over in an instant. One clone was unable to dodge and was immediately beaten into pieces. But at the same time, another clone flew behind the undead lord very quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Han thought about it and instantly switched positions with. Then the spear in his hand shook slightly, and 5 red afterimages appeared, and then heavily hit the undead lord's book. Boom! 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 Amidst the dull sound of impact, dozens of blood-colored damage values immediately appeared, but this time, there was no tenfold damage bonus of a full-strength attack. and each blood-colored damage value was only more than 3 billion points. Heh! With this damage, it's almost enough to tickle me. At this time, the Lord of the Dead sneered, and then immediately said, "In my territory, you actually want to compete with me in terms of number of people? How naive." As the voice fell, its pair of white bone claws immediately raised high, and, at the same time shouted loudly, "My slaves, come out and enjoy the feast." Bang! 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 And the next second, a dull impact suddenly came from under the ground, as if some kind of monster was about to break free. Xiao Han's face suddenly froze, and he immediately looked towards the place where the sound came from. He muttered in a grim voice, "3 places could it be possible that it can summon 3 beast-level beings?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately controlled his clone to retreat. Bang! 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 The sound of impact under the ground was still ringing, and suddenly a dark bone claw stretched out from the ground. Roar! At the same time, a low roar came from there, and then a dark head with long fangs also drilled out from the ground. "What is this?" Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam, and a set of data immediately appeared in front of him. Furious Behemoth King Blaze, Ferocious Beast Level, Health, Physical Attack, Magic Attack, Physical Defense, Magic Defense. As such a set of data appeared in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly shrank, and he whispered in disbelief, "I didn't expect it to be a beast level boss. This is the violent Behemoth King. What are the other 2? As he said, he turned his eyes to the other side and saw 2 bone whips sticking out from under the ground. But this is not over yet. With the continuous bang-bang sound, more than 10 bone whips drilled out from under the ground. At this time, Xiao Han also saw a white skull appear in his sight. #C1483 Deep Sea Octopus Monster. Deep Sea Octopus Monster Benasai, Ferocious Beast Level, HP, Physical Attack, Magic Attack, Physical Defense, Magic Defense. His eyes flashed, and another set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Roar! At the same time, a giant white bone wolf emerged from the ground. This made Xiao Han's eyes freeze, and he couldn't help but said coldly, "Hey, it's really a ferocious beast boss." Facing the slaves summoned by the Lord of the Undead, Xiao Han certainly did not dare to be careless, and an idea immediately came to his mind. Chirp! As the neighing sound sounded, the holy light unicorn was immediately summoned. Just the next second, the sound stopped suddenly. The holy light unicorn that just came out not only saw the figure of the Lord of the Dead, but also saw 3 existences of the same level within a radius of 1,000 meters. "Fuck! What did you do?" Seeing so many terrifying existences around him, the holy light unicorn couldn't help but exclaimed, and then immediately roared, "Holy shit, could this be the undead kingdom of the Lord of the Undead?" As the words fell, the holy light unicorn turned around and ran away without any hesitation. At the same time he shouted loudly, "Run quickly, how dare you come here? Even if you want to die, you can't die like this. Haha, why don't you dare?"
Xiao Han huckled.
Although he was extremely fearful, he continued calmly, "This guy just broke free from the seal and his current condition is not very good. If we can't kill him now, we won't have such an opportunity in the future." "Kill it?" the holy light unicorn said incredulously, and then immediately said, "We are just you and me now. My sons are not here. Are you sure you can kill him?" "Why not?" Xiao Han slowly raised the 9-nether demon-destroying gun in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Give me the holy light blessing, the unity of humans and beasts, and the holy light sacrifice. Believe me, I can definitely kill them today. Are you sure?" The holy light unicorn looked at the figures that had quickly surrounded him, his eyes full of anxiety. Roar. At this time, an angry roar sounded, and more than a dozen 100-meter long. Bone whips immediately swept towards Xiao Han around him. Xiao Han also controlled the clone to dodge quickly, and at the same time shot the spear in his hand again. Call out! Call out! Call out! Amidst the piercing howling sound, no matter whether it was the dark behemoth, emperor, the deep-sea octopus monster, or the white-bone giant wolf, blood-colored damage values wafted out from the forehead. Among the many blood damage values, there is even one with a value of over 30 billion. This made the holy light unicorn's eyes suddenly light up, and he couldn't help but roar in a low voice. This Han Xiao seems to be stronger again. Without my assistance before, his damage was only 5 to 6 billion. If the three skills of Holy Light Blessing, Human Beast Fusion, and Holy Light Sacrifice work on him together, then the damage he can cause can exceed 1 trillion. With this thought in his mind, the Holy Light Unicorn's eyes immediately lit up, and then he threw a Holy Light Blessing away. Call out! And almost at the same time, another black spear was shot out at extremely high speed. As the black light flashed in the air, it accurately hit the abyss octopus monster in an instant, and a long blood-colored damage value immediately appeared from its forehead. Roar! An angry roar followed. The Holy Light Unicorn stared at the bloody damage value, and then exclaimed with disbelief on his face. Fuck! How is this possible? More than 3 trillion damage. I must be dazzled. It has only been a few days since I entered the pet space. Even if he is the chosen one, his strength should not increase so fast. With such muttering in his mouth, the Holy Light Unicorn had seen it, and Han Xiao raised the spear in his hand again. Call out! The next second, the spear shot out of his hand. At this time, the deep-sea octopus monster also quickly dodged to avoid the spear attack. There were a total of 6 spears that could be shot, and they were shot at it from different directions. Even if they successfully dodged most of them, 2 spears still hit it. -30456897215548. Another damage value of more than 3 trillion appeared, and the blood bar on the head of the deep-sea octopus monster was obviously missing. This made the Holy Light Unicorn's eyes light up, and the thoughts in its mind moved. A halo of starlight immediately spread from the horn on its head to the surroundings. Even though this skill would consume 100 years of health, it did not hesitate at all. Ah! Go to hell for me. At this time, feeling the sudden surge in attributes, Xiao Han couldn't help but roar, and the 6 clones were also running wildly, avoiding the attacks of the violent King Behemoth, the white-bone giant wolf, and the Lord of the Dead. Puff! One of the clones was unable to dodge, and its body instantly exploded into pieces. The remaining 5 clones immediately responded to the will of the main body, raised their hands and shot the arrows in their hands. Call out! Call out! Call out! Amidst the ear-piercing screams, a spear suddenly hit the deep-sea octopus monster. -1063546982. The next second, a bloody damage value of more than 10 trillion immediately emerged from the head of the deep-sea octopus monster. Fuck! Seeing that the damage caused by the cold owl had tripled in an instant, the Holy Light Unicorn cursed in disbelief, and then immediately wanted to use the Human Beast Fusion. But at this time, the figure holding the spear was not riding on it. And this skill must allow the energy in both bodies to merge into one, in order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the rider. Seeing that the cold owl did not seem to have any intention of coming over, it could only give up using the skill and rush straight to the white-bone giant wolf. Swish! 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 At this time, Xiao Han's spear shot out again, and another damage value of more than 10 trillion came out from the head of the deep-sea octopus monster. At this time, it was obvious that the blood bar on its head had almost decreased by 1%. Hey! Only 100 shots are needed to kill it, he whispered excitedly. Although Xiao Han knew that a 400-fold critical hit was very powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful. The state of Holy Light Blessing can give him 2 billion points of light. Attribute attack. With a 380% crit effect, his damage value can instantly soar to 7.6 billion. And with a 400-fold crit, the damage directly soars to 3 trillion. Although the single unit increase of Holy Light Sacrifice is not as high as Holy Light Blessing, it can allow the target in this state to have 5 billion. Light attribute damage. When the light attribute attack soars to 7 billion, it is not surprising that it causes more than 10 trillion damage to the deep-sea octopus monster. Roar. Seeing the deep-sea octopus monster shot by the spear roaring in anger, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light and instantly switched positions with his clone. When he came behind the deep-sea octopus monster, he swung his hand and shot out 3 more spears. C1484 Deep Blue Star. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, and gain 64.3 million experience points. If you trigger the 400-fold reward, you gain 25.72 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, and get 7,600 gold coins. The 400-fold reward is triggered, and you get 3.04 million gold coins. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, get the artifact. Equipment Aqua Blue Star Ring, trigger the 400 times reward, and get the artifact equipment Deep Blue Star Ring X4. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, get the artifact. Equipment Aqua Blue Star Pendant, trigger the 380 times reward, get the artifact equipment Aqua Blue Star Pendant times 20, get the artifact equipment. Deep Blue Star Pendant times 3. Ding, you killed a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine artifact, triggering 365 times the reward. You obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine artifact times 17, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine Heavenly artifact times 3. Ding, you killed a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, obtained the Manifestation Talisman Technique artifact, triggered a reward of 350 times. You obtained the Manifestation Talisman Technique artifact times 14, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Skill Celestial artifact times 3. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, get the skill Praise of Death, Earth level. Trigger 345 times the reward. You get Praise of Death, Earth level, times 11, and get the Rite of Death times 3, Heaven level. Ding, you kill a deep-sea octopus monster, ferocious beast, and get. A series of system prompts rang in his ears, while a flash of excitement flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. A faint look of depression also appeared on his face. In fact, this deep-sea octopus monster was not as easy to kill as he thought. As his health continued to decrease, group attack skills would be released from time to time, which not only killed most of his clones instantly, but also put him in danger. If the space ring had not prepared thousands of spears for throwing, it would not have been easy to kill the deep-sea octopus monster without close combat. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he was killed in just 10 minutes. It's just that 7 heavenly artifacts were exploded in a row, and they were all rings and pendants, which was a bit hurt. If it's a manifestation symbol, there's no problem even if it's the same. After all, whether it is elixirs, skills, or items, the demand is always in short supply, so it is worthwhile to expend some luck power for this. But with 4 identical artifacts, even level 230 artifacts, almost no one can use them. This consumption is too much. While cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han frowned and continued. Just killing a ferocious beast-level boss consumes 55 points of luck power. If we kill them all, wouldn't it cost 200 points of luck power? At this time, Xiao Han already regretted being too generous when he was in the Western Alliance and gave Lawrence 100 points of luck power. But at that time he had no choice. If you want others to help find Langdon, you must give them enough benefits. If you only give him a few or a dozen points of luck power, it will probably be more difficult to convince him. After all, the reason Lawrence was able to make up his mind was because he wanted 100 times Langdon's intelligence. Roar. Just as he was thinking this, the roar sounded again. The Lord of the Dead and the violent behemoth emperor, who had been unable to catch him, had already shifted their targets and rushed towards the holy light. Unicorn. Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately took out the sky, seizing Pearl. While absorbing the power of luck inside, he whispered to himself, "There are still 1,100 points left, which should be enough for the time being. As long as you mention it to Zhan Tian when you get back, another 8,400 points of luck power will be credited to your account. Now, let's kill that big guy first." As he said this, Xiao Han had a thought in his heart, and at the same time, 4 more clones separated from his body. While controlling a clone to pick up the equipment, he immediately looked towards the holy light unicorn. At this time, its health is rapidly falling. Although the holy light unicorn has extremely strong healing capabilities, it cannot withstand the siege of 2 ferocious beasts and a demon lord level boss. The health points above his head were falling rapidly at a rate of nearly 1 trillion per second. The damage done by the furious king behemoth and the white bone giant wolf is actually only tens of billions, but the damage done by the lord of the undead is extremely terrifying. According to the current situation, it is estimated that the holy light unicorn can only last for 30 or 40 minutes at most. It seems that we have to kill the Lord of the Dead first. After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately raised his hand and shot the spear in his hand. Then the black light flashed and he accurately hit the target. When, as a crisp sound of impact came, a bloody damage of up to 10 trillion appeared on the head of the Lord of the Dead. Roar. And this blow instantly angered the Lord of the Dead. But he ignored Xiao Han and instead accelerated his attack on the holy light unicorn. Oh, this is interesting. Seeing the health bar on the holy light unicorn slowly disappearing, Xiao Han didn't even need to calculate. He knew it wouldn't be in danger in the short term, and such a target couldn't be better for him. Swish, swish, swish. The spear in his hand was thrown out again, and damage values as high as 10 trillion continued to emerge from the head of the Lord of the Dead. In just over 10 minutes, it couldn't bear it anymore. Roar. As the roar sounded, the Lord of the Dead looked back and immediately turned to run towards Xiao Han. But its condition at this time was not very good, and its speed was only a little faster than Xiao Han. Even if it caught up with Xiao Han, it could only kill one of the clones. And the distance between each clone was extremely far, and it was impossible to kill all of them within 10 minutes. Swish, swish, swish. As the spears continued to shoot, the health bar on the head of the Lord of the Dead began to slowly decrease. This made Nether in the distance look horrified, and whispered in disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible? Xiao Han is only level 7 now. Even if he has a divine weapon, he can't deal such damage. Could it be that he is wearing that white helmet at this time? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Nether saw that the health bar on the head of the Lord of the Dead had dropped below half and immediately felt that this place was no longer safe. Roar. At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded, and the Lord of the Dead suddenly opened the bone wings full of holes behind him. Woo, woo, woo. The sharp whistling sound of the wind suddenly sounded, and the bones within a radius of 10,000 meters, as well as the completely weathered bone powder, immediately revolved around the Lord of the Dead. Hashtag C1485 retreat. In the overwhelming paleness, a figure over 100 meters tall and over a kilometer long slowly took shape. Roar. As the roar sounded, 2 more heads sprouted from its neck, and there was actually a long blood bar on the 2 newly grown heads. This made Xiao Han's expression change, and he muttered in a low voice, "Sure. Enough, the Abyss Demon Lord is not that easy to kill. But being able to use this ultimate move is already pretty good. As soon as we get back, we'll call Zhan Tian over. We should be able to kill him completely by then." Saying this, Xiao Han no longer had the idea of continuing to take action. If the Lord of the Undead only has 1 health bar, there is a chance to kill him if the Holy Light Blessing and Holy Light Sacrifice can still last for more than 20 minutes. But now, even if the Lord of the Undead stands still, he probably won't be able to kill him. Although I had made such speculations before and knew that it would not be easy to kill him, I still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Roar. At this time, the roar sounded again, and a black light wave instantly centered on the Lord of the Dead and began to spread in all directions. Seeing this suspected group attack skill, Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the golden body was immediately used. But the black light wave passed over his body, but it didn't cause any harm to him, and he didn't even appear immune. Strange, what kind of skill is this? This caused a look of confusion to flash across Xiao Han's face, and at the same time he guessed in a low voice, "Is it possible that this is some kind of buffing skill like Holy Light Blessing?" Roar, roar. With this thought in his mind, 2 violent roars immediately sounded behind him. The violent behemoth emperor and the white-bone giant wolf seemed to be completely demonized, with all their bones turning black. The holy light unicorn, which was still barely able to cope with it, has been beaten back steadily. Click, click, click. At the same time, there were constant sounds of bones crashing deep underground, and black skeletons crawled out of the ground one after another. This made Xiao Han's face suddenly turn aside, and he immediately moved a space and landed on the holy light unicorn. Chirp. At this time, the holy light unicorn immediately let out a high-pitched roar, and the human-animal union was used instantly. Feeling that his attributes were rising, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash his eyes. Seeing that the claws of the violent behemoth emperor had already struck, he also raised his hand and shot at him. Bang! 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 In a series of collisions, more than 10 damage values appeared instantly, and each damage value was as high as 10 trillion. This caused the blood bar above Meng Huang's head to drop by about 1/10. In an instant, roar. Angry roars followed, and this horrific injury not only failed to scare away the violent King Behemoth, it even made him become even more violent. The black sharp claws also came over with overwhelming anger. Riding on the back of the holy light unicorn, Xiao Han had no way to effectively avoid such an attack. Just when he was about to rely on the commanding special effects on his body to receive such damage, the holy light unicorn seemed to teleport. Not only did he avoid the attack of the violent King Behemoth, he even charged directly, and the horn on his forehead pierced the body of the giant white wolf. Boom! A dull impact followed, and a damage value of hundreds of billions immediately emerged from the head of the giant white-bone wolf. And Xiao Han's spear also hit hard at this moment. Bang! 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 The combo effect was triggered, the black spear shook 3 times in a row, and 3 bloody damage values exceeding 10 trillion immediately emerged from the head of the giant white-bone wolf. Roar! At this time, a roar sounded. The dragon head on the left side of the Lord of the Dead suddenly opened, and a black fireball immediately hit him. Neither Xiao Han nor the holy light unicorn dared to take such an attack head on. Seeing the black fireball coming, the holy light unicorn flapped its wings fiercely, pulled out the horn above its head, and quickly dodged to the left. Click, click, but its speed did not increase. Instead, there were several crisp sounds of bone breaking This made Xiao Han's expression suddenly change, and he immediately looked to the ground. Those black skeletons crawling out of the ground have grabbed the 4 hooves of the holy light unicorn and want to pull it underground. Boom! At this moment the black fireball suddenly hit them, and an immunity, accompanied by a bloody damage value of up to 5 trillion, immediately emerged from their heads. Fortunately, the fireball did not have a stun effect. Xiao Han quickly took out the nightmare necklace from his backpack that could only be used for 10 minutes and took it directly with him. Chirp. At this time, the holy light unicorn was still struggling hard, trying to break free from the bone-white palm stretched out from the ground. But there were too many bones and palms, and there was no way for it to break free. Even if Xiao Han wanted to take it back to the pet space, the 2 sides were still at war and there was no way to take it back. Boom! Suddenly a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and Xiao Han subconsciously used Death Raid, and a white immunity immediately burst out on his head. Then 1 person and 1 beast broke free from the bone-white palm under their feet and flew up involuntarily. It was not until they flew 100 meters away that they realized that the violent behemoth king that knocked them away had rushed to their front again. The black claws also slapped down fiercely. At this time, a dizziness mark appeared on the head of the holy light unicorn, and there was no way to avoid the subsequent attacks. If it was hit again, it would probably not be able to recover from the dizziness effect. Xiao Han's eyes could not help but condense, and the power of the Beast King on the Beast King leather armor was immediately used, and the power attribute power soared by 300%, and then a gun hit it heavily. Boom! The spear collided with the claws of the dark behemoth king and flew out of his hand in an instant, and even Xiao Han's hands could not help but tremble. In terms of strength alone, even the Dragon Clan could not compare with the behemoth. So Xiao Han was not surprised by such a result, but his purpose of attacking was achieved. Chirp! The holy light unicorn let out a high-pitched hiss and immediately flew up, with its wings flapping. Whoosh! Swoosh! At this time, 2 more black fireballs shot over, and at the same time the black skeletons deep underground also came out. Xiao Han looked at the Lord of the Dead with some regret. In the current situation, it is impossible to kill him. After a little hesitation, he shouted in a deep voice, "Go!" As he said that, he also stretched out his hand and pointed to the netherworld. Boom! At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon wrapped around his arm immediately smashed over with a thunderous strike. The netherworld, who was hiding in the distance, did not expect Xiao Han to be out of his body, and his body stiffened instantly. At the same time, an illusory dragon head also crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and swallowed the stiff body in one gulp. At this time, the Lord of the Dead also did not react. As Xiao Han's arm shrank back fiercely, the netherworld was forcibly pulled onto the back of the holy light unicorn and rushed away. #C 1486 300,000 years ago, 1. Although the holy light unicorn's combat power is not very good, its speed is even much faster than that of the white bone wolf and the furious behemoth king. Even compared with the Lord of the Dead, it is a little faster. When the holy light wings were summoned, a pair of wings completely condensed by light immediately appeared behind the holy light unicorn. Just a light tap, it was like a stream of light, and the speed instantly increased to the extreme. In less than a minute, it ran to the level 5 teleportation array left behind. Roar! The angry roar sounded behind him, and Xiao Han was too lazy to pay attention. He carried the still stiff nether in one hand and stepped onto the teleportation array with one foot. As the teleportation array was activated, the light of the crystal flashed, and the two disappeared directly. When they appeared again, the surroundings were already pitch black. Boom! At this time, Xiao Han stepped hard and shattered the teleportation array under his feet. Then he asked the purple flame thunder dragon to look at nether, took out the pickaxe and dug with all his strength. 10 meters underground, it took him less than 5 minutes to return to the surface again. Not far away was the abyss passage leading to the third floor. Xiao Han turned around and looked in the direction of the Lord of the Dead, and couldn't help but whispered, "I will come back. I will definitely come back. And next time you won't be so lucky." As he said this, he immediately flew to the back of the purple flame thunder dragon, grabbed Yuming, and said coldly, "Hey, 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation, can you explain it to me?" Roar. Before Xiao Han's voice fell, the purple flame thunder dragon roared, carrying the 2 people on its back, and rushed straight to the abyss passage. At this time, Yoming's face was already very ugly. He didn't expect that he would be captured alive by Xiao Han in the Lord of the Dead's lair. What's more terrifying is that this guy can not only kill the beast boss, but also suppress the Lord of the Dead at the level of the Demon Lord. Now, through the teleportation array, he has opened up a distance of thousands of kilometers from the Lord of the Dead. Although the second and third layers of the abyss are also guarded by demon lords, this passage is thousands of kilometers away from the Lord of Plague and the Lord of Corruption. At this moment, no one should be able to save him. What should I do? Being caught by Xiao Han, Yoming's mind was spinning rapidly, and he said at the same time, 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation. What is the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation? Hee. You are still playing dumb with me. Xiao Han sneered and stretched out his hand to give Yuming a taste of his power. But thinking that he could deal billions of damage with a casual attack, the movement of his hand stopped immediately. At this time, he found that he seemed to have no means to deal with this guy. After all, if he was not careful, he might kill him instantly. At that time, let alone asking about the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation, he couldn't even ask about the passage between the game and reality. Thinking of this, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and then threatened in a low voice, "Since I said the 5 words, 9 dragons devouring heaven formation, do you think I don't know anything? I advise you to cooperate a little so that you can suffer less physical pain." Hee. You still ask me if you know it? Yuming sneered and said, indifferently, "As for physical pain, are you kidding? This is a game. Even if you kill me, I can be resurrected." "Oh, can you really be resurrected?" Xiao Han took out the flame fong skinning knife, intending to cut Yuming with a knife to show him how powerful he is. But thinking of his own injuries, he had to give up this idea. Seeing that there was no way to force him to tell about the 9 dragons devouring heaven formation and the material, Xiao Han said in a cold voice, "I know something about you. Your main body has entered the game, and you still want to revive? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me now. It won't take more than a day. We'll make you tell me willingly." As he said that, Xiao Han felt that the speed of the purple flame thunder dragon was still a little slow, so he raised his hand and summoned the holy light unicorn, and shouted, Go back now. Rush to the first level of the abyss at your fastest speed." "What's going on?" the holy light unicorn asked in confusion, and felt that Han Xiao had already sat on his back, and immediately continued to ask, "It's not easy to come to the 4th level of the abyss. Are you going back like this? The spiritual source of the 4th level of the abyss should be there will be more than the 2nd layer of the abyss. We have completely shaken off the Lord of the Dead just now, so it's okay. Even if we stay in the 4th layer of the abyss." "I know," Xiao Han responded and said in a deep voice, "but now there are more important things. I must return to the ground as soon as possible. The Lord of the Demons in the abyss has already started. Just now I heard the conversation between this guy and the Lord of the Dead. They have begun to arrange the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation. I have to go back to the Xuanwu Holy Spirit and ask what the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation is." 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation? The holy light unicorn repeated, in a low voice, frowning, and said, "I seem to have heard the name of this formation somewhere. Have you heard it?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Then think about when and where you heard it." "It seems The holy light unicorn frowned and thought while flying at full speed. It's been too long, and my memory is a little fuzzy. I seem to have heard my father say that this kind of formation appeared in ancient times. But what exactly is the use of this formation? He didn't seem to be very clear at the time, but he just said that this formation is very powerful. Is that so? Xiao Han said helplessly, and then immediately said, since the formation is very powerful, there is no time to delay. I think the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit should know something about this formation. As he said, he looked at the netherworld in his hand and continued in a cold voice. Although this guy also knows, it shouldn't be so easy to force him to ask. I have to go back and find a few professionals to dig out all the secrets in his stomach. Then you sit tight. Knowing that this kind of thing can't be delayed, the holy light unicorn used the holy light wings again. His body instantly turned into a stream of light. In just 3 or 4 hours it has flown to the 3rd level of the abyss. Xiao Han quickly took out a crystal ball and began to search for nearby space nodes according to the instructions on the crystal ball. In less than a quarter of an hour, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you successfully built a level 5 teleportation array triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully built a level 7 teleportation array. Seeing that the level 7 teleportation array had been built, Xiao Han stood on it without any hesitation. #C 1487 300,000 years ago. 2. The first layer of the abyss. Even with the help of the teleportation array, Xiao Han took more than 10 hours to fly to the first layer of the abyss. At this time, the 7th level teleportation array had been built. Xiao Han was about to take out a few cracked pillars to find that the maximum teleportation distance of the teleportation array that had just been built had soared from the original 20,000 kilometers to the current 40,000 kilometers. Although he was on the Western Alliance side, the teleportation arrays on the Nami and Yanhua sides could be directly teleported. This made a flash of joy on his face, and he couldn't help but whispered, although the current 400-fold reward cannot directly upgrade the 5th level teleportation array to the 8th level. But the teleportation distance has been directly increased by 100%, which seems to be very good. Now that both places can be teleported, should we dig out all the spiritual sources that we have explored before?
No.
Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately shook his head and continued in a deep voice. Those spiritual sources are on the 2nd layer of the abyss, and it is not difficult to take them out. But the time spent in the abyss channel back and forth, it is estimated to take at least 6 or 7 hours. Now the 9 dragons devouring heaven formation has not been figured out yet, so let's put the matter of the spiritual source aside for the time being. Won't be too late to take it out after we figure out what's going on. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han immediately stood on the teleportation array, but his eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered, I wonder what effect this enhanced teleportation array will have when paired with the sky-splitting pillar. Such a thought suddenly came up, and the sky-splitting pillar was temporarily useless, so he immediately took it out and arranged it around the 7th level teleportation array. At the same time, he took down the sky-splitting stone in the middle of the teleportation array, engraved a new coordinate on it, and whispered, the ancient teleportation array should have some differences. I wonder if I can teleport directly from the 1st layer of this abyss to the Ice City. Although it is still uncertain now, it won't take too much time to engrave one more space coordinate, so Xiao Han did it directly. Compared to flying in the abyss channel for 3 or 4 hours, it doesn't hurt to try it out in these few minutes. Looking at the groove in the middle of the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately installed the newly carved sky-splitting stone in his hand, and also took a look at the teleportation options. Oh, I didn't expect it to work, he whispered in surprise, and Xiao Han stood on the teleportation array with some excitement. As the familiar light flashed again, he disappeared. When he appeared again, everything in front of him was also very familiar. Looking at the completely collapsed cave, Xiao Han couldn't help but sighed. "Hey, I'm finally back." As he said this, he immediately saw Yu Ming at his feet, and quickly opened the friend list to take a look. He found that only Han Su was in Hanbing City, so he sent him a message directly, and then activated the teleportation array. Under his feet, Yunxiao City. After transferring through Baihu, Xiao Han carried the stiff Yu Ming and walked quickly into the Yunxiao auction house opposite the teleportation hall. A few minutes later, Jiangzhe, Guohuai, and Fu Chengji all rushed over. After another 6 or 7 minutes, Han Feng and Qiu Mingyuan came in, anxiously, saying in unison, "You are finally back. You should still remember the ancient book we asked you to translate last time. That ancient book records an event that is actually related to reality." Related to reality? Xiao Han showed a hint of surprise on his face and even ignored the netherworld around him and asked hurriedly, "What's the matter? What did you translate?" "It's not a big deal," Qiu Mingyuan said in a deep voice, and continued, "It's just that according to ancient records 3,000 years ago, all the existences above the Emperor worked together to open a space crack leading to another world. The reason why the population of this world is so sparse is that 3,000 years ago all went to another world through the space crack. Even those powerful races in this world left the space crack together and went to an unknown other world." Space crack? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and then immediately asked, "What happened in this world 3,000 years ago? Is it related to our is there any connection between the worlds?" "Maybe there is some connection, but I'm not sure." Han Feng was silent for a while and said hesitantly, "There are some things in our world that you may not know too well. Take Darwin's theory of evolution, for example. I believe you should have heard of it. But what you don't know is that although this theory of evolution seems very reasonable from a logical point of view, there are still many things that cannot be explained." "Theory of evolution?" Xiao Han nodded gently and said with a puzzled look, "Is there anything wrong with this theory of evolution? Didn't humans evolve from ancient apes? You can say it is, or you can say it is not." Han Feng paused for a moment and continued in a deep voice, "Before the mutant beasts appeared, all countries had research on this. From the fossils that have been excavated, there is actually a missing part in human evolution." "Missing?" Xiao Han's face flashed with a puzzled look, and then he remembered that he had seen a video, and immediately asked, "Could it be that you mean the sudden appearance of Homo sapiens?" "He, you know it." Han Feng chuckled and continued, "It is indeed related to Homo sapiens. We can't find any fossils of humans between Homo sapiens and Homo erectus. If it evolved normally, there should be a complete evolutionary chain. For example, the brain capacity of the Australopithecus africanus 3 million years ago was about 400, and the brain capacity of Homo erectus a million years ago was about 900. Until 300,000 years ago it was still the same value, but the brain capacity of Homo sapiens that appeared 300,000 years ago soared to 1,600 cubic centimeters. At the same time, the neck of the giraffe, which is unique to Africa, suddenly soared to about 2 meters during that period, and there are no fossils in the middle form at all. You should know that it took 2 million years for the Australopithecus africanus to evolve into Homo erectus, and the brain capacity also slowly increased from 400 cubic centimeters to 900 cubic centimeters. So now there are even many scientists in this field who deeply suspect that humans were created by aliens. Created by bad aliens? Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but glance at the netherworld beside him, and a very outrageous idea suddenly flashed through his mind. After thinking for a while, he found that this explanation seemed very reasonable. Only time could not match reality, but he still asked, Do you think that the space crack 3,000 years ago leads to our blue planet? Hashtag C 1488 300,000 years ago. 3. Well, there is indeed such speculation. Qiu Mingyuan nodded gently and continued. It's just that, in terms of time, the gap between 3,000 years and 300,000 years is really too big. Otherwise, I really think that the ancestors of the humans on Blue Star may really come from here. It's just that before the mutant beasts appeared, there were no spiritual veins on Blue Star. Even if there were warriors and cultivation techniques, they had no way to pass them down. And there are many myths and legends handed down in the 5,000 years of Yanhua's history. Maybe they are related to those people. Myths and legends? Xiao Han muttered softly, frowning, and continued. Could it be that Nuwa, Fushi, Pangu, and Hongyun really existed? For such speculation, he didn't know whether to believe it at this time. However, this game is related to reality after all, so no matter what bizarre things happen, they are not surprising. Compared with myths and legends, it is more important to figure out what is going on with the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation and the 10th layer of the abyss. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately turned his gaze to the netherworld beside him and then continued in a deep voice. I think we should be able to get some answers to this question from him. Netherworld, Jiangzhe said with some doubts, frowning and saying, I just wanted to ask you, how did you catch the netherworld of Fusang? Could it be that this guy knows some secrets of this world? Yeah. Xiao Han turned his gaze to Qiu Mingyuan and said in a deep voice, this guy's body has come in, and there is no way to revive if he is killed. My attack is too high, so I dare not use some torture methods. And before in the abyss, I heard this guy talking to the Lord of the Dead. They are going to set up a 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation, and then the 9-layer abyss will become 10 layers. The 9-layer abyss becomes 10 layers, and the body can still come in? Feng frowned and whispered, and immediately thought of Xiao Han's previous anxious tone, and asked him to help find a spy in the Western Alliance. Now it seems that it should be related to the guy in front of me. But how did the real human beings in reality get into this game? And what exactly does the 10th level of the abyss mean? Could it be that the real world will be pulled into the abyss by the 9 dragons swallowing heaven?
Formation?
With such a thought in mind, Han Feng suddenly felt a chill and immediately said in a deep voice, What do you mean now? Let us interrogate this guy. Yeah. Xiao Han nodded and continued in a deep voice. Find someone with weaker attacks and give him a taste of his strength to see if we can force him to ask some useful information. Weaker attacks? Jiangzhe whispered, frowning, and said, But this is a game. Even if you are attacked, you won't feel pain. No matter what you want to ask in this situation, it should be impossible to do it. That's not necessarily true. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said eagerly, Since the main body has come in, this place should be equivalent to reality. For him, it may not even be necessary to have a weaker attack. As he said, Han Feng flipped his hand and took out a black dagger and appeared in front of Yuming in a flash. At this moment, Yuming's face suddenly changed, and he struggled anxiously. But the purple flame thunder dragon was like a rope, tightly binding him, making it impossible for him to dodge the dagger that was getting closer and closer to the back of his hand. The next second, the black dagger also gently scratched his body. The blood-colored damage value that could be imagined did not appear, but a touch of blood, accompanied by a few drops of blood, slowly overflowed from the place where the dagger scratched. At this time, everyone's face showed an incredible look. Guohuai even exclaimed, Fuck! There is no blood-colored damage value, but this guy is bleeding. The main body enters the game, but how is this possible? Seeing this scene in front of him, not to mention Guohuai couldn't believe it. Even Jiangzhe, Han Feng, and Qiu Mingyuan and others couldn't believe it. After all, this kind of thing is really too incredible. and thinking of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation and the 10th level of the abyss that Xiao Han mentioned before, everyone's face became even uglier. Originally, facing the mutant beasts in reality, the situation had just improved a little, but now they have to face the abyss demons in the game as well as those extremely powerful abyss demon lords. As long as they think of them appearing in reality, everyone's face is filled with despair. Ah! At this time, Yuming suddenly cried out in pain, and Han Feng said with a gloomy face, "Since you feel pain, don't hide it. With our means, you can't bear it. Even if you want to die now, if we don't intend to let you die, you will definitely not die." Puff! As he spoke, the dagger in Han Feng's hand had stabbed into Yuming's calf again, but strangely, not much blood flowed out. Ah! The cry of pain sounded again, and Yuming shouted loudly, "Don't do it. I'll confess everything." The 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation has nothing to do with reality. This formation will only pull the game world into the abyss and become the 10th layer of the abyss. Turning the game world into the 10th floor of the abyss?
Han Feng muttered.
In a low voice, although he felt something was wrong, he did not continue to ask more questions on this issue, because he could not judge whether it was true or not, but this possibility existed. Since Yuming was no longer stubborn, it was a good opportunity to ask him how he let the main body in. Thinking this in his heart, Han Feng also continued, "Can you tell me what happened when the real body entered the game?" Materialization talisman. Yuming did not hesitate at all, and immediately explained loudly, "Reverse materialization talisman. The reason why I was able to come in as my real body is because the Lord of the Dead gave me a reverse materialization talisman. Since things in the game can be materialized out, then things in reality can also be materialized in. Hee. Keep making up for me." Xiao Han interrupted with disdain on his face, and continued with a sneer, "This nonsense sounds reasonable. But have you forgotten that I said before that I heard all the conversations between you and the Lord of the Dead? What's going on?" Seeing Xiao Han say this, Qiu Mingyuan immediately asked in a deep voice, "Could it be that everything he said just now was all fake?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded gently and continued, "This guy was not materialized by the reverse materialization talisman. I still don't know what the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation is, but the materials for setting up the formation cannot be materialized in reality. There is a special channel between the game and reality that can transport the formation materials out. And this guy," Xiao Han pointed and continued, "he also came in from that special channel. Is that so?" Qiu Mingyuan was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Then it is not possible to distinguish whether the news he said is true or false in a short time. If you don't mind, you can hand him over to me. It will not take more than a week at most. I will pry all the information you want to know out of his mouth." #C1489 quota for advancement. Bringing Yuming back from the abyss was to be interrogated, so Xiao Han did not refuse Qiu Mingyuan's request and nodded in agreement. After all, they were the professionals in this kind of thing. Seeing the two escorting Yuming out, Xiao Han said to the people around him, in a deep voice, "The harvest from this trip to the abyss is still very good. We found 4 level 8 spiritual sources alone, but you can't use this kind of spiritual source for the time being. The number of level 7 spiritual sources has doubled, and there are about 20 level 6 spiritual sources. Go back and count them to see who should be given these promotion quotas." Promotion quotas? Fu Qingji was stunned for a moment, and then shouted in disbelief, "Are the spiritual sources in the abyss overflowing? But this is not right. We have found your master and asked for the production method of the soul seeking disc you mentioned, but in such a long time only 3 spiritual veins have been found. Hey! I went to the 4th floor of the abyss. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and suddenly thought of Zhan Tian's 100-fold damage. If the 100-fold reward can be increased to 500 times, then the 8-level spiritual sources will be 5. And the number of level 7 spiritual sources will also increase to 10. In this way, Yanhua will not only increase 2 level 7 evolvers, but also increase the number of level 8 evolvers to 7. If they have such strength, they will be able to eliminate all mutant beasts. In Yanhua, thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately said, "By the way, I have something urgent to do with Zhan Tian. Please help me contact Zhan Tian as soon as possible." One of the places for promotion to level 7 evolvers is reserved for him. And those places for level 4, level 5, and level 6 are also reserved for him. If he can't come back in the game, let him come to Jing'an as soon as possible. Okay, I'll contact him now. Jiangzhe nodded and responded quickly and immediately said, "Then are you going to wait here now?" "I don't have the time." Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "I have to go to the Xuanwu Holy Spirit. Now, I think it should know what the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation is. If you can do something about this formation, if I have some understanding, then maybe I can prevent the appearance of the 10th layer of the abyss. After things here are over, I have to go to the abyss again. The materials for setting up the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation are all transported out of the game. If the netherworld does not confess, I have to try my luck in the abyss to see if I can find the special channel that can connect to reality." "That's fine. Then you go and get busy first," Jiangzhe said in a low voice, and continued with a serious face. "Other things can be left to us. You don't have to worry too much. Besides this, is there anything else we need to do?" "Other things?" Xiao Han frowned and thought for a long time before, remembering that there were still some materials to collect. While opening the attribute panel, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Speaking of this, there are indeed some things that need your help. There is a material called UNC Crystal Stone, and I have a large demand for it now. Not only does it need to be above level 5, but the diameter must also be more than 20 centimeters and the length must be more than 1 meter. UNC Crystal Stone?" Jiangzhe repeated in a low voice, nodded and said, "Okay. I will contact Kyoto and ask them to help collect it together. If there is nothing else, I will contact Zhan Tian now." "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded and responded, and before Jiangzhe left the Yunxiao auction house, he walked out first. A few minutes later, they had arrived at Lu Yan's residence. "Isn't the old master here?" Xiao Han knew that there was no living person inside after his ears moved slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. The main reason for coming here was to ask his cheap master if he had heard of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation. But now the old man is not here. There was no message from him at the Yunxiao auction house either. It was not so easy to find him at this time. Looking at this quiet house, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "Could it be that he ran to another place to suppress the Abyss Demon Clan?" Thinking so in his heart, he was actually not very sure. But now that Tan Yuntian has not been found, he can only go to Chenxi Island to see if the Xuanwu Holy Spirit is still there. After all, the matter of the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation can't be delayed any longer. "I hope Han Feng can ask for some useful information." Muttering softly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and turned to run towards the teleportation temple. At this time, in the misty jungle hundreds of kilometers away from Stormwind City, a man in black was fleeing madly. At the same time, there was a figure chasing him behind him. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, the man in black shouted anxiously, "Master Tan, I really don't know who gave Xiao Wu to Lu Yan." "Oh, you don't know?" The white-haired old man chasing behind chuckled and immediately said, "You don't know, but I do. You should be familiar with the name Lu Jihong." "Ah." The man in black couldn't help but pause for breath, and hurriedly explained, "He is my retainer, but that guy's character is not very good. I expelled him a long time ago. Is that true? The white-haired old man said without comment, and said coldly, with a cold light in his eyes. Since it has nothing to do with you, why are
you running?
Yes. The man in black was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, then Lu, Jihong has nothing to do with me, why should I run? As the voice fell, he immediately stopped. At this time, the white-haired old man flashed and appeared in front of the man in black and slapped him directly with a palm. Bang! As a white fang appeared on the forehead of the man in black, the white-haired old man asked in a deep voice, now tell me who introduced Lu Jihong to you. As far as I know, you have high requirements for retainers. That guy is just a high-level soldier. I am still very curious about why he became your retainer. The man in black showed a hint of hesitation on his face. But when he saw Tan Yuntian raised his hand, he immediately shrank his head and shouted, in a hurry, the third son of the Prince Gong's mansion introduced him to me. He has just taken in a concubine, and Lu Jihong is the concubine's biological brother. You also know that the third son and the second son have a deep conflict, and he can't help him get a job directly. That's why he put him on my side first, just to help him find a job in my name. #C1490 Disappearing Basalt. Chenshi Island. Because he had an experience of not being able to find a mine, Xiao Han left a third-level teleportation array here when he left last time. As soon as he walked down from the teleportation array, he immediately heard a heavy crash. Yang! 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 Because there are many gems, this place has always been very lively, and is often occupied by some large guilds. However, as high-level gems have been almost mined out, some large guilds have given up this place, but there are still many individual players who like to come here. At this time, among the endless stream of people, there are still people talking excitedly. Hey, have you heard that the blind pig dug up a level 7 cold crystal here the day before yesterday? It would be great if I could dig one too. Level 7 gem, you actually want to dig one too, don't you think you're not dying fast enough? This kid probably hasn't been weaned yet, thinking that the world is full of good people. The day before yesterday, everyone here went crazy for that crystal. So what if they went crazy? Anyway, even if they were killed, the chance of the gem being exploded is not high. Didn't the blind pig take the gem back? Heh, even if he went back, what would happen? He's still being hunted down. Bursts of discussion continued to come from the crowd. Xiao Han also knew that it was not easy for the bottom players, but he couldn't care about that at this time. After all, there were more important things waiting for him to do. If this world is really inextricably linked to reality, then he must try every possible way to become stronger as quickly as possible. Once the 9 dragons devouring heaven formation is successfully arranged, the Abyss Demon Lord will be able to return to his peak state. At that time, the Abyss Demons should have attacked the ground with all their strength. Not only would they attack the ground, perhaps even the real world would be forcibly dragged into this war. So at this moment, he already felt that time was running out. Even though the people around him were still chatting about some gossip, Xiao Han was too lazy to listen to what they were saying specifically, and ran quickly along the mine. In just a few minutes, hundreds of players were seen flying in the air. They waved their pickaxes and hit the rock wall above their heads. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't say much and directly appeared next to the Xiangang stone wall with a space teleportation. While flipping his hand to take out the Dragon Soul Midas touch shovel, he directly hit it hard. Bang! A crisp collision sound came from the empty space, and immediately some players turned their attention to it, and then sneered with a gloating look. Look! There is another idiot. That stone is as hard as diamond. Even the treasure pickaxe can't break the rock. Hey! Why do you care about him? There are always some guys who don't believe in evil when they come here for the first time. If they can't dig the rock, they will automatically give up. No, look at the rock wall. The crowd was talking, and some players whose flying skills were on cooldown were waiting to see the excitement. But now they didn't see the excitement, but found that there was a pit on the stone wall. At this moment, everyone was shocked and shouted in disbelief. "Oh my God! Am I dazzled?" The rock wall that even the treasure pickaxe couldn't break was actually broken today. It seems that this guy is not here for the first time. What level of equipment is the golden pickaxe in his hand? Amidst the exclamations, Xiao Han ignored the voices behind him, and the pickaxe in his hand continued to hit the Shengang stone wall heavily. Yang! 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 With the continuous sound of crisp knocks, a cave large enough for one person to pass through soon appeared in front of him. But the inside of the cave was empty at this time. This made Xiao Han's face suddenly change, and he said in disbelief, "Is what is recorded in that ancient book true? The Lord of Nothingness broke free from the suppression of Qinglong, and it can be attributed to the exhaustion of the spirit vein. But the spirit source here has been upgraded to level 7. How could the Lord of the Netherworld break free? Could it be that the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit really released it on purpose?" With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han shook his head vigorously again, and continued with a puzzled face. If it was released on purpose, then they should be a group of demons. But if the Holy Spirit and the demons are a group, why do they suppress the Abyss Demon Lord? In addition to suppressing the Demon Lord, Qinglong also directly sent more than 20 heaven-level cultivation techniques last time. How can this be explained? Looking at the empty mountain belly in front of him, not only the spirit source but even the spirit veins have been completely moved away. Xiao Han frowned deeply. If the Holy Spirit and the demons are in the same group, then what is the operation of sending out the heavenly level skills? Even he himself, because of the Xuanwu true skill taught by Xuanwu, his strength has been greatly improved. So now Xiao Han is completely confused and has no idea what is going on. He can't help but whisper, "Is there any deeper reason in this?" In his heart, he really doesn't want to believe such a result. After all, the 4 sacred beasts are like a belief to the people of Yanhua, so at this time he still wants to find a reason to prevent the belief from collapsing. What's going on? What's going on? Muttering to himself, Xiao Han frowned and continued. Zhan Tian is receiving special training from Qinglong. Should I go there too? No, I can't just go there like this. Before this matter is clear, you can't easily contact the 4 sacred beasts. Even if you have their help, you can quickly gain the strength of the god of Va. Anyway, I have the divine veins. Even without the special training of the sacred beasts, I can quickly break through to the god of war realm. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer struggled. Anyway, he would know the answer to this matter sooner or later. Before that, he needed to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Zhan Tian, Landon, and Turgenev. Muttering to himself, since the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit was not here, Xiao Han had no need to stay any longer and turned around and rushed out of the mine. At this time, the eyes of the nearby casual players all lit up, and they rushed to the hole with a diameter of only 1 meter. C1491 inlaid with condensed lightstone 1. Having not found the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit, Xiao Han could only return to Yunxiao City helplessly, although he asked by Xiaoxing to help keep an eye on Tan Yuntian's news. Before leaving, he still couldn't find him for a while. Thinking that he would have to go to the abyss again in a while, he took out a piece of armor and whispered, "If I can equip this equipment, I will have a greater chance of destroying the Lord of the Dead. While I have time now, I can just inlay the condensed light stone on this equipment." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han took out 2 level 5 condensed light stones and walked quickly to the exclusive forging room of the Yunxiao auction house. He had all the materials for inlaying gems, so a hole the size of a finger was soon drilled on the 9 dragons' heart guard. Sha, sha, sha. After a few minutes, the magic pattern that maintained energy balance was also engraved on it. At this time, Xiao Han picked up the level 5 condensed lightstone on the workbench and was about to install it on the 9 dragons' heart guard, but the movement of his hand suddenly stopped. After frowning and thinking for a while, he whispered to himself, "No, I can't embed the condensing lightstone on this equipment for the time being. After the 100-fold reward, the level 5 condensing lightstone will only become the level 7 at most. Although the reward has been increased to 400 times now, it will only increase by 2 grades. And the 9 Dragon Heart Guard is a level 230 equipment. Even if the usage level is reduced by 70 levels, I can't equip it now." Thinking that he is only level 150 now, Xiao Han's face is full of depression, and he raised his hand to put the armor in his hand into the space ring. Now, it is not impossible to equip the heavenly artifact. One is to become a level 9 evolver so that his level limit can be increased to level 190. However, according to the current situation, it is obviously an impossible thing. As for the other method, that is to dig up the level 7 condensing lightstone. But even if he stayed in the abyss for half a month this time, he still didn't find a vein that produced condensing lightstone. So this method is obviously not feasible either. Taking out the nightmare necklace, Xiao Han continued with a depressed look on his face. "Since the heavenly artifact cannot be equipped, let's equip a few holy artifacts first. Although the attributes of the holy artifact are far inferior to those of the heavenly artifact, they are also much stronger than the artifact." Having said that, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, took out a pure white jade rhino horn and began to drill a hole in the nightmare necklace. Click, click, click. In just a few minutes, a small hole was drilled. At this time, Xiao Han also took out a delicate carving knife and carved around the hole and then used a brush to stick thick magic pattern liquid to draw complex and mysterious patterns on it. Finally, a white crystal was carefully inlaid on the nightmare necklace. Ding! When the level 5 condensing lightstone was pressed into the necklace, the system prompt sounded immediately. "You successfully embedded a condensing lightstone, level 5, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully embedded a condensing lightstone, level 7. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a flash of excitement in the corner of his eyes, although he could wear this necklace directly before. But the time reversal of the golden unicorn allowed him to wear this equipment temporarily, but the attribute was reduced to 1/10 of the original. Although the attribute of the holy weapon is very strong, 1/10 is only equivalent to the attribute of a divine weapon. If it weren't for the life-saving special effect on it, which could resist 10 fatal injuries, he would not have bothered to use this equipment. But now it's different. After the effect of the level 5 condensing lightstone was improved by 100 times, it has become a level 7 condensing lightstone, and you only need to be 140 levels to use this equipment. Thinking of the properties of this equipment, Xiao Han couldn't help but say excitedly, "Hey, 790,000 points of physical strength. How much is it after a 100-fold increase? Let me calculate. It should be 316 million. The physical strength growth of Xuanwu Jingong is 5.2, so 1 point of physical strength can be turned into 52 points of life. Then if I wear this equipment now, won't my life value be as high as 17 billion? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han instantly became excited. There is also a holy weapon level nether dragon scorpion blade in his space ring. The physical strength increased by this weapon seems to be higher than that of the nightmare necklace. And now he has a level 5 condensed light stone in his hand, which can be completely embedded in the nether dragon scorpion blade. Hey! If you can equip a set of holy weapons, it seems that you are not weak. Speaking so, Xiao Han took out a black battle blade with his backhand. But he was not in a hurry to drill a hole, but took a look at the Nightmare Necklace. In his hand, Nightmare Necklace, Sacred Artifact level 210, Physical Attack limit plus 50%, Physical Attack plus 1580000, Strength plus 790,000, Stamina plus 790,000, Agility plus 790,000, Energy plus 790,000, Defense plus 790,000. Hull, Condensed Light Stone, level 7, reduces the use requirement of this equipment to level 80. Special skill, Rage, consumes 100,000 energy, enters a rage state. Physical attack increases by 500%, true damage increases by 30%, lasts for 60 seconds, consumes 20,000 energy points per second, cools down for 600 seconds. Looking at the introduction on the whole, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and muttered softly, "Reduced by 80 levels, how can it be? Reduced by 80 levels. Because of the 100-fold reward for the owner, there is no level 1 and 2. Condensing light stone in the space ring. But level 3 and level 4 condensing light stones were dug up at the beginning. The introduction of these two kinds of stones clearly states that once they are successfully embedded in the equipment, the use requirements can be reduced by 30 and 40 levels respectively. Gemstones below level 3 can be classified as primary gemstones in terms of quality. Generally speaking, if it is other types of gemstones, when the quality reaches level 4 or level 7, its properties will increase significantly. But condensing lightstone is a special case. Even if the level 4 condensing lightstone reaches the quality of intermediate gemstones, it can still only reduce the use requirements of equipment by 40 levels. So for the level 7 condensing lightstone, Xiao Han never thought that it could reduce the use requirements by 80 levels. Now this is the case, he is almost depressed and wants to vomit blood. Because the use requirement of level 80 was lowered, he could equip the 9 Dragon's Heart Guard at level 150. The physical strength of that equipment has increased by 40 million. After the 400-fold bonus, that is 160 billion physical strength, which is more than 800 billion after being converted into health. Although the physical strength increased by the Deep Blue Star Ring and the Deep Blue Star Pendant is slightly less than that of the 9 Dragon's Heart Guard, it is also 32 million points. If he can equip these two pieces of equipment, his health can reach more than 1.5 trillion. At that time, he will definitely not be afraid even if he fights against the Abyss Lord. Damn, what a pity. Xiao Han cursed in a low voice, but he had no choice at the moment. He could only put aside the depression in his heart and raised his hand to take out the 9 Dragon's Heart Guard. The previous holes on this equipment have been drilled out and even the magic patterns have been engraved. Now, just install the level 5 condensing lightstone. #C1492 inlaid with condensed lightstone. 2. You successfully embedded a condensed lightstone, level 5, triggering A. For 100 times reward. You successfully embedded a condensed lightstone. Level 7. When the familiar system prompt sounded in his ears again, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he also looked at the properties of the armor in his hand. 9 Dragon Heart Armor, Celestial Artifact level 230, maximum health value, plus 100%, health value plus 500 million, strength plus 40 million, physical strength, plus 40 million, intelligence plus 40 million, agility plus 40 million, defense plus 40 million, energy plus 40 million. Hull, condensing stone, level 7, which reduces the usage requirements of this equipment to level 80. Special skill. Teleport, move 500 meters in the selected direction. Consume 500,000 energy points. The number of teleports available is 0/20. And recover once per minute. Special skill guard. When using the skill, you will gain a shield with health value x10, which can be used on any target within a radius of 100 meters. It lasts for 300 seconds, consumes 500 million energy points, and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Special skill, Feign Death. Within 0 to 30 minutes after death, you can choose a time to resurrect at will. When you die, you can choose 3 pieces of exploded equipment at will. Consumes 10 million energy points and cools down for 1 hour. Special skill, Absolute Defense. When using the skill, not only can you be immune to all damage, but you can also attack the target in this state. Consumes 1 billion points of energy per second, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. Special skill, 9 dragons to protect the body. When using the skill, you can summon 9 dragons of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, light and darkness to protect the body. The health of each dragon is equal to the main body, and the loss of the main body can be replenished at any time. HP. At the same time, each dragon can give the user 500 million points of its own attribute damage, consume 200 billion points of energy, and cooldown for 24 hours. Special effect, Toughness. Reduce control time by 100%. Special effect, Explosion-free. When attacked, the probability of being critically hit is reduced by 1000%. Special effect, Anti-armor. When receiving a melee attack, 50% of the damage received will be reflected back in the form of a spell. Special effect, Hard armor. Immune to all attacks from weapons below artifacts. Attacks from weapons above artifacts, damage reduced by 50%. Special effect, Calm down. Reduce the cooling time by 80%. Special effect, the resistance of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire and earth is increased by 200%, and the resistance of the 5 elements is increased by 500 million points at the same time. Although he had already seen the properties of this piece of equipment, Xiao Han only regarded it as a useless thing at that time, so he did not feel any excitement in his heart. But now, when the 5th level condensed lightstone is inlaid, the feeling is completely different. Not to mention the added attributes. Just 5 special skills are insane. Teleportation can be used 20 times. There is also the Guardian skill, which can actually apply a shield to a designated target within 100 meters, based on his health value, which is directly doubled by 10 times. If this piece of equipment is used by others, it will only apply a tens of billions of shields at most. But he is a man with 400 times the physical strength. This piece of equipment alone has added more than 800 billion health points to him, which is more than 800 billion when converted into a shield. There are also suspended animation and absolute defense, which are also very practical skills. As for the last 9 dragons body protection stunt, although the cooldown time is slightly longer, this skill is so abnormal that it explodes. Not only are there offense and defense, but the 9 divine dragons summoned are equivalent to carrying 9 super blood bags with more than 800 billion health points. Young horseman, with this piece of equipment you finally don't have to worry about being killed instantly by the Abyss Demon Lord. Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han immediately looked excited, took off the Beast King leather armor and put on the 9 dragon heart armor with his backhand. I opened the properties panel and took a look, and the corners of my mouth almost instantly cracked to the base of my ears. Then he took out the dark blue star necklace and whispered with pain in his face, "Unfortunately, the 5th level light condensing stone just now has been embedded in the nightmare necklace. Would you like to go to the condensed light stone mine before and see if you can dig 2 more level 5 condensed light stones?" Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han was very moved. However, thinking that it would take 3 or 4 hours to pass through the Abyss Passage, the idea that had just arisen was immediately suppressed, and at the same time he whispered, "There is no need to be too anxious now to dig the 5th level condensed light stone. When Zhangzhi collects enough metamagnetic crystals, he can teleport directly there. And Zhan Tian, once he absorbs 100 times his damage, after the 100 times reward is increased to 500 times, one more level 5. Condensed light stone will be excavated. For now, it is better to inlay a 4th level condensed light stone on the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade. When I retrieve the 6th level spiritual source, I can ask the Divine Veins to help me advance to an 8th level evolver. And when that time comes, the weapon will be ready for use. Although the properties of the 9 Nether demon-slaying gun currently used are also good, it is far behind compared to the Saint-level Dragon Scorpion Blade of the Netherworld. Now his health value has reached more than 800 billion, and he is qualified to fight the Abyss Demon Lord. Then it is very necessary to change into sacred equipment. Although the attack of a full blow is very high, the Flowing Light Phantom body technique has been mentioned to LV7 and can summon 7 minutes. Under such circumstances, the damage that close combat can cause to the target is much higher than that of throwing a spear. After all, the attributes of the spears he threw out were not very good, and most of them did not even have attribute attacks. They were all supported by the Holy Light Blessing of the Holy Light Unicorn. But the Holy Light Blessing has a cooling time of up to 5 days. Although the 9 Dragons Bodyguard will also increase his attribute damage by over 100 million, the cooling time of this skill is also up to 24 hours. Without these 2 skills, even with a full force of 10 times the damage and 100 times the critical strike effect, it would be difficult to kill the beast. So the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade must be equipped. After all, the attribute attack on this holy weapon is not as exaggerated as the 9 Dragons Bodyguard, but as long as the special skill Netherfire above is used, it can also provide 100 million points of dark and fire dual attribute damage. At the same time, there is also a special skill called Dragon Scorpion Slash, which not only has a real damage effect that lasts for 20 seconds but also can poison the target. So such an equipment must be equipped as soon as possible. Thinking this in his mind, Xiao Han immediately took out the materials and started drilling and carving magic patterns. Sha, sha, sha. As time passed, the familiar system prompt sounded again. You successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 4, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 6. It is not difficult to embed gems, so the success rate is also very high. Seeing that the gem has been successfully embedded, Xiao Han immediately brought the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade to his eyes and took a look at his properties. C1493 inlaid with condensed light stone, 3. Underworld Dragon Scorpion Blade, Sacred Weapon level 210, Physical Attack. Upper limit plus 60%. Physical Attack plus 22000000. Strength plus 11000000. Stamina plus 11000000. Agility plus 11000000. Energy plus 11000000. Defense plus 11000000. Whole. Condensed light stone, level 6, reduces the use level of this equipment to level 70. Special skill, Rage Attack passive skill, increases the user's attack damage by 100%. Special skill, Underworld Fire, consumes 2 million points of energy to summon the Abyss Underworld Fire, giving itself 100 million points of dark and fire. Dual attribute damage, consuming 1 million points of energy per second. Special skill, Frenzy, consumes 4 million points of energy, is the evolution of the Frenzy state. All attributes are enhanced by 300%, consumes 400,000 points of energy per second, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down for 3 hours. Special skill, Dragon Scorpion Slash, ignores the targets with defense, summon 9 Dragon Scorpion Giant Blades, each of which causes 200% physical damage to the target, consumes 5 million energy points and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Special effect, Critical Hit, increases the critical hit rate by 100%. Special effect, Endless, increases the critical hit effect by 150%. Special effect, true damage. When attacking the target, there is a 30% chance of triggering the true damage effect. Special effect, poisoning, 100% chance of poisoning the target, losing 50 million points of health per second. Special effect, combo, 100% chance of launching 2 consecutive normal attacks, 100% chance of launching 3-level normal attacks, 60% chance of launching 4-level normal attacks, 20% chance of launching 5 consecutive normal attacks, and 10% chance of launching 6 consecutive normal attacks. Fuck you, what's going on? Seeing that the level 6 Ningguang stone actually reduced the level of equipment use of level 70, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice, since the level 3, 4, and 5 condensing stones have reduced the equipment usage level by 30, 40, and 50 levels respectively. Then the level 6 condensing stone should be reduced by 60 levels. After all, the level 7 condensing stone is considered a high-level gemstone, and because of its quality it may have increased by 20 levels at a time. But the level 4, 5, and 6 condensing stones are all intermediate gemstones, and this situation should not happen. Xiao Han frowned deeply, not understanding what was going on. After thinking for a long time, he whispered to himself, could it be because of the 100-fold reward? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and then he immediately took out a piece of holy equipment with good attributes and immediately started to drill holes on it. Click, click, click. Soon, a level 3 condensing stone was taken out. In order to confirm his thoughts, Xiao Han immediately pressed this level 3 condensing stone into the hole on the soul-breaking bracelet. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding, you successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 3, triggering a 400-fold reward. You successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 5. Hearing this sound, Xiao Han immediately took a look at the attributes of the equipment in his hand. Soul-breaking bracelet, sacred weapon level 210, upper limit of health value, plus 50%, health value plus 24 million, defense plus 850,000, physical strength plus 850,000, agility plus 850,000, strength plus 850,000, energy plus 850,000. Whole, condensed light stone, level 5, reduce the use requirements of this equipment to level 60. Special skill, hegemony, passive skill. The moment the skill is used, there is an 80% chance of triggering the hegemony effect, immune to all control skills, and at the same time reducing the skill damage by 50%. Seeing that the level 5 condensing light stone actually reduced the use requirements of level 60 equipment, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and then whispered, sure enough, it's because of the 100-fold reward. The 400-fold reward can increase the teleportation distance of the teleportation array. Then embedding a condensing light stone on the equipment, although there is no way to directly increase it by 3 grades, its effect is also improved. Alas, it's a pity that the 2 level 5 condensing light stones have been used, otherwise it would be more perfect. Sighing depressedly again, but a faint excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face. While putting the soul-breaking bracelet on his wrist, he took out 7 or 8 pieces of equipment in a row. In the abyss, although there were not many Emperor-level bosses killed, it was actually not a small number, and more than 10 pieces of equipment of holy artifact quality were also exploded, although half of them belonged to the same position. The 7 or 8 pieces in front of him can be equipped as long as they are inlaid with a level 3 condensing light stone. Thinking that the attributes will be greatly improved soon, Xiao Han immediately lowered his head and got busy. Ding! 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 The system prompt sounded continuously in his ears. In less than half an hour, all 8 pieces of equipment were inlaid with level 5 condensing light stones. After replacing all the original equipment with these equipment, Xiao Han still had no intention of stopping, and inlaid the remaining 6 pieces of equipment with condensing light stones. At this time, he whispered, "Since you want Jean Tian's 100 times damage, you have to give him some benefits. A promotion quota for a level 7 evolver doesn't seem to be enough to show my sincerity. But with these few pieces of holy equipment, it should be enough to show my sincerity now." Having said this, Xiao Han also put all the equipment into the space ring and then took out a piece of animal skin and whispered, "Now we have to get another Tianju. These luck forces have different attributes, so we can't confuse them. If Jean Tian's 100-fold damage is absorbed into the Tianju with a 100-fold energy, the 100-fold damage may mutate. If it becomes stronger, it's fine, but if it becomes weaker, there will be no place to cry. So now, it's better to make a Tianju." After laying the animal skin on the workbench, Xiao Han immediately took out the beast-level inner elixir, put it into the stone trough and began to grind vigorously. Ding! But at this moment, a quick ring rang in his ears, and he couldn't help but stop what he was doing and took a look at the friend list. After finding that it was a message from Jiangxia, he immediately clicked on his avatar. After reading the information, he couldn't help but frown and said, "He doesn't even know where he is, and he won't be able to come back in a short time. In that case, it shouldn't be easy to deal 100 times the damage to him. But I still have to find some time to meet him and find out what the special training there is like. If it's easier to advance there, I have to find some time to go there as soon as possible. But before you go, you must equip the deep blue heart ring and the deep blue star pendant, so that you can have the confidence to meet those holy spirits." Whispering in his mouth, Xiao Han exerted force on the palm of his hand, holding the stone pestle, and instantly crushed the inner elixir in the stone trough into pieces. #C1494 Godmaking Plan 1. Ding! You successfully made a heaven-stealing talisman, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you get a heaven-stealing bead. After failing nearly 100 times in a row, the familiar system prompt finally sounded again. Looking at the round bead on the workbench, Xiao Han showed a hint of joy in his eyes and immediately reached out to grab it and took a look at the properties of the heaven-stealing bead. Heaven-stealing bead. Sacred weapon seize the luck of heaven and earth. Make up for the deficiencies of the body, and can store luck 0/40,000. Seeing that the storage limit of this heaven-stealing bead is no longer the previous 10,000 points, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement on his face. Last time in the Western Alliance, thousands of materials were wasted in a row, but in the end all failed without exception. Fortunately, after calming down, he finally successfully made another heaven-stealing talisman. Although there are now 2 heaven-stealing beads if you want to plunder the 100 times intelligence and 100 times strength of Landon and Turgenev, these 2 heaven-stealing beads are obviously not enough. Now the luck power in the body has reached 1,600 points. If we calculate that 40 points of luck power can restore 280 points, then the next plunder will gain 11,200 points. So the heaven-stealing talisman with an upper limit of only 10,000 points may be blown up by the excess luck power. And even if it doesn't burst, there will be more than 1,000 points of waste. So in order not to waste a bit of luck power, no matter who you plunder in the future, you must prepare a special heaven-stealing bead for him. Thinking of Langdon, Turgenev, and the 100 times agility that has been plundered by someone, Xiao Han immediately spread another animal skin on the table. Ding! Just as the brush in his hand had just been dipped in a little rune liquid, a system prompt sounded in his ears. This made Xiao Han pause, and he immediately opened the friend list and took a look, and then whispered, "Jean Tian is here. Let's go down and talk to him." As he said this, he put down the brush in his hand gently, sat cross-legged on the futon beside him, and immediately chose to log off. When his consciousness was separated from the game, Xiao Han immediately sat up from the black jade ice coffin, and from another ice coffin next to him, a steady and continuous breathing sound was coming. Zhang Xiaoyun didn't know that he would log off, so he was still in the game. This time he just wanted to chat with Zhang Tian for a few words, and he would enter the game again later, so Xiao Han didn't call Zhang Xiaoyun and walked. Creak. As the black crystal stone door was pushed open, he immediately saw Jiang Zhe, Guo Huai, and Fu Qingji with a familiar figure, standing in the square, outside the administrative hall waiting for him. Xiao Han chuckled, walked over quickly, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to come here in person. I was thinking that when I have some free time, I will go to Wuchuan to find you in person." After saying that, he turned his eyes to Guo Huai and continued, "Have the 8th level python and the 9th level crab meat been cooked? Today we will not go home until we are drunk with Brother Qin." "It's ready." Guo Huai stretched out his hand behind him and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, Jean, please come this way. You really have to taste the 9th level crab meat. Not only does it have the effect of improving cultivation, its taste is also unique in the world. We will not use this to entertain ordinary people." "Ha! I heard about it." Qin Zhan laughed loudly and said with some longing, "I heard about the battle in Panama City. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough, otherwise I really want to go there. Together. I heard that Brother Xiao Han not only killed several mutant beasts above level 7 but also suppressed those Gnostics guys so much that they didn't dare to fart." "Hey, that's so exaggerated." Xiao Han smiled and waved his hand, and continued, "It was very dangerous there at the time and I almost couldn't come back." "Didn't come back?" Qin Zhan's face flashed with a puzzled look, and he asked with a puzzled face, "Is there anything else in the battle over there that I don't know about? Do you know the secret? For people like you and me, it shouldn't be a secret." Xiao Han looked back with some doubt, frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't anyone in Kyoto contact you? Logically speaking, such things should not be kept secret from you." "Someone contacted me and said they were participating in some god-making plan," Qin Zhan replied and immediately said, "I think this kind of thing is too ridiculous, so I ignored them." "Hee. The god-making plan? It's really appropriate." Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckled, and his steps towards the Bishuianjian restaurant paused and smiled and explained softly, "The god-making plan does exist, but this matter is not suitable to be discussed in a restaurant." As he said, he pointed to the administrative hall behind him and continued, "If you want to know, why don't we go in and have a barbecue? The sound insulation here is very good. I can explain it to you. Also, I have something very important to ask you about this time, and by the way, I want to ask you about your thoughts and decisions. Is this appropriate?" Qin Zhan hesitated, frowned and said in a deep voice, "The guy who contacted me last time, I just wanted him to explain what the god-making plan is. But that guy said that only when I agree to join can I know what this plan is. What about confidentiality clauses? If you don't have the spirit of dedicating your life to Yanhua, you are not suitable for participating in such a plan." Anyway, BBYY said a lot and her brain seemed a little abnormal, so I hung up the phone directly. "Hee, no wonder." Xiao Han nodded lightly and said with some doubts, "But this is not right. It shouldn't be possible for Kyoto to give up just like that." "No, they contacted me several times later." Qin Zhan shook his head and continued in a deep voice, "It's just that I ignored him. At that time, the teleportation array had not been deployed to Wuchuan, so they couldn't do anything to me. Now, I don't know why, it seems that I have forgotten this matter. And the so-called god-making plan, in fact, I am not very interested in it. Even if they come to me again, I will not agree. Hee. This is not up to you." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Since you have the talent of 100 times damage, this kind of thing is inevitable. The so-called god-making, only you and I can meet such conditions. I will talk to General Chiu about this matter, and he will send someone to contact you again. It depends on you whether you are willing or not. Now the mutant beasts do not put too much pressure on us, so we are not too anxious about creating gods. I was in Panama City, and I met a person with the power of a god. If it were not for my good luck, you might not have seen me. Thinking of Felix's black armor, Xiao Han is still a little frightened. But he continued, so whether you are willing to participate in the god-making plan or not, you need to have some necessary understanding of this plan. Anyway, it is definitely impossible to avoid this plan. And as the chosen son of the game, this is our destiny. As for how that godlike master appeared, I believe you will also be interested. Speaking of this, Xiao Han turned and walked towards the administrative hall, and said in a deep voice, come in, maybe after listening to the god-making plan you will have a different choice. #C1495 God-making plan. 2. Lifting his feet and walking into the administrative hall, Xiao Han did not bother Jiang Xiaoyun. There was everything in the space ring, grills, ovens, and various precious ingredients were taken out one after another. Just 4 or 5 minutes later, bursts of rich fragrance lingered in the tip of the nose. Seeing that the barbecue was not yet cooked, Xiao Han took advantage of the few minutes that Guohuai was serving the barbecue to tell everything that happened in Panama City. At this time, the shock on Zhan Tian's face had not dissipated. It wasn't until a while later that he said with a confused face, so as long as you put on that helmet, you can have godlike strength? Xiao Han nodded and continued in a deep voice. To be precise, only people like you and me can have godlike strength with the armor summoned by that helmet. And the so-called god-making plan also wants to give you and me the power of a god. In fact, you should know how terrifying the mutant beasts in the 4 forbidden areas are. Only by mastering this power can we defend the last few cities of Yanhua. Yes, this is the only way to protect Yanhua, Qinzhan whispered, and after being silent for a while he asked in a deep voice, so you are also involved in this plan? Not yet. Xiao Han shook his head gently and continued with a solemn face. As I said just now, the cost of using a helmet is too high, and even I don't dare to try it easily. But if the day comes that I have to use it, I won't refuse such a fate. And based on the current situation, this day should not be too far away, maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months, and it is estimated that it will not exceed half a year at most. Half a year? How is this possible? Qinzhan said with disbelief and then immediately said, with our current strength, mutant beasts should not be such a big threat to us. And before I came here, didn't you say you would give me a place to be promoted to level 7? Since you can easily give me such a quota, and there are even many 5th level and 6th level quotas, then there should be more than one quota for promotion to 7th level. There is indeed more than one. Xiao Han did not deny it, but nodded and admitted, but what I mean is not reality, but from the game. From the game. A solemn look flashed across Qinzhan's face, and he continued in a deep voice. What do you mean? Could it be that the Abyss Demon Lord in the game can still come to reality? Hey, you think it's incredible? Xiao Han chuckled and explained coldly. I met a Fuso man in the Abyss. They are transporting materials from the Abyss to reality. It's not a tool that appears, but a special channel between the game and reality. After those materials are transported out, a formation called the 9 Dragons Swallowing Heaven array will be built, which seems to be able to bring reality into the game. This? Qinzhan was a little confused and couldn't help but whisper. This? How is this possible? If this is true, is this world still real? Is it possible that our current world is just a game created by a certain advanced civilization? Maybe, Xiao Han said with emotion and immediately added. But regardless of whether this is a game created by higher civilizations, we can't just accept our fate. Even if we are just a chess piece, we must be a powerful chess piece. And only such chess pieces will not be abandoned easily by chess players, so it is necessary for you to get in touch with the God-making plan. Okay, I understand. Qin nodded solemnly and continued. Since there is no danger of death if you don't use the power of God excessively, it might as well give it a try. And I now have peak level 6 strength. In a week or two at most I should be able to break through and become a level 7 evolver. Felix only has level 5 strength, so using that black helmet will have such big side effects. If we can have level 9 strength, the backlash shouldn't be so strong. Maybe, Xiao Han said uncertainly, and then immediately added, but the more important thing is the power of luck. The power of luck? Hearing a new term, Qin was a little confused for a while, and then asked, in a deep voice, what is the power of luck? Is it related to 100 times the damage? Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly and explained softly. In fact, you have 100 points of luck power in your body. If this power of luck disappears, 100 times the damage will also disappear. Even if the vitality is about to be exhausted, the power of luck will forcefully hang on the life. The reason why Felix of Nassix is not dead is also because of this reason. Felix is not dead? Qin muttered in a low voice, and then whispered, with some uncertainty, but I heard that he seems to be dead. Although the news is not very accurate, there are such rumors in Name and some people even posted pictures. He is dead now, but he died recently. Xiao Han picked up a piece of cooked crab meat from the grill, put it into his mouth and continued. After using that black helmet, he didn't die immediately. And the reason why he died recently must have something to do with me. Does it have anything to do with you? Although the barbecue was already cooked, Qin had no intention of eating it at this time. He immediately asked in a deep voice, how can it have anything to do with you? Haven't you been to Nami recently? Hehe. Who said I haven't been to Nami? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Although I haven't been to Nami in reality, I have been there once in the game. And the reason why he died was because I deprived him of the power of luck. The power of luck? Deprived by you? Zhang Tian's eyes glared fiercely, and then he immediately understood Xiao Han's purpose, and said with fear on his face. Then you called me here to deprive me of the 100 times damage? Hehe. I have this plan. Xiao Han did not deny this idea, full of he said with a serious face. But depriving you of your 100-fold damage is different from depriving Felix of his 100-fold physical strength. In fact, I not only went to Nassix during this period but also went to the Western Alliance. Klaus's 100-fold energy has been deprived by me, but later I returned the 100-fold energy to him, so your 100-fold damage can be like this. At the same time, I still have some of Klaus's luck power containing a 100-fold energy. If you are willing to let me deprive you of it, I can also let you absorb this 100-fold energy of luck. Once absorbed successfully, your 100-fold damage can be increased to 200-fold damage. If you can find Langdon and Turgenev, your 100-fold damage can even be increased to 400-fold damage. Hashtag C1496 God-making plan, 3. 400 times? Hearing Xiao Han's words, Zhang Tian said with a face full of excitement. But he still couldn't make up his mind for a while. Although 400 times the damage sounds very tempting, who knows whether it is true or false. Now because of the title of the chosen son, at most in a week or two he can break through to become a level 7 evolver. And according to Qinglong, it won't take too long to break through to level. If he can practice quietly for about half a year, even becoming a level 9 evolver will not be too difficult for him. But if there is no 100 times damage, it is impossible for him to break through to become a level 7 evolver. After thinking for a while, Qin couldn't refuse directly, so he said in a deep voice, I would like to have 200 times the damage, but I can't go back. Now. What do you mean? Thinking that he couldn't plunder Zhang Tian's 100 times damage, Xiao Han frowned slightly and then said in a deep voice, "Are you confined there, or is Qinglong not letting you leave?" "No, it's not that I'm confined." Qin Zhan shook his head and explained softly, "I am now in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, and there are many Emperor-level monsters nearby. Even fierce beasts can be seen from time to time, and there is no teleportation array here. I can't get out with my own strength." "That's right, you were taken there by Qinglong." A trace of depression flashed across Xiao Han's face, and then he immediately asked, "How do you feel about your training there? If the promotion speed is very fast, then I can also go there when I have time. Are you coming too?" Qin Zhan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. But he still pretended to bees was said happily. "The speed of cultivation here is actually quite fast. It's just that I'm alone. It's really too boring." Hee hee. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and continued, "If your strength can be improved quickly, you have to stick to it even if it's boring. But is the technique that Qinglong talked about last time really powerful? It's only been a short time, and you're about to break through to become a level 7 evolver. I was planning to leave you a spot for promotion to level 7. Hey, it's not too fast," Qin Zhan said modestly, and then immediately said, "At least compared to you, the speed of promotion is far behind. As for that cultivation technique, it's actually just like that. It's just that there is a level 9 spiritual vein here which can absorb energy unscrupulously to cultivate, so the cultivation speed will be faster than other places." Level 9 spiritual vein? Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately had the idea of taking that spiritual vein for himself. But thinking that there was a Holy Spirit guarding over there, he shook his head gently. But the idea of going there to practice has disappeared at this time. After all, he has a divine vein in his hand, so why does he need to go to the 10,000 demon mountains? Although Zhang Tian's 100-fold damage is extremely important to him, he definitely has no time to go there before he figured out the 9 dragons.
Devouring even formation.
Since Zhang Tian is not opposed to this, there is no need for him to rush. And those spiritual sources in the abyss, although the reward is reduced by 100 times, the final number may be less, but they must be taken out as soon as possible. After all, the real world may be pulled into the game at any time, and he must make his strength stronger as soon as possible. No, it's not just its strength that needs to be improved. The strength of Jiangzhe, Guohuai, Gaoqiu, and Fu Qingji and others must also be improved. At worst, after he is equipped with the deep blue star ring and pendant, he will stay in the abyss and not come out, which is enough to make up for the loss of 100 times the reward. Thinking this way, Xiao Han stopped worrying about it but still smiled and said, "Since there is no way to come back in a short time, let's forget it for now. But it's a pity for you that you can't absorb 100 times the energy. The black and white helmet will not harm people with the power of luck, and once you successfully absorb 100 times the energy, the power of luck can be increased to 400 points. 400 points? How can it be 400 points? Qin Zhan was a little confused and asked with a puzzled face. If the 100 times damage is increased to 200 times, shouldn't the power of luck be 200 points? It is indeed 200 points. Xiao Han nodded and explained with a smile. But if you absorb 100 times the energy, you will also have 200 times the energy. So the power of luck in your body will of course be 400 points. It can be like this? Qin Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he couldn't wait to ask. So you not only have 100 times the energy, but also 100 times the physical strength. Of course, isn't this obvious? Smiling and replying, Xiao Han continued, "It's just that when I deprived you of 100 times the physical strength because of some mistakes in the Operation, the luck power associated with the 100 times the physical strength is gone. Otherwise, if I absorbed the 100 times the physical strength, I guess you would have a life value of up to 800 billion points like Maine. 800 billion, damn. You were kidding. Qin Zhan looked incredulous and said in a daze, my life value is less than 20 million now. So, it's not even a fraction of yours. Hey, you can't believe it, Xiao Han said, took out his mobile phone and handed over a screenshot of his attribute panel. At this time, Jiangzhe, Guohuai, and Fu Qingji also immediately looked over and then exclaimed in unison. Damn it, you don't have 800 billion here. It's almost 3 trillion. Everyone couldn't believe that this was true, but the attribute screenshots were right in front of them, and they couldn't tolerate disbelief. Xiao Han was also a little confused and quickly took a look at the attribute screenshot. After discovering that it was really more than 2 trillion, I figured it out. After thinking about it for a while, the 9 Dragon's Heart Armor can increase the maximum health limit by 100%, and the Soul-Severing Bracelet can also increase it by 50%. Coupled with the increased health limit by helmets, visors, cloaks, and other equipment, he now has nearly 30,000 with a health value of 100 million. It's not surprising. Such a terrifying health value shocked everyone into a daze. It wasn't until a while later that Fu Qingji said in a deep voice, even if you have 100 times your physical strength and a set of magical equipment, it won't be enough to make your health so abnormal. Hey, who said I'm a magic weapon? Xiao Han grinned and continued. Brother Qin should know that when I killed the Black Flame Nightmare Beast, I must have exploded a sacred weapon. After staying in the abyss for more than a month this time, I discovered more than a dozen sacred artifacts. Now that almost all of the equipment has been replaced by holy weapons, it's not surprising to have more than 2 trillion health points. It's a pity that you can't come back. I still have some sacred artifacts with repeated parts. I originally planned to give them to you, but now I can only materialize them. Don't, Zhan Tian said urgently, and then said with a frustrated face. Forget it. Even if I want to go back now, I can't do it anymore. Actually, I still think it's more promising to follow you. Hey, don't worry. You will be able to come out sooner or later.
Xiao Han
Didn't know what to say and continued with a smile. When you come back, give me another message. These things will be most powerful only when they are used on you. I will always keep them for you. But since you can't come back soon, I have to get into the game. There are too many things going on recently, and I don't have time to linger outside. Wait a moment. At this moment, before Zhan Tian could reply, Jiangzhe suddenly took a step forward and said with excitement on his face, how much of your destiny power do you still have now? Is it possible for ordinary people like us to absorb a little bit of the power of luck? #C 1497 Godmaking Plan 4. And there are still more than 1,000 points. Hearing such an inquiry, Xiao Han was a little stunned, but he immediately said, as for whether it can be absorbed, I don't know that. Thinking of the Dwarf King who was exploded due to absorbing the power of luck, he felt that ordinary people should not be able to absorb it. But seeing Jiangzhe's eyes shining, he asked in a deep voice, what, do you want to absorb the power of luck and have 100 times the energy? That's not true. Jiangzhe shook his head slightly and said with bright eyes, there has been no progress in the research on helmets. So I was wondering if ordinary people could absorb a few points or even a dozen points of the power of luck. So after they put on the helmet, will they be immune to the damage caused by the helmet? You and Brother Qin are the only 2 sons of luck, so we can't take risks without being sure, but if we are ordinary people, we don't have such worries. And for the sake of Yanhua, there will be people who are willing to become test subjects. Even if they know their ending, they will not flinch at all. Well, I understand what you mean. Xiao Han nodded with a heavy face. After Thinking for a while, he continued, "But I really don't know whether it can be absorbed. But fortunately, there are still more than 1,000 points in luck value. Can use 70% to test it. This is the best. Then I will contact Han Feng immediately," Jiang Zhe said, with excitement, and continued as he stood up. "Then get ready, I will take someone to Yunshao auction house to find you later." With that said, he rushed out of the administrative hall. Seeing Jiang Zhe's furious look, Xiao Han glanced at Qin Zhan helplessly, spread his hands and said, "Look, he can't take any time off for a moment. Business matters more." Qin Zhan stood up and said with a wry smile, "I will find a way to come back as soon as possible. I think it is more interesting to go to the abyss with you. Since you have something to do here, I'll go back first." "Well, give me a message when you get back." Xiao Han nodded slightly and continued, "If you are lucky enough, I am prepared to get you 2 divine artifacts to play with." Celestial artifact? Hearing a new term, Qin Zhan became even more eager to come back. But it was useless to say anything now, so he simply turned around and left without any hesitation. After Qin Zhan left, Xiao Han also roughly tidied up the administrative hall and entered the game again. When he appeared in the exclusive forging room again, he turned over his hand and took out the heaven-seizing pearl and whispered to himself, "The dwarf king can't absorb it, and ordinary people shouldn't be able to absorb it either. But if it can really be absorbed, then the research progress of helmets will take off." Snap, snap, snap. Just as he was thinking this, a series of hurried footsteps came quickly towards this direction. Xiao Han stopped thinking about it, opened the wooden door and walked out. At this time, not only Han Feng came over, but Qiu Mingyuan also followed. The moment they saw him, their eyes lit up and they asked, "Is what city lord Jiang said true? The key to being a child of luck is to have the power of luck in your body?" "Yes." Xiao Han did not deny it, nodded and continued, "The reason why I asked you to find Felix is for this reason. It's just that this power of luck is extremely overbearing and cannot be absorbed by ordinary people. Success is great, but failure is more likely, so don't have high hopes." "Hey, it's better than no hope at all." Han Feng sighed and continued with a depressed face. "Since the helmet was copied, our research has almost completely stopped. If we didn't know about the demon armor summoned by the black helmet, we wouldn't be so eager. What's more, the world we live in now may be pulled into the game at any time. Even if the success rate is low, we still have to try it." "Okay then." Xiao Han stopped trying to persuade him and said in a solemn voice, "Since you have already decided, I won't say anything more. I'm very prepared for the power of luck. Who do you plan to let absorb it?" "I'll absorb it." Han Feng immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Anyway, death in the game will not affect reality. No matter who absorbs the power of luck, it's actually the same." "Don't." Xiao Han shook his head quickly and said with a serious face, "The power of luck is not an ordinary thing. The deaths caused by players and wild monsters cannot be compared with this. If it affects you in reality, it will be too late to regret it. It's better to find someone else to try it first." "That's fine. I'll listen to you." Han Feng didn't insist and immediately stood there in silence for a while and then continued, "Wait for 2 minutes. People will come soon." Xiao Han nodded in response, and then thought of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven array and asked directly, "It has been more than 10 hours, has Netherworld recruited anyone?"
No.
Han Feng shook his head with an ugly expression, and said with a gloomy face, "That guy's bones are quite hard. There is only some physical torture in the game, so he can still bear it. It's a pity that we can't bring in the real-life potion. Otherwise, we only need to give him a shot of truth potion, and he will have to summon anything." "Truth potion," Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and then immediately said, The truth potion you are talking about, it shouldn't be a mental potion. Yes. It has a strong psychedelic effect. Qiu Mingyuan interrupted and said helplessly. Yuming is also an evolver, and his tolerance for pain is very strong. Without mental potions as an aid, it is probably unlikely to get his confession. Oh my God! You should have come to me earlier. Xiao Han couldn't help but complain, and immediately said, I am an alchemist, a very awesome alchemist. Just a mental pill. Can I make it? As he said this, he immediately opened the attribute panel, clicked on the alchemist interface, and quickly flipped through it. After learning all the pill recipes in Wandandian, Xiao Han also classified all the pill recipes, and there are only a few hundred kinds of mental pills. So within 2 minutes, he found the recipe for the psychedelic pill and said directly, Illusion heart grass, purple smoke fruit, bewildering heart flower, dragon blood ganoderma, erosion heart mushroom, and red flame liquid. As long as you help me find these materials, I can refine the psychedelic pill, and then you can ask anything you want. The psychedelic pill? Qiu Mingyuan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he immediately said excitedly, This is the best, otherwise it is not easy to make Yuming use all his skills. Da. As the two were talking, there were also several hurried footsteps coming towards this side. #C1498 Lost Power of Luck. As the two unfamiliar figures walked into the small courtyard, Han Feng immediately introduced him. This is Lu Rui, just an ordinary soldier. 2 years ago I helped defend Tianshui City, but unfortunately one of my arms was bitten off by a mutant beast. The person next to him is Chun Yang. He currently has the strength of a 3rd-level evolver. His body is also somewhat mutilated due to fighting mutant beasts. So both of them are willing to serve as test subjects. Hey! This fucking world! Xiao Han sighed heavily, looked at the two peoples in different expressions, and said with a hint of sadness, Lu Rui is an ordinary person, so let's forget it. With his physique, he shouldn't be able to withstand the infusion of the power of luck. Since there is one evolver who is willing to try, there is no need to sacrifice 2 people. Maybe it will be exploded by the power of luck, which will have an impact on reality. That's fine, it's all up to you. Qiu Mingyuan didn't insist, but Lu Rui hurriedly interrupted. No, I've already come. Can you just let me go back like this? Since this matter is relatively dangerous, let's test it on me first. Maybe if there are examples of failure like mine, Brother Chen Yang's success rate will be higher in a while. This? Xiao Han hesitated and asked with a serious face. You have to think. Clearly, this kind of experiment is very dangerous. If you die in the game, maybe reality will be affected. It's okay. Lu Rui replied with a smile, and immediately added, I had already thought about it clearly before coming here. If this broken body can help more compatriots survive or even end this fucking troubled world, I will be willing to die. Then, okay. Xiao Han took a deep look at Lu Rui, and there was an indescribable emotion surging in his heart. The reason why Yanhua has been passed down for 5,000 years is because of the existence of such people. Even 100 years ago, it was because thousands of ancestors poured their blood into a new era for the survival of the nation. At this time, seeing the firm look in Lu Rui's eyes, Xiao Han said nothing more, and while handing over the Z bead in his hand, he said in a deep voice, Inside this bead is the power of luck. Just hold it in your hand and it will be absorbed automatically. But if ordinary people absorb it forcefully, they will most likely explode and die. But when you absorb it, if you only absorb 3 to 5 points, you may not explode. Yes, I understand. Lu Rui nodded slightly and immediately understood what Xiao Han meant. If the human body is compared to a balloon, a bit of luck is likened to a drop of water. If only 3 to 5 points are injected, there is no risk of the balloon exploding. But once the amount of gas injected into the balloon reaches 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 drops, the balloon will not be able to withstand the pressure and explode. So as long as he absorbs less, even if the volume of his balloon is small, there will be no risk of exploding. With this thought in his mind, Lu Rui immediately took the round sphere in Xiao Han's hand. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding you. Absorb a little bit of the power of luck and 100 times the energy will be activated. Listening to such system prompts, Lu Rui's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, the system prompts continued to ring in my ears. Ding you. Absorb 2 points of luck power, and 1 time of energy is increased to 3 times of energy. Ding you. Absorb 4 points of luck power, and the 3 times the energy is increased to 7 times the energy. In just 3 seconds, he successfully absorbed 7 points of the sun of luck. At this time, no matter how slow Lu Rui was, he knew that he would absorb 8 points in the next second. And the subsequent absorption speed will also soar exponentially. This made his expression suddenly change, and he quickly used all his strength to shake the heaven-seizing pearl in his hand. But this round bead was like a magnet, sucking into his palm. Bite! At this time, the system prompt sounded again. You absorb 8 points of luck power, and the 7 times the energy is increased to 15 times the energy. Feeling that if he continued like this, he would explode in a few seconds at most, Lu Rui hurriedly shouted, help me take off this bead, quickly. Of course, Xiao Han on the side noticed such a strong reaction immediately. He quickly rushed forward, reached out and grabbed the Z bead in Lu Rui's hand and pulled it off with force. Call. At this time, Lu Rui also let out a heavy breath and said with fear on his face, this power of luck is really overbearing. The speed of absorption per second is soaring exponentially. If it had been delayed by 2 or 3 seconds, I might have been overwhelmed by the power of luck. Exponential. Xiao Han frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled face, is the speed at which you absorb the power of luck increasing exponentially? Yes. A look of doubt flashed across Lu Rui's face, and he asked curiously, is it possible that when you were absorbing it, you weren't forcibly infusing it in this brutal way? Of course not. Xiao Han glanced at the heaven-seizing pearl in his hand and saw that in just 4 seconds, the power of luck had decreased by 15 points compared to before. Even if you don't believe Lu Rui's words, the data in the Z bead will not lie. Unable to figure out what the reason was, Xiao Han stopped wasting brain cells on it and said excitedly, so, have we succeeded? Next, can we let him wear the white helmet? Is it successful? Zhou Mingyuan didn't have much hope, but now seeing Lu Rui in good condition, he couldn't help but get excited. If the white helmet can also summon armor, Yanhua can really rest assured. Even if the whole world is pulled into this game, they will have the capital to stand in this world. Thinking of this, Zhou Mingyuan immediately said, quick, go offline quickly. Try to use the white helmet and see if you will still be hurt by the white helmet. Yeah. Lu Rui also responded with excitement and wanted to go offline immediately, while summoning the attribute panel. But at this time, another system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! A little luck power is lost and the 15 times energy is reduced to 14 times energy. Hearing such a voice, Lu Rui couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had guessed that it would not be so easy to succeed, and he could accept it even if he died from exploding, he did not expect to fail in this way. Seeing the expectation on the faces of the people around him, he could not help but smile bitterly and said, no, the power of luck in my body is draining away. #C1499 Lost power of luck. 2. In less than a minute, all the power of luck in the body was lost. At this time, everyone's brows also frowned. I thought that the biggest obstacle to absorbing the power of luck was that the body could not bear it, which would eventually lead to death. But now, the risk of body explosion can be prevented artificially, but the power of luck cannot be stored in the body, which is something no one expected. Looking at the confused people, Xiao Han had no choice but to break the silence and said, "What should we do now? Should we continue this experiment?" "Why?" Xiao Mingyuan sighed heavily, and then said with a depressed face, "I didn't expect that it would fail in this way. But I still think we should find a few more people to test it out. After all, that helmet is too important. If we have the ability to control it, no matter what tricks those guys in Fuso play, we will have confidence in our hearts. And I feel that not everyone's body is unable to store the power of luck." "Well, what you said makes sense." Xiao Han glanced at Lu Rui, not caring about the loss of luck. After all, this game comes from that helmet, so figuring out what secrets the black and white helmet hides has become the most important thing. Since Xiao Mingyuan is determined to try again, of course he will not refuse. If he could use hundreds of points of luck power to artificially create a false sun of luck, it would actually be a good thing for him. After all, he still has a black helmet in his hand. Moreover, even if all the more than 1,000 points of luck power are used up, as soon as Zhang Tian comes back, it can be restored to more than 10,000 points immediately. At the same time, in order to find the false sun of destiny, Han Feng and Xiao Mingyuan will also mobilize more resources to find Langdon and Turgenev. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. While handing the heaven-seizing pearl to Chen Yang, he said in a deep voice, "Put your finger. When you absorb a little, I can forcefully take it back." "Yeah, I understand." Chen Yang nodded slightly and immediately put his finger on it. At this time, the system prompts immediately sounded in my ears. "Ding you. Absorb a little bit of the power of luck and 100 times the energy will be activated." Hearing this voice, Chen Yang didn't want to waste more power of luck, so he immediately shouted, "Get away quickly. I have successfully absorbed a little." Although there are more than 1,000 points of luck power in the heavenly bead, it is not easy to find someone who can lock the power of luck in his body. And if each person only absorbs a little, more people can experiment. So after hearing Chen Yang's cry, Xiao Han didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately pulled hard on the palm holding the Z bead. At this time, even though Chen Yang was prepared, he could not help but stagger. After he stabilized his body, he didn't speak. Han Feng, Jiang Zhe, Qiu Mingyuan and others on the side also did not speak, just waiting quietly. Even though they knew the ending might not be good, their faces showed a look of anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, after just one breath, Chen Yang shook his head with a bitter look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "I can't do it either, the power of luck has disappeared." "Still not working?" Han Feng whispered with disappointment on his face. Although he wanted to continue calling people over for testing, he fell silent. At this time, Jiang Zhe, Guo Huai, Qiu Mingyuan and others did not speak. After all, everyone understands that this power of luck is not just cabbage in the field. Xiao Han only has more than 1,000 points, and he cannot allow it to be wasted like this. Even if one person only needs to absorb a little, he can test the results. But it is not an easy task to find one person among more than 1,000 people who can lock the power of destiny and prevent it from being lost. The atmosphere was completely silent at this moment. Everyone frowned, thinking about how to use the limited power of luck to find someone who could lock the power of luck. As time passed by slowly, there was still no solution for getting along. But at this time, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said softly, "I have an idea. I don't know if it is feasible." "What's the idea?" Qiu Mingyuan asked immediately and then continued, "No matter what your ideas are, tell them and let's work together to discuss them." "Yeah." Xiao Han didn't sell it and said directly, "I think judging from the name of this power of luck, it should have something to do with luck. And I, a child of luck, only got 100-fold skill book. If that's the case, let's gather those players who are lucky enough to draw good things as soon as they enter the game. If they are allowed to absorb the power of luck, the success rate should be higher than ordinary people. This seems to make sense. Xiao Mingyuan's eyes lit up and he said with excitement, Qin also drew a 100-fold skill book at the beginning. By that logic, yours just has better luck. As for Yijin Chaifeng, who drew the green dragon, and Bai Qingxue, who drew the frost dragon, they are just less lucky than you. If we let them absorb the power of luck, they might actually succeed. As he said this, Xiao Mingyuan immediately looked at Han Feng and said in a deep voice, hurry up and contact us and ask them to come over.
Non.
Han Feng frowned and said with a look of helplessness, Yijian Juefeng is not one of ours. We cannot let him participate in this plan until we find out his details. Bai Qingxue's details have been found out, but he is a member of General Zhangzhen. After absorbing the power of luck, you need to control the white helmet. People who are not 100% trustworthy cannot be allowed to participate. Hey, in this case, there are not many choices to choose from. Xiao Mingyuan sighed and said with a depressed face, we in Tianshui don't seem to have heard of anyone who has better luck. Even the ones who drew legendary items seem to only have one or two. Is it possible that, in the end, we still have to find someone who doesn't know the details and character to control the helmet? Well, actually you don't need to be too anxious. Xiao Han interrupted and continued with a chuckle. After you go back, you will look for them slowly. There should be more than just those who are lucky. After we call all those who meet the conditions, we will test it together. Those who don't know the truth and don't know their nature, let alone you, even I don't dare to let them control the helmet. That Felix from Nai almost lost control at that time. So we should be cautious about this matter. If the conditions are met, let them come over. If the conditions are not met, then absolutely do not give in. Our current situation has not deteriorated to the point where we have to rely on them. Even if things go wrong, Qin and I will still be there. Okay, let's wait and see. Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly, and then immediately said, then I will go back first. I will find out the news about Langdon and Turgenev as soon as possible. #C1500 Thunder Pupil Emperor Peak. Seeing everyone leave one after another, Xiao Han no longer had the heart to draw the heaven-stealing talisman. The Yuan magnetic crystal stone has not been found yet, so it will take more than 10 hours to dig out the spiritual sources in the second layer of the abyss. And once you go there, you won't be able to come back for a while. So before finding 2 sets of Yuan magnetic crystal stones, he doesn't plan to go to the abyss again. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a little confused. Otherwise he didn't know what to do. After standing there and thinking for a few minutes, he whispered, now in addition to figuring out the secret of the 2 helmets, the most important thing is to get Yoming's confession. But forcing a confession is extremely ineffective for an evolver like him. So the god-blocking pill must be refined as soon as possible. I don't know. The effect of the 9 dragons devouring heaven formation. I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately walked towards the teleportation hall, and at the same time muttered in a low voice, those kinds of medicinal herbs are not easy to find. 1 or 2 should be found in the elf ruins. And even if the medicinal herbs are not mature, they can be picked directly, with a 400-fold increase in rewards. Since he has made a decision, of course he will not hesitate anymore. As he quickly walked onto the teleportation array, his figure disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When he appeared again, he immediately heard a series of noisy buzzing sounds in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, purple lightnings continued to fall on him, but they only made him immune to them one after another. He looked around and a group of purple bees immediately came into view. The Same time, there was a beehive with a diameter of several meters above his head, and the emperor-level purple-eyed thunder-pattern bee was also hiding behind the bee swarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, seeing that the thunder could not hurt him, the invader, the tails of the leader-level purple-pattern bees swung one after another, and thousands of poisonous needles immediately shot over. Heh! Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and then immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a dragon head phantom instantly formed in the air. Roar! With a low roar, the dragon head instantly swallowed the emperor-level purple-eyed thunder-patterned bee. Fortunately, the dragon-catching hand is not a damaging skill, otherwise it can be killed instantly. It was a pity for Xiao Han to let it run away last time. Later, he also wanted to enslave it, but he never found the time. Now he has already looked down on this emperor-level boss. No, if I remember correctly, I seem to have a pet embodiment talisman. Just when he was about to kill the purple flame lightning pattern bee in his hand, Xiao Han suddenly remembered that he and Jiang Xiaoyun were in the abyss last time, and a legendary pet embodiment talisman exploded on the Abyss Bowl King. At that time, he also wanted to materialize a nest of lightning pattern bees. But later, Lu Yen was possessed by the devil, and then the Lord of Greed appeared, disrupting all his plans. Now, it seems that it is just the right time to enslave it. After opening the space ring and searching for a while, a shining embodiment talisman was taken out. Xiao Han looked at the purple-eyed thunder-patterned bee in his hand and couldn't help but smile. The legendary embodiment talisman also happens to be an emperor-level boss. Since you have encountered it, you can only guard my house for me. As he said this, he immediately changed into the Beast King leather armor. As the Beast King's power surged, a slave spirit spell was immediately slapped on the head of the purple-eyed thunder-patterned bee. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! You successfully enslaved a purple-eyed thunder-patterned bee emperor, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you get a thunder-eyed emperor peak. Emperor. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han reached out and wanted to stick the embodiment talisman on it. However, when it was about to approach the forehead of the Thunder-Eye Emperor peak, it suddenly stopped and whispered, "Let Xiaoyun materialize this thing. If this queen bee is materialized, it must reproduce. I don't have time to serve it." As he said, Xiao Han's mind moved, and the Thunder-Eye purple pattern peak that had just been promoted to the Emperor level disappeared instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The disappearance of the queen bee instantly made the bee colony restless. Although it was easy for him to kill these bees, Xiao Han didn't want to do. He could only summon the Thunder-Eye Emperor peak again and directly ordered, "Let them disperse, I want to go out." Buzz. As the voice fell, a sharp buzzing sound immediately sounded, and the dense bees around immediately dispersed to the surroundings. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, "I remember that the Emperor-level boss should be able to speak. Then what kind of medicinal herbs grow in this place? Shouldn't it know them all?" Thinking so in his heart, he immediately asked, "In the valley outside are there Huanxin grass, purple smoke fruit, bewildering heart flower, dragon, blood ganoderma, and heart erosion mushroom?" As he said this, Xiao Han saw the puzzled look on the face of the Thunder-Eye Emperor peak and immediately understood that it might not know the names of the medicinal herbs. After all, the names of these medicinal herbs were all given by humans for their own convenience. Without any other choice, he could only take out the animal skin and brush, draw out all the medicinal herbs he needed, and introduce them at the same time. This is Huanxin grass. This is purple smoke fruit. Because he has the skills to draw runes and the heaven-grabbing rune, the sketch he drew is also pretty good. After looking at the Thunder-Eye Emperor peak, he immediately looked at the surrounding leader-level purple stripe peak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Zai Wenfeng looked at the sketches on the animal skin one by one, Thunder-Eye Emperor peak said, "Huang Xingko, confused heart flower, and dragon blood mushroom are all here. I haven't seen the purple smoke fruit and the heart erosion mushroom. They probably don't exist in this valley. It's pretty good to have 3 kinds, Xiao Han said with a smile and immediately added, where are the magical heart grass, the confused heart flower, and the dragon blood mushroom? Take me there quickly to have a look. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An imperial-level queen bee gave the order, and the nearby Ziwen Peak immediately took action. In just a few minutes, Xiao Han found all these medicinal materials and then spent more than a dozen sketches in a row continuing to search for medicinal materials in the valley. Bite! It wasn't until a few hours later that Zhang Zhe sent a message that he whispered, I found the Yuan magnetic crystal. It seems I have to go to the abyss. I don't know when Qin Zhan will come back, so I might as well not wait for him. Dig out the spiritual source early. Although there will be some losses, Zhang Zhe, Guohuai, and Fu Chengji can all break through to level 7. And Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Tang Zhan all have the opportunity to break through and become 8th level evolvers. Saying this, Xiao Han immediately recalled the thunder-eyed Emperor Peak and rushed into the hive like lightning. When the light on the teleportation array flashed, he also disappeared. C1501 abducting the divine vein. After returning to Yunxiao City, Xiao Han took the UNC crystal from Zhang Zhe and immediately began to set up a new level 7 teleportation array. Ding! After only a dozen minutes, the system prompt sounded. Seeing that the sky-splitting pillar was also arranged around the level 7 teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately stood on the teleportation array. With a flash of light, he was directly teleported to the first floor of the abyss. With the assistance of the sky-splitting pillar, not only the teleportation distance has been greatly improved, but it can even be directly teleported to a different space. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, the abyss and this game world should be in different spaces. Now that we can teleport directly to the abyss, can we also teleport to reality? This idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and when he thought of the migration of this world 3,000 years ago, he immediately wanted to try it out. But then he shook his head and whispered, it's just a level 7 sky-splitting pillar, it shouldn't be enough to teleport directly to the real world. Otherwise, the world I live in should also have the Abyss Demon Clan. Now let's dig out the spiritual source in the abyss to increase everyone's strength. When we have time, we can test the feasibility of this matter. Later, as he said this, Xiao Han activated the teleportation array under his feet. Again. When he appeared again, he was already in a pitch-black mine cave where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He flipped his hand and took out a fist-sized bright light stone, and immediately saw a black sphere the size of an egg embedded in the crystal wall. Not far ahead. Hey! A level 6 spiritual source. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han immediately reached out and took it down. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately beside his ears. Ding! You get a spiritual source level 6, triggering a 400-fold reward you get. For spiritual sources, level 8. Looking at the spiritual sources in his hand, which suddenly became 4 and each of them had a colorful dragon swimming in it, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement on his face. As long as these crystals are absorbed by the divine vein, he will soon be able to break through to level 8. And at that time, even if he encounters a level 9 mutant beast, he will not be afraid. It will not be like the last time in Panama City, where there was no way to deal with the level 9 crab, and in the end it was Felix who turned into a demon god who killed it. The feeling of powerlessness at that time is still a bit frightening when I think about it now. But now with these spiritual sources and the assistance of the divine vein, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately put the spiritual source into the space ring and stood on the teleportation array at the same time. When the light on the teleportation array flashed again, he also appeared in another mine cave. Ding! 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 As the system prompts continued to sound, the 13 spiritual sources were soon dug out. There were not only 4 level 8 spiritual sources but also 8 level 7 spiritual sources. As for the level 6, level 5, and even level 4 spiritual sources, there were even more. At this time, although he wanted to continue looking for more spiritual sources in the abyss, it was not the right time now. After all, these spiritual sources were enough for the divine veins to absorb for a while, and the role of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation was not yet clear, so he had to go back and refine the God-confusing pill. At the same time, in the second layer of the abyss, there were actually not many high-quality spiritual sources that could be found, and if you want to find more and higher-quality spiritual sources, you must go deep into the abyss, and his current strength is still a little lacking. It will be meaningful to go to the abyss only after digging out a few more level 5 condensed light stones. Even the demon lord level dead spirit lord may kill him next time. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han quickly took out all the materials for building the teleportation array from the space ring. In just half an hour, the teleportation array and the skybreaking pillar were successfully built. At this time, he immediately stood on the teleportation array. A few minutes later, the dead cave. Since the spiritual source has been dug out, of course, we have to see the God-level spiritual source once. After walking down from the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately took out 2 level 8 spiritual sources and shouted loudly, "I found the spiritual source. Come out quickly." Level 8, you actually found an 8-level spiritual source. As soon as the voice fell, a colorful dragon swam out from the ice wall and shouted with shining eyes, "And there are 2, your luck is too good." "Hey, are 2 a lot?" Xiao Han chuckled, flipped his hand and took out 2 more and then asked with a smile, "How long will it take you to absorb these level 8 spiritual sources?" "Oh my god. I actually found 8th level spiritual source." The colorful dragon exclaimed in disbelief and immediately shouted excitedly, "One day, one can be absorbed in 1 day. You can bring people here to upgrade at this time tomorrow. But if you are not too anxious, then bring people here in 4 days and then I can help them upgrade together." "Advance together?" Xiao Han muttered in a low voice and replied casually, "It's not too urgent, but the spiritual sources I brought this time are not just these few. I wonder how long it will take you." "Not just these few?" The 7-colored dragon was stunned for a moment and suddenly seemed to understand something and immediately said, "Yes, you went to the abyss to find the spiritual source. Since you have found 4 level 8 spiritual sources, there will be more level 4, level 5, and level 6 spiritual sources." At this time, the 7-colored dragon could not remain calm and shouted impatiently, "Quick! Take out all your spiritual sources and let me see them." "Heh!" Xiao Han chuckled, but did not keep the 7-colored dragon's appetite hanging. As the thought in his mind moved, he also stretched out his hand and shook it lightly. Hualala! A crisp collision sound followed, and the black spiritual source instantly rolled all over the ground and even piled up a small hill of several dozen centimeters under Xiao Han's feet. At this time, the 7-colored dragon was already stunned. After being stunned for a long time, he shouted in disbelief, You robbed the abyss. With so many spiritual sources, what have you done during this period of time?" "Hey, what else can I do?" Xiao Han smiled smugly and continued, "Of course, it's for you. I went to the abyss to summon spiritual sources. If I hadn't been driven out of the abyss by the Lord of the Dead, I would have found more spiritual sources. But it takes a long time to go to the abyss, otherwise I would have sent these spiritual sources to you long ago. By the way, there are 8 level 7 spiritual sources in here. You first absorb these high-quality spiritual sources and help me advance in 2 days. We'll go to the abyss again then. It seems that there is a spiritual source of better quality in the lair of the Lord of the Dead. I have to dig it out. There is a spiritual source of better quality over there? 7. Colored Dragon repeated in a low voice and said with shining eyes. In this case, I will go with you. Then after you dig up the spiritual source, I can absorb it as soon as possible. Come with me. Xiao Han was a little surprised, but nodded without hesitation. Of course I want this. C1502 North Pole. Returning to Yunxiao City with the divine vein, Xiao Han immediately contacted Jiangxia. Knowing that all the medicinal materials had not been collected in Kyoto, he could only sigh helplessly without any solution. So Netherworld had no choice but to put it on hold. Thinking that there were 2 heavenly artifacts in the space ring that could not be equipped, he immediately wanted to dig for the condensed light stone. But before leaving, Lei Tong Emperor Peak had to be traded to Jiang Xiaoyun. Just being an emperor-level boss is not too important to Jing'an now. But once thousands of leader-level purple-striped bees are bred, the emperor-level purple-eyed thunder-striped bees will breed leader-level purple-striped peaks. Now this is the emperor-level thunder-eye emperor peak, and the worker bees that are bred are likely to be overlord level. By then, these thunder bees may be more terrifying than the mutant beasts. And the most important thing is that once these overlords join ordinary people may no longer be needed to defend the city on the front lines. Hey! Thunder attribute be swarm, Xiao Han whispered excitedly, and immediately summoned the thunder-eyed Emperor Bee. Just as he was about to take a look at its attributes, a beautiful figure walked in quickly. Because of Lu Yan's incident last time, the 2 of them had very little communication during this period. Although he left for a while due to official business, it is now obvious that Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes are a little lonely. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a tight feeling in his chest. Lu Yan's matter actually had nothing to do with her at all. In the final analysis, it was because he was not careful enough in doing things that he had such a result. Even Jiang Xiaoyun was willing to accept Lu Yan. But for this period of time, he had ignored the feelings of the woman in front of him, and at the same time he had also ignored her invisibly. Looking at this weak figure who was willing to risk his life for him, Xiao Han took a step forward and immediately held him in his arms. Feeling that there seemed to be some resistance from the body in his arms, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I haven't seen you for so long. Are you angry with me? No. Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head slightly and whispered, I know you have something very important to do. It's just that I haven't seen you for such a long time and I feel a little worried about gains and losses. If I were really angry, why would I come here? What's more, you just sent a message asking me to come over, and I rushed over to see you. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Xiao Han apologized again and explained softly. I was really busy during this period and I didn't take your mood into consideration. I won't do this again. There's no need to apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head again and continued softly. Whether in reality or in the game, I can't help. So don't take me too seriously. Just go and get busy if you have something to do. Nothing happens for now. Xiao Han let go of the figure in his arms and said, with a smile, I arrested a Fuso man today. I'm waiting for his confession, so I won't leave during this period. And I have found some spiritual sources in the abyss. I will be able to let you break through to level 6 in 2 days. When the time comes, let's go into the abyss together and hunt down the abyss demons. I will also get you a divine outfit. Ha! As long as you have this intention. Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled and continued, I don't have any fighting talent, so it would be a waste to give me the divine armor. You'd better give him to someone useful. After all, this game is not easy. By the way, why did you ask me to come here? You don't just miss me, you want to see me. Isn't it possible? Xiao Han asked back, but immediately explained, I really Wanted to see you when I asked you to come over, but there are other things as well. As he spoke, he took out a manifestation talisman, pointed at the thunder-eyed Emperor bee beside him and said, "This pet is pretty good. I plan to let you manifest it. And it's a queen bee, so it can theoretically raise a bee colony. I don't have time to take care of it, so I want to leave it to you to cultivate. I don't know what you think." Queen bee. Jiang Xiaoyun turned around and looked at it and said, hesitantly, "But I don't understand this. What if it is not cultivated? Then forget it, what else can we do?" Xiao Han opened the transaction box with a smile and continued with an indifferent expression. "This thunder-eyed emperor bee appears it should have the combat power of a 7th level mutant beast. If it protects you, I can feel more at ease. As for whether we can cultivate bee colonies, there is no need to force this kind of thing, just let everything happen." "Okay." Jiang Xiaoyun clicked to confirm, no longer struggling, and traded the manifestation talisman on the transaction box with the thunder-eyed emperor bee. Then he immediately summoned it and attached the manifestation talisman to its body. After the thunder-eyed emperor bee turned into a tattoo on her palm, she continued, "Then I will go offline now and try to find a way for the emperor bee to cultivate a swarm as soon as possible." "Don't worry." Xiao Han quickly stretched out his hand to stop it, and then immediately said, "There is no need to rush into cultivating bee colonies for a while. I plan to go to the abyss to dig for condensed light stones soon. Do you want to go with me?" "Okay." Being able to be with Xiao Han without disturbing him, Jiang Xiaoyun agreed without any hesitation. The two of them also laughed and stood on the teleportation array quickly. Blue Star, North Pole. The dazzling aurora shone in the sky, pulling out colorful light bands, making the whole sky colorful. Although the North Pole in the polar day is bitingly cold, you can also see different scenery. At this time, in the deep pit at the pole, more than a dozen black fire dragons with black flames burning all over their bodies were flapping their wings and flying out one after another. And each black fire dragon's black claws also grabbed a heavy black metal cage. Roar! The sudden appearance of the black fire dragon instantly caused the North Pole to roar one after another, and even several white giant bears with snow-white bodies and a height of more than 10 meters issued threatening roars. But the black fire dragon ignored it at all, grabbed the heavy black metal cage and flew straight to the south. In the sky, several satellites were pointing their cameras here. But the strange thing is that no matter Yanhua, Nosix, or the monitors of Shiming and Ross, no abnormal changes were found here.